You are watching the Vodka stream.
Boop! What is happening, everybody? It is Friday. We made it. Ooh, everybody rolling in right now. What is going on? All right, let's have a good time tonight, huh? You know, this little indie filmmaker might be, showing up tonight. It's looking like. So I'm glad you guys have clicked in and are waiting anxiously. The chat is already going a little bonkers right now, which is all gravy. Love it. All right. Let's see. Burp, 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 burp. Yeah, it is already going crazy. How about that? But anyways, guys, got some bourbon for tonight. All right, I got some of that Wild Turkey 101. That's right. I'm gonna do that tonight. Felt like it was a bourbon kind of night. So cheers. Cheers, guys. Let's have a good Friday. And congrats to everybody who got the tickets. I got my tickets. And I tell you what, that was stressful. That was definitely stressful when it came to that. But luckily, yeah, got the tickets and got it for the full weekend. When it comes to the full circle event, it's going to be a good time. But yeah, I tell you what, like when I was talking to some people that didn't quite make it, I remember like someone in particular actually said, man, like they were filling out the information and then it was like, oh man, autofill. Autofill is just the way to go when it comes to that. I had everything autofilled on my desktop. So when it came to checking out, it was like boop, 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 boom. We're good. We're good. So anyways, but I just can't believe how quickly it went. It was absolutely crazy. But all right. But yeah, pretty exciting day. We'll get Zach on here. We'll talk a little bit with him, talk about the event and whatnot. And yeah, we'll have a good time tonight. All right. Let's go ahead and do this. Let me make sure that I got everything ready to go right here. All right, let me set the tweets. Join this stream. All right. There we go. Without further ado, my guest is here. Mr. Zack Snyder, what is happening, sir?
Hey, brother.
How's it going?
Going great. How you doing? I need a
Doing pretty good.
microphone, I think.
Huh?
Apparently, I need a microphone, to be pro like you.
I know, right? I mean, your picture looks good. I mean, that's good. at
I'm just
least.
saying that normally I was thinking about like whether I need a microphone, but clearly I do because it just looks more pro when you have your microphone. That's all.
When it's right there, I mean, yeah, people tend to take you a little bit more seriously.
Yeah, like does that even work? It might not even be. It might be a prop.
Yeah. I mean, everything's a prop. Everything's a prop around me. It's just I don't even know what's happening. It's all green screen. Like even though you can
that's
see
cool.
green screen right there, right?
You literally have a green screen there.
I know, right? I know people always wonder, like, yeah, if you watch the normal show, I utilize that during the normal show. But thank you, Zach, for joining in right now. Happy anniversary, by the way.
What's that?
Happy anniversary for
Sucker Punch.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, wow, perfect timing when it comes to this stream right here.
It is good.
That movie came out, and we're still waiting for that director's cut.
I do. I got to talk to them and get on that.
Yes, please.
There's a lot of gems in there that no one's ever seen. So.
Yeah, I know. It was funny because one of the first times you came on here, we actually talked about that briefly. And I know there was a lot of logistics when it comes to who owns the rights and all that stuff. And but I'm sure it's still probably the same.
Yeah. It was just some weirdo. I gotta ask Wes. There's just some weirdo TV thing like where they had to let if you had exclusive rights to it for your TV channel, you wouldn't. If I came out with the director's cut, it would make that worth less.
Oh,
because not worthless, but worth maybe possibly less. So you could say that what you paid then for the original product was then somehow diminished by what we're doing. So and I don't know. That's how it was explained to me. I don't know if that's true or not.
Okay. Well, hopefully they can get on that because I mean, I'm like going, hey, there was a hashtag that people were saying like release the Snyder punch, which I thought was a pretty good hashtag. Pretty good. That could help, but
it could. I think I just need to talk to him. I'm honest. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I've been a little bit busy. I do want to though. I really do.
Yeah. You mentioned that last time, and it's just like you said, there's some hidden gems in there that we hadn't seen. And I still love that one shot that goes through the mirrors. I still just anytime I watch it, the way that you guys crafted that shot, it's still just like seamless, just absolutely seamless.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I think nowadays we would do it with some sort of just like a wipe and some CG or something, but
yeah, but practical is the way to go, man.
Those mirrors on guillotines coming down from the.
Yeah, I know. I remember you explaining that, and it was just like, oh man, just to see. I mean, obviously, crafting scenes like that. I mean, even in Justice League, that scene with the rig that was rotating around the actors, just hearing how you guys craft those scenes. Even like in 300, I think you talked about how to do like the zoom ins and the zoom outs, just the way that you guys. And I remember talking to Fabian too, and like talking about some of those scenes and just the way that you guys crafted those. It just sounds like a lot of fun, a lot of great collaboration.
It is. It's a great time. And by the way, those guys, it's really fun to work with these gifted, technicians and creative, visualists to like, if you have an idea, someone's going to figure out how to nail it. So it's really that part's always really rewarding. And, I love my partners that I get to do this with. It's really fun.
Yeah, always seems fun. But of course, we're going to be talking about the Full Circle event. How about how crazy was that? It sold out in like 5 minutes. 6 minutes?
It was crazy. I was shocked and very happy. Actually, we're very grateful and excited, and it's really just such an amazing charity event. That everyone could pitch in and help out with this. Much needed. Raise this money, this important money. So hopefully they'll get a fun event out of it. I know we'll all be there with bells on, trying to entertain and make it worthwhile. But it was really. I was floored by the response. And honestly, we probably could have done 2 screenings of every show, but
some people were kind of wondering. Some people are even asking me, is that going to do other screenings? And it's just like, I mean, time, it's just the people just jumped right on it so quickly. I mean,
absolutely. I mean, it definitely shows an interest in the material, so that's really nice. And I would love to be able to generate a second screening at some point, of at least of the IMAX Justice League, which I think is really that's the holy grail for
Academy Award winning Zack Snyder's Justice League for, just saying, the fan.
Oh, yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah. Got to put that on there on the poster, maybe. I don't know.
Got to put that on, yeah.
How was that? Like when that all happened, how are you feeling about that? Because not only did that get the fan moment, but you also got Army of the Dead that also got praise as well.
It was really cool. I mean, look, I'll be honest. I was like, the fans, they set their mind to something. I haven't seen them lose. I honestly haven't seen them lose.
Right? I know. It was just like when that was all happening, we're going, all right, well, what do we have to do? Okay, hashtag.
Give them an online poll and they will rip it to shreds.
Pretty much.
You'll destroy it. I don't care what they're up against. You could be like, I don't know what. Like, they need a challenge. It's kind of getting a little too.
Right. But when it comes to the Full Circle event, and also guys in the chat, it's pinned. The Autumn Snyder Fund is right there, so go ahead and donate to that. Always
love it if you hit that. Always a pleasure if you hit that. That's amazing.
Exactly, it's always under all the videos and everything. But yeah, it's right there, guys. So if you're thinking about a super chat, think about throwing it over there. Throw it over there instead. But when it comes to Full Circle, for anybody who didn't maybe catch the stream with the Nerd Queens, which was a great stream, what was the meaning behind Full Circle?
Well, Full Circle, I think it was a lot of stuff. We thought it was, well, first of all, the Art Center logo is a circle. That's cool. Going back to Art Center, that's where my roots are. That
4 years. Too, since the last one, which is great.
We had done exactly our original con there, and the cool thing about that was there was no Justice League at that time. It wasn't even a chance, and so it was like I was pretty riled up in those at that event. I think.
What are you talking about? You? No.
I think I was a little off the chain. As I
Yeah, you might have circled something on the poster I have hung up over there on my wall. A little, number with 3 numbers.
Oh
in
yeah.
it. Yeah, that was. Yeah, when you snuck that in there, it was funny because after everything was all said and done, we were up on the top, the second floor, and I think it was Comic Movie Marks. They came up to me and were like, "Hey, look at your poster. He circled something." I didn't see you circle shit. I was like, when I did the signing, obviously I was like, "Oh, this is cool. This is great," but I did not see you circle that number on there, and that was crafty, my friend. Crafty.
I'm sneaky like that, and I'll do it. I do sneaky stuff. Yes. But yeah. So the cool thing is we're gonna have the poster, the full circle poster. We're doing a second poster that's more art center, event centric, even for the weekend. Like, because I feel like the poster, I really wanted to make a poster. That poster that we made is more about like the trilogy and just like celebrating the 3 movies and what the fans have done. And then we're going to do a second poster, which is all about like art center, the event, and it's but it's really cool. So we'll talk about that as it gets closer. We're going to do T-shirt. I think it Ink to the People. Again, Jim Lee, as I mentioned.
I don't know if I've heard of what's that guy? Jim Lee.
He does some drawings every now and then.
I think he might have drew this Batman right here. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, Jim.
I don't know if it's too great, but like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Oh, that's beautiful.
Anyway, I'll post it soon, but that's going to be the T-shirt, kind of like full circle also to the original pictogram that Adam designed. Okay. Jim worked off of that to kind of realize it in the DCU, so it's pretty cool. All those weird little Easter eggs are in there inside the thing. So that's awesome. Yeah, and so I'm super psyched about all the little giveaways that we're gonna have. Maybe some more to come. So keep your ears peeled, because when we do the live stream, like my hope is that when we do the live Q&As, that there'll be an opportunity for people who aren't here to get a poster, and maybe there's a way that we get them signed or something like that. But yeah, because I think that would be cool.
That is cool. So like the full circle, obviously the hero. Yeah. And then of course you
posted, center. Yeah. As I said, the event we had 4 years ago, was it 5 years ago?
It was 4 years ago.
4 years ago. Also having all 3 movies, also the AFSP logo is a circle. So just felt like, and also getting finally to show my 3 movies in a back-to-back with the color version of Justice League as the final, I thought also was a really amazing, that's never been seen, in theaters. So that's
that is cool. And then when it came to the poster, I actually wanted to ask you about the poster that was released that you posted, and kind of just, because like you said, you sneak things in. People like start, pulling out the jeweler's loop and start, looking at every little inch, magnifying glasses and everything. But so I wanted to ask you about what exactly was going on with the poster right here, and I'm going to pull it up right here.
What's going on?
It's one of the first things was the fact that it's like, well, it's the Superman statue.
Sure.
That we saw that got destroyed in BVS, but it looks like it's rebuilt. That's the first thing that I noticed, which I thought was pretty fantastic. But go ahead. What
here's the thing.
Here.
Like anything, I think it's too early for me to already decode it. That would be no fun. But I think there's a lot of obvious references in this simple but obvious references inside of this image. that we really had fun creating. And we could talk. I think that's the second stream where we can talk after the event.
All right.
But, yeah.
Okay.
But certainly not. I wouldn't say like, oh, what? No, there's nothing in there.
What are you talking about? I'm not looking at the hand. I'm not looking at, certain things.
Any of that. No. I mean, look.
You don't do that stuff.
It's not super subtle, but it's also not super obvious at the same time. So
see, there you go. I tried, guys. I tried.
I mean, look, the truth is, like, the fans have never missed anything. I don't think there's any Easter eggs left that I have not that someone hasn't touched. That's how good they are.
That's how good it is.
And I'll say one thing about it. It's funny that I have to look it up. I don't have it on the tip of my tongue because I know we worked on it. It always goes back and forth. But someone, maybe it was like 6 months ago or whatever, brought something up to me, and I was like, "Wow, that might be the last thing that I didn't think anyone would see."
Really, what was it?
Yeah, I'll look it up, and I'll
okay.
Say, I got to look because it was in the middle of shooting Rebel Moon, so I was a little bit like,
cool,
trying to post,
right?
Yeah,
that's awesome. You're like, wow, you just blew my mind.
Yeah, I'm busy. Yeah.
Yes, I like what you have to say right there. It's pretty awesome.
Let's talk about that later. You hold that thought.
Yes. Let's wait for the event.
Action over there.
Action, and then you get behind the camera and something blows up.
It was, by the way, it's not similar. That is not.
I'm sure
a crazy scenario.
The videos you've been posting, where you're just literally in the shit. You're literally in the trenches, getting just rubble just blown on you and everything like that behind the camera. I love those. I love those videos that you posted from the set.
So fun.
Oh yeah,
it's really fun actually to get like an earful of dirt. One time the guys we were doing this one shot. It's that shot that I posted, the one where I'm like sort of crouching, and and the dirt flies in the side, and that was like one of the takes. But one of the takes, the way they have the debris cannon has like this kind of cardboard plug that holds the debris in it, right? It's kind of soft. It's not that, but like I got an earshot with the cardboard plug the one time.
Ouch.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had earphones on, so it didn't hurt that bad, but it was kind of stuck. The cardboard got, I was holding the camera like this. It was kind of stuck like in my neck.
Yeah.
At the end of it, I was like, God dang it. The guys are so great, though. We had a pretty good laugh about it.
I'm sure.
Sorry. And I was like, it's fine.
That's fine. And then on Vero, you were posting, of course, when you talked about the hero's journey, and you posted a Superman image. You posted a Batfleck image, or a Batman image that we haven't really quite seen before.
No, that's a new image. I don't think anyone's seen that one.
Yeah. Talk about that. I mean, that was from probably the shoot.
Yeah, I was looking. It was the Batmobile shoot. By the way, I probably have another like 50 of those images that no one's ever seen.
And you brought them with them tonight, right?
They're in this computer.
Yeah,
but anyway, yeah. So I was just looking for like when we shot those shots, I was obsessed with like the sort of older Batman who's kind of war weary. But then he did that one kind of optimistic look, where he kind of looked up, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And when I was looking at my pictures, I was like, oh, that's like one of the only shots I have of that from that shoot anyway, where he looks like heroic in the kind of classic way. And so I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm going to use that one for this because I think it's time.
No, it's a beautiful shot. I mean, just the way that cowl just looks around Ben's head. And of course, he's got that ridiculously good jawline and chin, which is just, just wraps around him. It's just such a good cowl, and the way that, just it forms around his face. Everybody was raving about that shot. And then of course you posted the gal shot, or the Wonder Woman shot, that was from I guess you could say the placeholder at one point, where she's, what was it, 1883? Yeah, which is right up there. Yeah, right behind, right there. And I mean, yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's a little dark back there. Yeah, it's a little dark back there.
Dark back there,
Yeah, we all know the shot. And man, I mean, again, I mean, I know you kind of talked about this on the Nerd Queens stream, where it's like at one point, there was talk about graphic novels. If we could actually get your story of the Wonder Woman that you kind of had that placeholder before obviously Patty came in and did her own version. You guys collaborated with that, which was great.
Awesome.
Yeah, such a great movie. But just to have, to go back even further, because I mean, she's holding some heads in a bag.
Yeah.
What?
Whoa. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. That's fun.
Yeah.
Stuff. And
but
I mean, listen, I'm like, I couldn't be happier or prouder of my Justice League cats that have what they've done, whether it be Gal or Jason or Ben. I mean, just that Ezra's got his Flash movie coming. It's just kind of fun to I have no idea what's in it. It's like that'd be cool. That'll be interesting to watch.
It's gonna be interesting. It really is. Well, you got some people returning, so
yeah, no, I know. I mean the little parts I'm like, oh gee, that looks familiar. So that's kind of exciting, I guess, or wow, that's what.
Well, and then DJ and Brian, they both worked on it.
They both worked on it, yeah.
They did the visual effects for, obviously, for Justice League and doing the flash effects in there. So, I mean, once I heard that they were, going to be doing it for the Flash, I mean, I actually did talk to him last year or maybe the year before, had him on a live stream, and it was great talking to those guys just because they were just going, there was something about that script and just bringing in some more of those visual effects and expanding what the Flash could do.
Sure.
I mean, because the scene, I mean, that's why it won fan favorite moment. I mean, my God, that I well up. I get a freaking lump in my throat when Barry just goes, "You got to do this, Barry." And he just, that shot of him just in slow, just about to just take off. So beautiful. Chef's kiss.
And by the way, in IMAX, it's crazier.
Oh my God. That's right. It's IMAX. I can't wait.
That's coming.
Yes, that's going to be great. I'm going to bring in a couple of guys that are also going to be showing up that you've talked to into the chat right now, into the discussion. First off, we got, of course, from Squadcast Media. Scott McClellan.
Did you have to scare the man with my drop? I mean, seriously.
I have to do the drop. Anytime you come in, I got to use the drop, man. Come on. But you know what's funny, though, because the next night, he didn't even flinch. Yeah, he didn't flinch. He's good. He's fine. He was just talking about getting cardboard wedged in his ear. He's good. He's good. I think he can handle a little bit. He's probably deaf in one ear now because of that. No, but okay. Yeah. No, but and then of course we got somebody else coming in. And actually, when I bring him in, I use a drop from you, Zach.
Throw a knife at Steven.
Throw a knife at Steven. There you go. Steven Colbert's here. Okay, you got to turn on your mic, Steven. You're muted.
By the way, yes, Zach, you need a mic.
Hi.
It's a very nice accessory. It kind of fills the frame. It's very nice to have.
Okay, I'm going to go. Any suggestions? Any
blue mic? Mics are good.
Blue Yeti is what I've been using for the last 7 years. Hasn't steered me wrong.
Rode.
Yeah. So welcome, guys.
Is there any that's more compatible with if I'm on an iPad, can I Bluetooth to my iPad from this?
The Yeti would be the best for that. Something USB powered. If it needs an audio interface, then you're going to be in trouble with an iPad. But something USB you can probably get directly, or they do have Bluetooth ones also.
You go, Steven. Yeah. More of that. More of that.
Keep talking.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's so sexy.
I mean,
somebody clip that out.
Please.
I could don't encourage it. This is a bad.
No, we're going to encourage this.
I love when you talk. When it gets technical, it gets pretty.
What can we start? We can start talking lenses. We can start talking.
You don't want me to rabbit hole that.
Oh man!
I got in trouble the other day. We were doing. We were at this Netflix event, and I was asked to talk about the lenses for a brief second. Just like, hey, Zach, tell us
a little second.
And I don't have a canned response. I need a bright one so I can do a 30-second. Oh, it's interesting. It's blah 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 blah. The end. But I don't have that. I need it. I was like, Debbie finally was like, okay, that's enough of that.
Yeah.
No one, literally, no one. Yeah, but it was pretty fun. It's.
Well, when it comes to the event, well, we can all nerd out about lenses and mics if we want to do that too.
Yeah,
absolutely. Sound design, green screens, whatever.
There's a lot of sound design.
Yeah, exactly. But thank you for joining, gentlemen. What are you drinking, Scott?
Oh, it's my Woodford Reserve.
Nice.
I'm still working my way through this puppy right here. So
Sweet.
Nice, delicious. What about you, Steven?
Turmeric tea.
Oh,
whoa!
You brought in the hard stuff.
Yeah. No, I don't. To avoid getting technical, once again, I'm doing all sorts of stuff that involves like not drinking alcohol right now. So, among I mean, not alcohol specifically, just like no calories or. I'm not getting technical. I said just. So,
yeah,
I could. Cold showers. I'll list it off. No.
Oh, geez. Okay, good.
Yeah, see, it all helps.
Yeah.
We need to see some progress videos now.
Oh no, that we won't do.
Are you drinking Corona, Zach? I forgot to ask.
I have a Corona I brought down, but I mean, of course, I have a whole cart of whiskey over there, but I just
yeah, I was kind of wondering, is that going to be making an appearance?
I'll be glad to take a bottle off your hands in a month. Just saying. I'll be.
Yeah, I don't know. It's quite a fair amount of. Yeah, there's some good stuff. I just didn't even think of it, to be honest. I just grabbed that beer on the way down and was like, something refreshing. It's been a long day.
I'm sure it has. But well, if that ends up showing up at the event, I wouldn't. I know there's like a cocktail hour that's going to be happening on.
Yeah. There might be a little I might be a couple of bottles of bourbon down to the old.
Yeah.
No bourbon.
Yeah, no bourbon.
No bourbon.
Wow. There you go. So you're gonna have a little.
Old Steven.
It never does get old. It never does. It definitely doesn't. But so that's gonna be on Friday after Man of Steel.
Correct. Friday. I think it's before. I think our little cocktail hour is before.
Get everybody all liquored up before we
see the little thing, and then we'll have a panel after it. I'm working on the guest list for that. I don't know who's going to be there, but it'll be cool.
Because you've been posting some images on Vero, and a lot of people are kind of going, "Is he showing us who's gonna be there?"
I don't think so. I mean, I'm just trying to reminisce. I have some reminiscing I'm doing, but I'm working on it. So I mean, it'll be cool. I mean, it's a small stage, so it's going to be not. If all those people were there, it would be really. There'd be no one left to. There'd be no charity money left because they would all. So yeah, but anyway, I think it will be. It'll be, suffice it to say, it'll be. I think cool people.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You guys, Scott, you have anything you want to ask?
Well, I was a little curious because you've talked a lot about how you've gotten so much amazing support from so many different sponsors to lead up to the event. So I was kind of curious about what was it, how, why, all the stories about getting Jim Lee to do a poster and a shirt. I mean, you've talked about him for years now, and I'm just kind of curious, how did that relationship start, grow it to the point that it's continuing today, that he's producing such amazing art for you for this event?
Yeah. Jim's been a just amazing resource for one, when I first was working on the DC projects. And then through BVS and Justice League, really kind of spent more time talking to him about the different iterations of Batman and stuff like that. And so, and now when we got into, you remember, he did that one cover, Zack Snyder's Justice League variant cover.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do I have to do the? Okay, hold on. I'll do the prop game. Hold on.
Scott, do the thing.
He doesn't have it with an arms. All his props are arms.
Yeah,
I called you earlier, and
I know, right?
Out and just okay.
You're supposed to have it at arm's length.
Okay, I wasn't gone that long. Okay, it's right here.
Yeah. So that was an amazing thing, and I was surprised by it. And so it's a really, and when I talked to him just the other day. I was like, hey, Jim, like, we really want to do this t-shirt. I want to do this, like basically take the sort of pictogram t-shirt that we made that Adam designed and like do a DC like layover. What do you think? He's like, I'm in. and so he made this amazing thing for us. I can't wait to debut it on the shirt and the quote I'm working on now. So it should be cool.
Do you have any indication about whether is it going to stay just ink, black and white? Will it be colored or?
But this one, it's going to be ink, black and white because it's going on a black T-shirt. So,
okay.
It's going to be. I think it honors the original shirt. I think was the idea.
Okay.
It's very fitting for Jim Lee's style too.
Yeah,
he's those black blocks like.
Yeah, he's just crushing. Well, what's cool is he dropped the original off. I have it upstairs, like it's just cool that he drew it and then gave me the drawing.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, nice.
Which is rad.
Jeez. So awesome. And they just recently unveiled a Wonder Woman statue over in Burbank as well. Was he there at the? I remember he. I
didn't know. Was that true? When did that happen?
Yeah, it happened like last
week or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's in the same spot as the Batman statue, which it was funny because I before I went to the Warner Brothers tour, this was like
you mean with the Chris Batman?
Yes, I think it was that one,
like the copper or the
the
bronze
copper statue.
Yeah, it's the one that's from the movie. That it's always around. Like I'd always see it sometimes. In the old days, it would be like in a garage somewhere or over there. You like on the tour. Is that it? Is it the one?
I don't know if it's
Christian Bale Batman.
No, it's not Christian Bale.
No, it's the Jim. It's a Jim Lee Batman. Yeah.
Oh, it's a Jim Lee Batman. Oh,
yes.
Yeah. If you go to, there's like this certain little plaza in Burbank. It was just random because
it's not at the studio.
No, it's not at the studio. They actually did like a whole unveiling, and it's Jim Lee's Batman. He's got like the cape draped over one shoulder. It's noticeable. It looks like this Batman that's right here in this picture. And I remember, we were going to go to the Warner Brothers tour, and then we just turned the corner to go eat at this Yard House, and all of a sudden it's just like, how? There's fucking Batman right here. Like, okay, Jim Lee's Batman picture. It was pretty cool. But apparently now they have a Wonder Woman, I think, in the same spot. So I'm gonna have to like go visit that again.
All right,
pretty sweet. Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll go check it out. I mean,
check it out.
Who knew? I could probably look it up on the interwebs and see it.
Yeah, sometimes Google's good for stuff like that.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yard House Batman.
Yeah, exactly. We'll meet there. We'll have a yard beer, and we'll look at the statue. It's going to be a good time. Anyway.
Fantastic.
It'll be a great time. But yeah, Steven, do you have anything you wanted to ask?
Yeah, well, so there was some Twitter drama after your last stream with the Nerd Queens. I don't know if you knew that happens on Twitter sometimes. There's drama over there. Yeah. Not everyone. There were some people, I guess, that were angry at them for not asking you the hard questions.
What are the hard questions?
I don't know. Well, so I guess it's interesting because last time there was an event like this, everyone had this huge question they wanted to ask. And so then it got to like the Q&A, and then afterwards, I'm sure you were hounded with all of does the Snyder Cut exist, and is it going to happen? And you just had a line of fans shaking your hand asking that exact same question. And now if you look at like the chat here or like the chat there, everyone wants to know is will Warner Brothers sell the Snyderverse to another studio and have them do it? And they're dying to know. And so I figured
probably amazing to learn is that my influence over those things is very small.
Wait a minute, but I saw an N on your sleeve right there. I saw an N. Look at that. You see that? Look at that.
Sure.
They stamped him.
Well, like I said, the truth is, I mean, it'd be amazing if I could like whatever control over the IP exists. I don't. That's not my part. That's not my role. That's as they say, above my pay grade, and I wish. But I would say that look, I'll say one thing: Warner Brothers, as far as this screening event is concerned, have been incredible. this group now is beyond kind and caring and personal, and it's been amazing working with them. So I have no complaints. Beyond that, as far as the creative goes and what they're planning, I honestly have been busy shooting this movie. I have no idea what.
you got something going on, Zach?
Yeah, I got a little thing going on.
Little-
Not a
Little
small
space
affair.
movie. Yeah.
Literally
Spaceballs 2, right? That's what you're doing?
Spaceballs 2, and it's going to be amazing. No, it's literally, all consuming, and just, and frankly, super satisfying and incredible creative endeavor. So I couldn't be happier with the scenario, the way it's worked out for me. But that said, like I say, if this is the hard questions, it's really not. It's really not my call, I guess is what.
Yeah.
I guess is the point.
Well,
cool.
surprise
Also-
guest. We have James Gunn showing up. Just kidding.
James is like, look, James is a buddy. So I mean, James wrote Dawn of the Dead. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
We know. And
I got that poster right over there too. Yes, Stephen, not within arm's length. I'm sorry to disappoint tonight. It just, I'm not
really
perfect every time.
Out of your
You're
element.
ready for this.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's helpful though. There's no way that Twitter will misconstrue any of this or have any issues with this discussion now. So I really appreciate. We're not going to face the same issues after this one, so that's we're on a good.
Zach, I was curious though. It's a personal complaint that I've had, and sorry to bring this up, is that you're doing some great stuff with Netflix, and Netflix has previously not really gotten into the merchandising game, but it sounds like, based on what you've been talking about, like Rebel Moon is coming to play. And I'm going to tell you, as someone who likes to spend his money on stuff that's got your name on it,
Toys. Oh, it is. Fine. It's fine.
Which toy are you the most excited about?
No, we're very, I am adamant. It's funny. We have, like, right now in the office, I guess there was a giveaway a while ago, and I'm signing the things now, but it's all the Justice League statues, the big ones that Weta built, like all of them. And
Scott has a big statue, and we know that.
Unbelievable. I'm like, oh my God, I'm signing Darkseid, like, the throne, and I'm signing the bottoms of all these things. I'm writing, like, on the Joker one, like, joke's on you, Batman, all over it, whatever. Yes. And it's really cool. But
that's awesome.
Yeah, I can't bring that to Pasadena to get that signed.
I know. I was about to say, I'm like, yeah, Scott. Remember, Scott is the one that.
That's my car. It's in the back of my.
Yeah. Oh God.
Pull up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
No, and again, I think it's. Just to say one more time, that the event would not have happened at all. This event would not have happened at all if it wasn't for Pam and Mike. So just to say that those guys really were the ones that said, yes, we want to do it. I just want to.
That's a cool added layer to the full circle aspect also then.
I think it is. I really think it is. It's, I didn't, I just think that it's important to be said. So that's all.
Yeah.
And who knows what that means, for the future. But I just mean that, these are people that are reasonable and all that. But in the meantime, I am very much in the Rebel Moon business, and it is a opportunity for figures and
that
video
games you were talking about.
Video games. I thought I heard something.
Somebody said video. I don't think I ever said video game. I just want to be clear.
Okay, sorry.
On the thing, people said video game. I'm like, I went and looked.
Nah, you said RPG.
Anyway.
I heard you.
Yeah.
I
An
heard you.
RPG. I did say RPG.
And that could mean anything,
Yes.
you know.
I was thinking more like a Dungeons and Dragons kind of like board game situation here. I don't know. I was thinking
That's
dice.
also
You
role-
know,
That's also role playing.
Or was it live action with real people? You go to a place,
LARPing.
So
Okay.
LARPing.
you are
Yeah,
no, I'm just kidding,
okay.
it's not LARPing. It's not LARPing.
Aw.
Internet. No. That's cool.
Dang it.
Real 3 live action role play. Also fun though. But yeah.
I agree.
No, but listen, the truth is, I'm just super excited about all the opportunities because, you know, me, I do like an immersive experience, and I would love it. And Netflix is super on board with really delivering to the fans a full experience, and I think that is exciting for me.
Exciting for all of us, for sure.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Film left unturned, I think, in this.
In the quarry.
Yeah, in the corner.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
See, this is what we do.
Well
This
done,
is why I
Steven.
bring these guys on.
Clearly, it's a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
Puns or
That's exactly what this is. Welcome to the Talk Stream, everybody. No, it's great. It's just, it was great to, I know when you teased that, we were just kind of like, what? Gonna take, because obviously when it comes to different spaces in art forms, we talked about graphic novels, like even like when it comes to Snyderverse, I know at one point you even expressed like at one point there was maybe even like continuing. When it comes to, when you came here, when Ray Porter was on to surprise him, which he almost had a heart attack. That was a great surprise pop in. That was a couple of years ago. It was so fun. You did mention about that was when the storyboards came out, and those
Porter has a part in Rebel Moon.
Huh?
I put Porter in Rebel Moon. He's got a
Oh, hey,
yes.
we finally got
Yeah.
confirmation of that.
No, right. Ray has been very about that.
That's
What can I
hilarious.
say?
It's a weird secret. Let's be frank.
Yes, it is. We all knew that it was true, but but like Ray was like, I can't say anything.
The poor guy has always been in a position where everyone knows he
Yes.
plays a role, but he isn't comfortable confirming it.
By the way, I love that about him because he's very much, he understands like the secrecy and like don't spill the beans, and he's very good discipline, which I really do appreciate because, it's not always the case, but it's good. But yes, he's not a giant part, but it's amazing.
Well, as long as you utilize that voice of his, just
He does a thing. You'll see.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. Clip that out. He does a thing.
He does
does a
thing.
thing.
Does a thing.
Speaking of other Rebel Moon stuff, Libra Mayo just posted a thank you note or a thank you to or from you and Debbie, I believe, on his Instagram a couple days ago with the Rebel Moon logo on it. What were you thanking him for?
Well, I'm not going to say 100%, but super.
Was he doing what he does best?
Yeah. Where's that cover? Scott?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The Justice League cover that he did.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, no, it's
that
that
one-
Oh, there it comes.
That one's right here. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Well, suffice it to say, there's a lot of cool artwork that need to be generated. So be ready. Get ready. Or don't. That's fine.
Or don't. Yeah.
But again, like I said, I'm super excited about this this panel coming up. I'm excited to see everybody kind of in real life and talk, chat about the movies in real time, and get an opportunity to raise a little bit more money for AFSP, because I think it's really been amazing. You guys have not been a small part of that. You guys have done your fair share of the heavy lifting over this particular subject matter. So I thank you for that. And, more to come.
You said we were at 900 million. Or 900,000? You said we were at 900,000 something.
900 and change. I feel like we did awesome. I think we have a little bit, not much further to go, but a little bit further. Hopefully the t-shirt.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
Okay, so not ready to confirm, but it's
Not ready.
It's okay. So guys,
there.
hit that donate.
Come on.
Donate, come
No,
on.
Donate.
We're going to stay on until we reach the number.
Exactly. We're gonna be here till 3:00 in the morning. Zach
Cool.
said it. All right, get those
So-
questions ready.
all right.
Just kidding.
Anyways, let's going back to lenses in that case.
Get the lens box out and someone's gonna have to go handheld with this camera right here with this computer because it's all over there.
Right.
But yeah.
Let's talk about this.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I don't even know what to do with this one yet. Actually, it's not, but I'll figure it out.
You just send that over to Alex.
Yeah. Every time I see them, I'm like, I gotta figure out how to do that because I just manually connect them myself, and I need something a little bit.
You need Alex.
I'm jealous. I do. I need Alex.
Call him. He's over at Zero Optic. He's cleaning my lenses right now. He was like cleaning the lenses from Rebel Moon, and he was like, "What did you guys do?"
You're like, I posted a video on Vero. Did you not see it?
He was like, "What did you? There is more dirt in. How did it even get in here?"
It made a Zack Snyder movie. I don't know what.
Yeah, I was like, cracking up. I go, "How long until they're ready?" He's like, "No, not tomorrow."
Jeez,
Yeah.
jeez. But I know you said like you probably have a heart out that you have to,
Yeah, I do. I'm actually gonna put the babies to bed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Always a great time, Zach. Always a great time.
Yeah, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for the amazing support, and we're close.
We're gonna all be there, and we're gonna, we got, obviously I do my streams. We got Scott that does podcasting. We got Steven that writes for Screen Rant. We're gonna cover this thing and try to add to the audience experience that can't be there.
Well, that's our plan. Is we're supposed to do that like simultaneous kind of podcast stream while the movie's going on. Talk about the movie. Talk. Have this big live event that's happening alongside the screening, so that it dovetails right into the Q&As. So be ready for that. So that weekend is pretty much just fucked for everybody.
Fucked.
Hey,
boots on the ground. Boots on the ground, man.
We're here to. No, I'm not going to say that. That's going to come out completely wrong, and I'll be taken out of context. Nope.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't
No.
do it.
Yeah.
Everybody's clipping the shit out of this. But no, we're looking forward to it. We're gonna be, all three of us are gonna be there the whole weekend, and yeah, man, it's gonna be a great time, and can't wait. Really can't wait.
Right.
So cheers.
All right, thank you guys. All the best.
Thank you, Zach.
You.
All right, take it easy, Zach.
Bye.
Thank you.
How do you get out of this thing? Okay.
Yeah,
There, he got himself out. There we go.
he's good. There you go, guys. There's Zach right there. Yeah, had him for a little bit. He stayed for a little longer, as he does. So, yeah, there you go, guys. And thank you, everybody who, I have not been looking at the chat because I'm sure it's absolutely bonkers right now.
No, Dave, why would you say that? Why
I'm
would
sure
you say that?
So, when it comes to super chats, appreciate it. Everybody who, donated. I meant to say that on, at the opening, but as soon as I went live, it was like boop, boop, boop. I was like, oh boy, everybody's backstage right now. I
wasn't going to miss my chance. I mean, come on, Dave. Yeah. I was just going to be like, I'll just sit here and he'll bring me on like, whenever. It's just what happens.
But yeah, appreciate the super chats and also appreciate everybody who's donated. Like I said, the Autumn Snyder tribute fund is right there pinned in the super chat. So please do that.
And I'd also like to mention that I'm doing because my birthday is next week, and I've got a birthday fundraiser, and I will also take the amount that I raise and I'll send the information because I'm sure they know, but like when we do these little mini individual things, we throw that information to them so that it can get included into the pot, as it were. So that's going to be pinned on my Twitter feed at ScottDC27 as well. So if you ever need to find some other place to donate, that'll be there for the next week or so. So just give, guys. Come on. It's important.
It's important. I talked about it on Film Junkee Live. Cheers.
I did. I saw.
Wednesday.
Thank you. I appreciated that.
The first tweet that I showed. So yeah, definitely be doing that.
And by the way, and just wanted to include that on Facebook on March 27th, So next week, they're going to have a live discussion about the CDC stats that the AFSP representatives who were on Nerd Queens on Sunday, I think they mentioned there being a new report coming out. And so they're going to have a talk kind of breaking down the data next week. So if anyone's interested in learning a little bit more, that's definitely something to check out. I know that I've shared that on Twitter and on Vero, and I think it's going to be Facebook Live. So I just wanted to include that as well.
Nice. Yeah. It's awesome stuff. Well, here I caught a super chat from Darren, which he's been on the Vodka stream before because he wrote
buy his book.
Buy his book. But thank you for the $5 super chat. Like I said, I know other people did, but I wasn't going. I didn't have any of the chats up when Zach was on, so it was just like one of those things where it's like, it could get a little madness, and but I appreciate all the super chats. If you had questions to ask, I know it's just. Zach gave a limited time and he stayed longer than he gave that time. He said about a half an hour and he stayed longer because, just what he does. At any time that he goes, I have this amount of time, he always stays longer because Zach's a good guy. How about that? So, but
okay. I want to talk to you guys about one thing though. Getting the tickets today. Dear God.
We were all sweating bullets, man.
I mean, I was in the middle of work.
Yeah, you were at work. I took the day off. I mean, but I work from home. Not like but still, yeah. We were.
No, I had students in the room. Like it was like the only thing that saved my ass was that it's the day before spring break, and I was showing a movie. It's just like watch the movie.
What movie?
Let me buy these tickets.
Yeah.
Coraline. I showed Coraline.
Okay.
Cool. It's a freaky ass movie, and I love it.
Was that wasn't produced by Tim Burton? No, that wasn't a Burton.
But it's that stop motion.
Yeah.
But it's based on a Neil Gaiman book, and it's just once again books. You go, this is for children. It's just it goes with our theme, Dave. This is a kids movie,
right? That's what we always talk about on Batman the Animated Stream. That's right, guys. Yeah, but
it just felt so bad for everybody because it was like there was only 214 seats. Like there was not a lot to go in the first place.
I know. See, that's the bad part. And then, like I said, there were some people that somebody was talking to me. It was like, dude, I was filling out my information, and I'm like, dude, autofill is your friend. Fuck.
Yeah, that's why in Chrome, I was basically just one. I had to check the box.
Yes.
All I had to do was put my security code on my card, and that's it.
And also, I'd already known that I didn't have to fret about like which days and how much I had already committed. So it's just like check everything and click pay, and it went. It hung when I hit pay, and it took like 5 seconds. And I was like, oh no, and then it went through.
I used pay. Like I had to do the quick thing where I was like I was going through PayPal to pay mine. So it's just kind of
oh man,
so that way I didn't have to.
Did you have to do like a text verification?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
real? Oh man,
Scott, you scared me because you were quiet. So I was like, Scott, did you make it? I was like, oh yeah, you got me a little nervous about that. And I know some people in the chat are saying they got their tickets, like Rhea. Yeah, we'll see her there, which will be great. I know there's some other people out there too, but yeah, it was limited. So, and I, like Zach said, he wishes he could do like more, but it's difficult. It's definitely difficult.
Yeah. So, but congratulations to everyone who did get it. My condolences to everyone who tried to get it and didn't get it. We know it sucks. We know, but that's the way it rolls, unfortunately, with these limited events. And this is the first con I've ever gotten to go to. Like I've never been to a con. Like this is really? this is my shot, guys. Like I've never even been to California. So like there's a whole bunch of California. I'm sorry. Yeah. If you're not old enough to get that reference, check out a movie called The Wizard. I'm just saying, it's a great little flick.
Fred Savage. If you were born in this millennium, you're probably going to be like, what the fuck are these video games? Are horrible. But it was our shit. The
So
power glove and
I'm
everything.
looking forward to it. But yeah, you're right, Steven. That's what saved me was I was using Chrome and I had the autofill filled in. I just went go, go, go.
Yeah, it was intense, but yeah, it's gonna be a good time. Like I said, we're gonna be doing live streaming there. The three of us are definitely gonna be there. So, and some other people too that I know some things are gonna be happening as well when it comes to people who couldn't make it. They're going to collaborate and do some other things. So look forward to that. It's going to be a crazy weekend. We're going to try just being there. We'll try to do our best and do our things, our individual things that we do. And then of course, cross collaborating and whatever, we'll have it covered. And yeah, should be a good time. We're actually going to
be exhausted.
Look at each other and be like, I thought you were shorter or taller, as people do. Yeah. I think Steven and I are the same height. I think we've already established that word.
I'm like a little taller.
Is that what it is? I don't know.
Yeah.
My hair is pretty long. Sometimes it could reach,
But I know I'm taller than you, Dave, right? So I think.
Oh yeah, you're taller than all of us. Aren't you like 6 foot plus?
No, that's my wife. That's my wife.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, I'm a good average 5'10" and a half. I'm an average dude.
My brother. Yeah, we're both 5'7" if I'm wearing boots, maybe 5'8", 5'8" and a half.
If you're wearing those Vin Diesel boots, you're like 5'11". Right?
Yeah, exactly. Scott and I are gonna reenact the. I'm gonna do this. Eye to eye level.
Oh, you're gonna make me the Rock. I see how it is.
Yeah. You'll be the Rock because you're the taller one. Exactly. That's what's happening right there. But we got some other people joining in right now.
Ben.
Oh,
hey.
And then we got
looking.
Yo, I'll allow that. First off, because it's been so long.
I was wondering who's dropped
also,
those
guys. James Gunn is a buddy, so
yeah,
it is. Well, we got one more person too.
Ray.
There we go. Now we got the whole group here.
I wanted that lens geek out to happen so badly. I so wanted that to happen. I'm like, oh, come on, talk about cameras, talk about lenses. I wanted that so badly.
No, I didn't want to say anything while Zach was on, but I remember when Tim and I interviewed Zach for Army of the Dead over at Justice Con 2. And he remember he went on like a 10-15 minute thing about lenses. And it was so funny. It was that my parents watched that because they were trying to support me. And they were like, he really likes cameras. I'm like, yes, yes, Mom and Dad. Yeah.
Well, I love how he's like, I was at like a Netflix event and I had to start describing lenses, and Debbie was like,
stop.
Yeah. No, that was one of my favorite parts of Justice Con though. I was like, all right, cool. Let's hear this, but I knew it wasn't gonna. Everybody else is just like, whatever. So.
But no, Dave, you've got a new drop for me now, though, right? Is that my new drop?
What? Which one?
The Zach saying to keep on talking.
Oh yeah, sexy talk. Keep talking.
No, somebody's gonna have to clip that out, and yeah, that was funny. I mean,
no more throwing knives at Steven. Now it's
no throwing knives. It's all keep talking, Steven.
Oh, wait, and I apologize for being so like out of the, I guess, zeitgeist of Twitter and all the skirmishes.
Never apologize for that.
Yeah, I know. but also,
who would have known? Guards outside the skirmish.
It's called looking out for your own mental health.
For your mental health, yeah.
That's what it is.
Well, and also
you're healthier than the rest of us.
It's called being into my own world so much that I'm like, whoa, what the fuck is really going on in the real world? I apologize. But I didn't realize. Okay, I had seen something about him saying that there might be a game of Rebel Moon, but is that so? He basically came on to confirm that it wasn't like an actual like.
Isn't that a game? It's a board game.
Well, no. So
he's a board game.
He said. Well, here's what happened. He said, and I could be wrong, but he said when he said that, I'm going to get in trouble for saying this. And as people pointed out, like game companies, especially like for AAA games, they're like, these games are in production for years and years and years, and you find out about them like a year or two before they come out. Mm-hmm. So if it is an RPG video game, he said fully immersive, he said all these words. He didn't say video game, but he said all these words that like, there's no way they wanted him talking about that. And
He's
so I
even
don't
said
know.
it, they didn't want him talking about it.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, exactly. But so that's him. That's him coyly covering his ass, in my opinion. Because it was pretty clear.
And if you see Twitter right after, I mean, all of us were just basking in the speculation.
Oh yeah.
You start saying Bethesda, Mass Effect, like all manner of speculation, and we're just like, yeah, let's just pump our brakes, damn it,
Yeah,
because he probably said anything.
He said that he could do it like small scale or like massive scale. He said do it massive scale. He said fully immersive. He says fully realized world. He said he gave him a whole lore dump. It's an art. So also I looked it up, and there's a Netflix hired some people for AAA games. And one of them is a third-person action RPG. And there was one of them that doesn't sound like it's this, but the other one it was third-person action RPG.
So it's like Mass Effect.
That's Mass Effect.
Yeah, it is.
Which,
Yes, it is
given
confirmed.
Steven's recent conversation, just makes it even funnier, right? That Mass Effect. That's what these two would be saying. Mass Effect and
Mass Effect Rebel Moon would be like
yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Which is interesting. I mean, I think it's kind of it's crazy that you would go from that, because keep in mind the benefit of what Zack is doing as far as his own world and why it's such an important thing for him is that he gets to do that with this, right? If that's what he's going to do, regardless of whatever it comes out to be, if it's real, if it's not, it doesn't matter. The fact that he has that capability, because let's be real,
to jump through IP hoops for someone
right, exactly.
else's,
if he wanted to do his own Zack Snyder's Justice League, but in a game, dude, they'd be like, no, sorry, it needs to be this. And well, as of right,
well, just look, they can't get a Justice League game off. They can't get a Superman game off the ground.
Right.
How are no way they're going to do a Zack Snyder DC
how do you do? There's all these sorts of like little things that you don't really think about until you're like, oh, okay, so this is what I'd have to involve with, and so it's like, dude, he gets to have fun and go, yeah, this is what my world's like, and this is what I feel like I want to do and create. And
that's honestly the thing that I'm like the happiest for the dude for. Seriously, like he has spent a decent amount of time being the custodian for like Bill Finger's work and Jack Kirby's work and Simon, Siegel and Schuster's work, and now he is then with Rebel Moon. Now this is his creation. This is his original stuff, and
I think
he's the one that's for it, and he is setting the Bible for that. Like this is a level of freedom he's never had. Necessarily with any of this stuff.
And that's what's great about it. As much as he loves the DC characters and he loves the fact that his fans love the characters, that's why he's doing the full circle event. And but at the same time, he's creating worlds from the ground up. I wanted to sneak in some army verse stuff in there, but it was just couldn't quite. I mean, there was
fucking suck, dude. I don't know why he was on your channel.
I know, right?
You should have been on somebody else's channel.
I know, right?
Well, no, but we do know that we do know from the Nerd Quiz thing that Las Vegas has hit a technical snag, which made me sad. But because we know that's kind of in limbo right now for whatever reason. But Twilight of the Gods is moving forward, so that's cool. I've been waiting for that forever.
And I'm sure that Jay Leva is going to be there, right? He's probably going to be at the full circle event. I'm sure.
I just hope we actually find out. But like you said, it sounds like he's working. I love how we went ahead and prefaced the fact that he couldn't confirm anybody yet. I was like, okay, at least that's. I literally looked at my questions and went, okay, cross that one off the list.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask about the teasing on Vero, because a lot of people are like, is he just kind of confirming as it happens? What the heck? But it's just like, he said, no, it's not exactly like that, and maybe some of those people that he's posted, like, hey, we might see Wilkinson there, which would be great, to hear from the costume designer who has made phenomenal costumes.
No, I thought it was hilarious that he was like, if we had all those people, I don't think we'd have anything left for donations.
Exactly.
That is how fucking true it is.
Yeah, especially if you're posting Kevin Costner and stuff like that.
I was hoping you were gonna. I will be honest though on this part. I was hoping you were gonna ask him, hey, how much, if any, were you involved with the Zod, thing with the Flash. Like,
No, but
I
he said though that he wasn't involved at all.
He wasn't involved at all. He hasn't seen the
I don't know
movie.
that, but that's what I was thinking. I was like, I wonder if he was involved. Like, they asked him, like, hey, what, blah blah blah. But okay, well, if that's the case,
I'm sure he had conversations with DJ and Brian because those are his dudes who's like been with him doing VFX. I'm sure he had conversations, but I'm sure he had zero input. He probably had a conversation with Muschietti, which that would have been a question asked too. Like, but I'm sure that there's been a conversation there. I mean,
that's kind of what I mean. I don't mean like, hey, did they ask him for his opinion on, hey, if when Zod was coming in, did he do this or do that? It was just like, hey, we plan on doing this. We just want to give you a heads up,
Yeah. But I think the fact of the matter is like he brought up I didn't even bring up the Flash. He's the one that brought up the Flash, and I was like, all right,
IMAX and IMAX.
Yeah. So
which means he's already seen it. So
maybe I don't know.
Not maybe he said
no. The Flash The Flash enters the Speed Force in IMAX.
Oh, I thought he was talking about
he was talking about Justice League.
Yeah.
What he's saying is that you're gonna trip balls.
Yeah.
When you see
because it's like going to be in the middle of that scene.
Right.
It's just going to be like, what? Yeah.
Which, by the way, I did see the Flash trailer in IMAX today when I went to go see John Wick Chapter 4. And
I saw the Flash trailer too. Actually, I saw it last.
I didn't see. I saw it last week with Shazam. I didn't see it with John Wick.
I didn't see the Flash trailer, but I saw the Sisu trailer, and I didn't know that movie existed.
That looks amazing. It's from the same studio.
Yeah.
Dude taking on Nazis back in wherever and axes to the face.
Finland.
I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about, but
I don't know this either.
Look it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure what.
I'd say let's do a live watch right now, but I keep on proposing live watches every stream. It's gonna go.
Last week, all these short Pinocchio.
Yeah, that did not work out last week. Nope, sorry. Although apparently, it's streaming now, right? Like, is it on?
It's on Pluto TV. Yeah, so we've got to do a
TV. Yeah,
we got to do a drinking game or something.
Hilarious.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
Request
so
tonight.
Ben, if because I know my question that I wanted to ask is just in
the
general,
lightsaber. The
toys,
lightsaber.
No. Toys and weapons. All I wanted to ask, but obviously it was ignored. What was the question you would have asked, Zach? If I'm just curious. I don't know.
Me?
Yeah. I just want to hear you talk. I haven't heard you talk at all.
Oh no, I'm just listening. I know. So I'm trying
feeling
nice already.
He's trying to take over hosting duties. He's
exactly.
Well, that's what I did for 2 years.
Literally, that is exactly what I do. So I don't know why it's a surprise. But go on.
I know, right?
Please continue.
Hey, why don't you guys do a show anymore?
because this asshole here became an author all of a sudden.
Because I got too deep into my shit, and then unfortunately it took over my life. So
you got a girlfriend? I'm just kidding.
No. Well, I got a couple of them. If I'm going to consider my character's girlfriends, which is creepy. So
no, you know what? Tell everybody because I get asked that question a lot, and people think that we warn with each other. I'm like, no, it's just.
The fact that people think that the only reason why I would go quiet all of a sudden is because I fucking I'm so mad at Ben that I'd be like, you know what, fuck you and fuck DC Films and fuck your podcast. No, in fact, it's actually the opposite. It was like, hey, look, I started getting into my own world, and I was trying to develop this shit, and even Scott, the shit I sent you, yes, it's there, but even that I've tweaked so much that I was like, dude, I almost want to tweak it to where like, hey, I'll just send you the first, like, I basically delved up the first thing that I sent you. I split that up into 2 novels because I went, you know what? It's the first novel needs to end here, and the second novel needs to end here, and no bullshit. You can ask Ben. He got to a part in the novel where he was just like, dude, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Yeah. And I was like, yes, exactly. That's how I fucking wanted you to feel. I wanted you to get to this emotional peak of you going, holy shit, dude. And then I realized, I said, because of his reaction, he was just like, dude, I had to take a break. I had to like almost take a like whatever. And I was like, I split this up into this first book. The first book ends and you're kind of going, oh, okay, it's going to end in this certain way. You know, it's going to end this certain way, but now you get to kind of experience this next half. It's really going to happen. And when all this shit starts really happening, you're prepared. You're almost like ready for it because it's gonna, that roller coaster of emotion just kind of hits you in a different way. But yeah, I think that's how that's basically what I've been doing. And so what I did was, after realizing I needed to split the first novel basically into 2 parts, I went, how am I going to delve this world in even more? And when I did that, I basically was like, holy shit, I have my own, and I'm going to say these twists because they're not really twists. You wouldn't be able to realize them until you see them. But I have my own fucking execute Order 66, and I have my whole, no, I'm your father. Both those twists are in my story without me feeling like you're not gonna be able to see it until all of a sudden it starts to really, really hit, and you're gonna be like, holy fuck, okay, I see all these little things that I've been planning since literally book 1, chapter 1, fucking literally first few pages 1. So to do all that, I had to step back from like everything else because I went, you know what is like, what do I love about DC? What do I love about Watchmen? What do I love about Star Wars? All that shit. I had to basically go, I love all this shit. I want to just kind of make it my own thing. Like, you know, what George Lucas did. That doesn't give me time to fucking sit there and chat about DC every fucking week about all the bullshit that goes along every fucking week that something comes up. You know what I mean?
So to answer your question,
that's good. What would you have asked Zack Snyder?
Yes, exactly. You're the one that wanted me to fucking answer the question.
To answer your question, I would have asked. I don't know.
We should do this. Yeah.
No. I was gonna ask him something about Rebel Moon, like either whether we're gonna get a trailer anytime soon, if there's a release date, or whether we're gonna get any theatrical release at one point for that.
Well, yeah, the fact that it was R-rated, that means that it has to be a theatrical.
You know what?
Release.
I was about to bring that up. I was like, because that report that came out today that talked about like
slash film, right?
Yeah, they said like there's going to be PG-13, and then of course even theatrical. But I mean, it was just like one of those things that was like, it was in the back of my brain. Then of course we're just shooting the shit and joking about lenses and whatever the fuck, you know. And then it's just, you know. Yeah. Well, next time, because he said like maybe another.
Hey, he's the one that said literally afterwards a post stream.
Yes.
Of the whole thing.
Exactly. So, you know, anything that we didn't get cover in this stream, we can, you know, we'll try to cover it on the next one we have with them because, you know, it was a limited time and there's only so much we can, you know, and Zach's just like us. We just go off on tangents. I mean, Jesus Christ, we just heard about Garza's whole book for the last 20 minutes. You know, it's
you didn't hear about it, but go on.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like, we go off on tangents, so it's hard to like keep the structure. And I saw him like go, oh, you know, because I knew he had a heart out, got to put the kids to bed that he does, you know, so.
Well, and also this is like the teasing conversation because we're still a month out from the event. Some details haven't been settled, so there's always kind of like here's the conversation where we kind of tease what's going to happen, and then you know, yes, the poster.
The poster. The fact that he was kind of like, yeah, there's a lot of shit. I mean, I can only imagine what's kind of in there, but it's like. He was like, yeah,
I love the fact that he was like coy about that. He was like, oh, there's obvious things, but there's not obvious things kind of thing. Where it's just like, all right, yeah.
But you know what was the brilliant thing about what he said? Even though whatever he said, he was just like, listen, that's great. And they're being really respected, but I'm really into this Rebel Moon thing. so
he did emphasize that. He did definitely emphasize
not only that, he said that they're lovely over there. It's nice, it's quiet, it's all love, it's different people, and James Gunn is a buddy.
Right, James Gunn's a buddy. Pam and Mike have been great. Like he on a first name basis with these guys. It's like, okay. All right.
So we successfully ended speculation about selling to Netflix, and now we're back to Black Label again.
Yay! That's what I'm talking about.
He didn't say no.
Perfect way to bring this person in right now.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
Going on, Casey.
Bro, you couldn't even put that from me.
Hello.
You see the fact that you
that's Casey's drop.
Casey is now that one now.
Yes. Bullshit. I don't give a shit.
Nice to meet you too, man.
What's going on, Casey? How you doing?
Don't you ever fucking try to reintroduce yourself to me again.
I love how you're both wearing black hats too. Like it's almost like Casey was like, oh, if Garza was wearing a black hat, I'm gonna wear a black hat.
Trying to fill his spot.
Casey's got this glowing, soft light. His light is
no,
just
not at all.
fucking
Like
perfect.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Garza has the stream happening behind him.
Yeah. Just so I just want to
Still
show you my
meta.
support. That's all.
It's a string within a string.
I know, right? Just keeps on like, yeah.
Fucking
Inception.
crazy shit.
Garza's the guy that watches his
It's a
own sex
tesseract.
tape while he has sex.
You know how fucked up that is? First off, like, I wanted to come in talking about height because we're all talking about that. Now, what I'm about to even bring up, I'm like, you just brought up sex tapes, and that's fucking bullshit. Because I was gonna say, out of all these people, for real, I met your wife, and she came here in Austin, and we like met, and there was no instance of, oh, you're this taller, you're
And
that
here's the
taller,
sex
you're
tape.
just- Hey, like we were just normal people, but then you're the one talking about fucking sex tapes and shit. Like, bro, come on, man.
You had
Amanda
to.
didn't bring up any of that. As far as on your end, none of mine.
Yeah, it's like it's only a matter of time if we just keep going. So
Right. It was just funny to me that, me and Amanda, when we first met, it wasn't like oh man, you're a lot taller or you're a lot shorter. It was just like, hey, look, we're just normal people,
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, right.
Well, that's Stephen. When we met, that was the first thing he said. You are a whole lot taller than what you look.
everybody's way taller than they are on the internet. To
No, of
me,
course.
at least.
Oh,
Oh, and then
Well,
people think I'm
how-
taller.
How tall is everybody here?
I think we had this conversation before.
Yeah.
We have.
Yeah,
had
let's
this
have it
conversation
again. How
before.
tall is everybody here?
6'1".
Okay.
5'7". 5'7".
Uh-huh.
5'11".
and a half.
Yeah. See.
Son of a
6
bitch.
foot.
Okay, so by an inch, I'm 1 inch taller than Ben.
See. There you go.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
No, that's
Wait,
always.
dude,
I mean, like
Wait,
the
I
first
thought you were
Snyder
shorter
Con-
than me.
Yeah.
No, I'm 6'2".
No,
dude.
no, he's 6'2".
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
When Tim and his wife came up here for the Zack Snyder's Justice
Oh,
League
Tim's
AFSP
great.
event, like
Yeah.
that was to see him coming down the hall, and it was just like, shit, that was a culture shock. Like, wow, that there
you
is
were
a
like
massive
hovering
height,
over him.
there is a massive height difference between me and Tim.
The Tim's a shorty.
Massive height
What, Timmy?
difference.
He's taller than you?
Oh,
he's
I'm
shorter.
taller
Tim is
than
short-
him.
Tim is shorter than me because when we
Oh.
finally met, last
I think
year,
he's shorter
at the
than
Subway-
me.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
shout out to
short.
Tim.
Just nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with it. That's
Nothing
great.
wrong with being short.
No,
No,
I don't
you,
love
you
it at
get,
all.
you
It's
get
just-
built the hand you are. I mean, Zach is
Right.
also not a tall guy either. If when you
Right.
guys
Yeah.
meet him, you're going to be like, whoa. Obviously, he's larger than life, but I mean, he's like my height. He's my height. I
Yeah,
mean,
he's about our height. Yeah.
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 He's
Pour-
like,
pouring one out for Tim, who also can't be at the event.
oh yeah, Tim's not going to make it. Mr. Swenson's not going to make it. Casey, you're not going to make it. Ray, you're not going to make it. Garza, Ben. Sadly, you guys aren't
I
going to make
almost
it.
I almost risked
was
it all
like,
because I was like,
You
what?
did. You were rolling the dice, man.
I almost risked it all. I almost bought him. I was like, fuck.
Well, the fact that it sold out in 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I mean, that's
Yeah.
great. But that's
If
also
I
tough.
if
that's-
I had
that's
hesitated
fantastic.
to like anybody who stopped during the registration
about
like,
it,
to,
lost
to,
it.
to second guess, nope.
Nope.
No, you had to
Absolutely
look
not.
at that price. You had to look at that price tag and just like not.
Dude.
Like
yeah,
you
you
just
yeah.
have
have
to
to be
know.
prepared for it, no
you
matter
just-
what.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
I,
you can't
know.
I had,
Like,
for the Sunday, I was like, I was like, I got the girlfriend coming, I got the Mama Film Junkie coming on Sunday. So yeah, anybody who's there, you're gonna meet Mama Film Junkie, and you're gonna meet the other 3/4 too, by the way, too. So I don't say the other half. I
Well,
say
and
the
also, and
other
the
3/4.
way I
I
was
like
thinking
that.
about it is like, like if
It's filling up
Ben
the
wanted
staff.
to, or if anybody else, I mean, you could go down there for the weekend. You don't have to go to those
Just Nighthawk,
because it's also about camaraderie too. Like you don't have to necessarily go to that one specific event. You know what I mean? Like you could just be there.
Oh yeah, like meetups and get-togethers. Like
That's what I mean.
There's enough people that I've seen that's like, oh wow, I've seen your Twitter handle for
No, that
8 years now. It's gonna be so cool to actually like.
Make
that
the
is
connection.
that's how it was when Steven the first because I mean, they were here a couple weeks ago, but like the first one that they came to a couple years ago for BVS, which was like 2 weeks before Zack Snyder's Justice League like released on HBO Max. It was like, seeing him and Amanda, seeing Meg, seeing Anthony,
Enosh.
like everybody in Enosh, right? Enosh, we live in the same fucking state. Holy shit, right? Like all that, like that's it. That was like the stuff with the what hotel is that? I forget what hotel that was.
Listen, Dave, I think you're in trouble.
Am I in trouble?
Yeah, Miss Nighthawk, she said 3/4.
No, she didn't. Oh no, she did not put a question mark.
No, but she put it. That's how women talk.
Ben is trying to start shit. Ben is trying to start shit. That's what's happening.
I'm now.
I'm so sorry.
Bro,
by the way, Anthony's here now.
I'm not one to.
Hello.
I'm not one to speak on relationships. I'm probably the farthest from being in relationship advice. But yeah, bro, if she's adamantly poking that out of 3/4, regardless if there's any kind of acronym or there's any kind of whatever
punctuation doesn't matter.
The fact that she still called that out, I'm just saying, dude.
Yeah, when they repeat it back to you, it's
they just right. That's
If they repeat stuff to those who are married here, if they repeat something back to you,
that just means
that,
yes.
You'd be like, oh fuck.
Ray, by the way, just so you know, because you're about to be married.
But remember, Scott, it's been 13 years, so I still like it's not just this, but I get it. I'm
just
trying
tell
to...
her it's all subjective.
And Shonda will punch him in the face.
Bravo.
Hey, listen,
in the face.
That has not worked. That has not worked. Okay.
Hey, at the end of the day, though, she also said, "Hey, look," she said, "Shake my head at me." So, hey, look, she's calling it out. She's saying, "No, that's not the case." Hey, kudos. Then.
I was just joking, and I
it was a joke.
No, we are. I get it. I get it.
Fuck you! I was telling you it was a joke.
Anthony, welcome.
You scared Casey. I know. Hey, what's going on, Anthony? What's happening?
What's good? I have to say, earlier, right after Scott and Steven joined, when Zach was on, and Scott was trying to convince him to get a microphone. And you guys were I have the same thing, a Blue Yeti. Everybody's describing their microphones. And Steven just goes, bro.
Yes, exactly. Gotta be the contrarian. Has to be the contrarian and just throws it out there like, okay.
Look at that thing. Yeah.
The delivery was fucking spot because you can barely hear him just because everybody's like talking. He just goes road, and he just
Anthony. I thought the same damn thing. Just like, oh my god, really?
Yeah, but all I know is that I'll be able to fit this puppy in my carry-on and take it with me.
There you go. Oh yeah, we'll bring the.
Oh yeah, so what's the plan on what?
Yeah,
because he was talking about something. Are y'all gonna be covering it, or what's the? Are y'all doing like a live edition, like it's fucking a fucking NCAA coverage or something, or what?
We don't know yet, but
we don't know yet.
There will be opportunity.
We'll be wearing
stuff,
blazers behind a desk, going like, "I can't believe what happened during this Q&A, man."
Did you see this? Did you see this guy ask for Spider-Man? Can you fucking believe this guy?
Somebody asked for Spider-Man again.
Which is so hilarious to my mind because I remember when Tim and I started Squadcast, the joke was that Tim was the play-by-play and I was the color commentary. So it was just like our entire relationship goes back to being a sports metaphor.
Yeah.
No, but that works. That totally works. That absolutely, yes. He's the play-by-play.
It describes our relationship.
You're the color
perfectly.
commentator. It absolutely, like, I think I kind of listened to the show initially that in the same mindset. Like, like Tim would. Because Tim would speak first, like "Welcome to the Suicide Squadcast," and then you would it works. That's like the best analogy for how the two of you operate. I love that.
But that's a good question, Garzo. We're still trying to hash those things out.
Yeah, I mean, well, like one of the things I wanted to ask Zach about, a little bit about that, but like I said, limited time, so it was just like, oh, we want to know information.
How
but
dare you?
I know, right? I didn't ask the right question, probably.
Oh, I'm gonna get an email. I'm gonna get an email.
I'm sure.
I guarantee. I'm gonna get an
And
email on Sunday.
you ignore a lot of super chats too.
Oh, how dare I do? I know. Even though I said I can't, I'm not going to be looking at super
No,
chat.
You didn't even acknowledge. You didn't even acknowledge a private message. Okay. I mean, it was a group message.
Is that what it is?
No, I'm just kidding.
It was a group message.
I am prepared. Dude, I'm already prepared to choose somebody out because they're gonna be like, why didn't Dave ask this question?
I know.
It's coming.
You never ask the right questions.
Well, what question couldn't you have asked? Well, not you, Dave, but Steven. I mean, Steven literally point blank asked the man, "Hey, what do you think about selling Netflix?" And what did he say?
Right.
That's hey.
Right. Like
above my pay grade.
I'm not gonna lie. Part of me when Steven asked that question was like, oh shit. Okay.
It was already considered. Like we were having like a little chat about questions, so we didn't want to overlap. But the fact is like Steven, like, yeah, you wanted to bring up that just to be like,
that's a legit fucking question.
I was feeling for him to say like something. This is a stupid idea.
No, I loved how you asked it, but still, it's just damn. All right, so let's see how it goes. But no, his answer was perfect. I loved his answer because his answer was right. He doesn't have any fucking say in this.
No, but what's frustrating about asking that question too, though, is knowing that like there's no the drive to do anything around this is not that we want to stop people from like campaigning or anything, but like campaign for something that's useful or
hey,
yeah.
Hey, real quick though, there is an old school guy in there. I think Vicente Soto said, Steven asked the real question tonight, but I'm old enough to remember Garza joking with Ryan Reynolds coming back as Green Lantern. How fucking legit is that? Yeah,
that deserves a shot.
Full circle. No, but because
it's you on tonight. What the?
No, it's
that tea he's drinking.
It's frustrating because you know that like you say he could have said like for example the fact that he said that we'll have to talk about that at the after stream. Well, why is there going to be an after stream, Dave? Now we get to talk about that for a month. There's an after stream that's going to happen. That means there's definitely a big announcement. Like it's whack-a-mole. You can't like, oh, I don't have authority to sell it. Well, he didn't say that they're not going to sell it. Or he brought up, oh, James is a buddy, and he brought up Mike DeLuca and Pam Abdi. Oh, so now Black Label. It's in talks for Black Label, and like there's no
there's no winning.
And I know there's people that like are hoping that like him saying what he said is gonna like put something to bed. Like, no, nobody's gonna stop. Nobody's gonna change. They're just gonna grip on to a different aspect of something he said and keep going. And so I'm happy to like have like ask the hard questions or have those talks with him. But it's also frustrating because it's like taking time away from like other questions that we could ask that would actually that like
Believe me, I get it.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Dude, what was Ben? What was the fucking thing you posted earlier? Somebody breaking down the poster. What was that?
Which one?
The
hand, the whole shit.
The hand, the bat shit one. Yeah,
because he has like 5 fingers up for like 5 movies.
Right, there's three fingers out. That's the trilogy, and the 5 fingers mean there's the 5 movie arc. It's still in development.
Oh my god.
And I thought when
numerology like that, numerology is hilarious because like, oh yeah, or it could be it was supposed to be 5, but you're only getting 3. That still works with the exact like you could twist that any way you want. Like it doesn't.
Right.
It's
a
interesting.
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, it's interesting to break that stuff down, but like at a certain point, all of this stuff is just it's confirmation bias. And then notice Zach didn't deny it. He said that there are like no, there's no
confirming on your own.
Yeah.
Right.
Why would he confirm it with these guys? Jeez.
Yeah. Hey guys, by the way, something I did want to confirm because Meg spotted it in the chat because Aaron Bailey said it was Dawson who brought up like when Zach couldn't remember what that last little Easter egg thing was.
It was the stained glass window in BVS. Dawson asked if they were there. I got that in my mod chat because I told the mods, I was like, hey, if you see something that's cool, and then she sent that in there. Yeah, But I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, well, how do I transition to the mod chat? But when I saw him go, he pointed at his clock, and I was like, he's done. I was like, couldn't get to the chat questions. So sorry, guys. You know,
I didn't go in the
like I
mod
said,
chat.
yeah, it's
You
okay.
could have still asked some other
I know.
questions.
Yeah, I made Ben a mod
You
because
still should have said, "Hey, are you still going to do Zack Snyder's Justice? Are you going to continue it?" Let me just ask you that. Are you going to continue it? Fuck Rebel Moon. Are you going to do Justice League? That's all I want to know. That should have been the fucking question.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's like one of those things where it's like, because I wanted to bring up the graphic novel portion of the whole thing. Obviously, when it, you know, he's working with Jim Lee, he's working with Lee Bermejo. You know, it's just the fact that it's like, okay, if we're gonna get something that he wanted to do, I mean, Jesus Christ, to have him. God bless you, Scott. Or he just
That wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
No,
But yeah, that
just bringing,
or whoever
those guys
Man,
again. Yeah,
of all nights for Scott to not
I was
have
about to
everything
say, how
accessible.
dare you be so unprepared? How
No,
dare
I
you
was
be
shocked.
that
I thought I was
Oh
giving
my
you a
goodness.
layup. I was like, oh, here we go. What? Like,
Yeah,
I was-
when you
Dude,
guys
Steven
brought up
threw
Lee
up the alley-oop and
Bermejo's, oh, go ahead.
No,
He missed the
Anthony, go
dunk.
ahead.
No, when
No,
you
go
brought
ahead,
up
go
Lee
ahead.
Bermejo's Instagram story, he acted kind of surprised. He was like, "What? What?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
you
he
put
almost
that out
acted-
there?"
almost acted pissed off a little bit. He was like, "Wait, what the fuck? What did he do?"
Yeah, he's like,
He almost
"Oh, he
asked,
put
like,
that
about
out there."
Yeah.
Like, but it was like it was cool. But I was just like, was Lee not supposed to put that on?
I don't care.
That's the thing,
I
though.
love his artwork. Oh,
Yeah.
so,
I think I love his art. But the thing is like I think when it comes to Zach, I mean, he plays the game just like everybody else, which is just like, all right, if these guys are gonna drop things, I'm gonna play coy and dumb and whatever, but I'm gonna jokey about it. I'm gonna be jokey about it, and then he'll do the same shit too when he talks about things. He'll just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get in trouble for this, you know, talking about the RPG and whatever the hell. But it's just like, I love that he does that kind of stuff too, and then we can joke around with him. That's why I was like when he was talking about, you know, when we were talking about the new stuff, and then I'm like, oh yeah, well, I got James Gunn here. Just kidding. And then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, James is a buddy and blah blah blah. Because I know I got, you know, it is kind of funny. And I almost wanted to bring that up because the last time he was on for Scott's unboxing of Darkseid, the Darkseid statue, I brought up James Gunn because this was after the Teen Titans Go animated appearance of Zack Snyder, and we talked about it. And then I brought up that, oh yeah, James Gunn did that for, you know, he did an animated appearance for not even knowing that he was even in the running to be part of DC Studios or whatever the fuck. And I had thoughts today when I was thinking about questions. I was like, should I bring up James Gunn or not? You know, I didn't want to like have that be like the main thing. I just was like, I just snuck it in there, and I was like, you know, and you know, God knows. I was kind of hoping that maybe James Gunn is going to be helping pushing this, because obviously he said that Warner Brothers has given them the blessing. And, you know, this could not be done without Warner Brothers. I mean, I had arguments, Jesus Christ, last weekend with people in my mentions going, yes, he has to have the blessing from Warner Brothers for this. And I like the fact that Zach clarified that and said, like, the new regime is so much better than what the fuck he had to deal with when he was part of it.
Well,
and
he liked the full, when I said it's like another full circle thing, he was like, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why it's gonna be a black label. Justice League 2 and 3 is gonna be back at Warner Brothers. Why would he talk about Mike and Pam otherwise? Give me one good reason. Give me one good reason why he would mention Mike and Pam otherwise. There's no reason. There's no reason he would.
He's on the rock side, not James Gunn.
It's just like, you know, I'm sure that all of the reasonable, rational people Dave was arguing with last week are the same ones that were calling for The Flash and Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom to get scrapped because of how badly Shazam did in its opening weekend. Because that's a fucking logical thing to say.
Right. Well, I think what's important to note is like when he's like, James is a buddy. Notice then the chat lit up. There's a bunch of people I saw that were like, oh, fuck James Gunn. We don't like James Gunn. So just for perspective on people who think that, like, who are like, oh, Zach needs to rein in his fans or tell his fans to stop, or other people who are like, oh, like, no, it doesn't matter what Zach says. Is Zach saying James Gunn is a buddy does not make Snyder fans all of a sudden go like, oh, let's stop. Or I shouldn't say Snyder fans. The toxic,
the cultists,
the cultists.
Come on, dude.
But it's Zach saying,
fucking dick, man.
Zach saying, but Gunn is a buddy, like doesn't change the conversation on that.
No.
Everyone just talks. Just continues on with whatever it was they were pushing in the first place.
This is what happened when he said James Gunn's a buddy. The whole chat just lit up.
I didn't even realize they could do that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna clip that out tomorrow as a short.
Oh my God, yes.
And he picked up his drink.
No, that was like I mean, isn't it terrible though? It's awful that like that was the point of the conversation where I was just like, oh, all right, here we go. Like, why I shouldn't have been that excited that he said James Gunn was a buddy.
Yeah, I mean,
or that he was.
I had to bring it up somehow, but I didn't want to be like,
the fact that he
how are
also
you
had to
feeling
remind
about
you.
Superman Legacy?
He had to remind you, dude. He wrote Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, we understand that. We get it. We understand.
You know, yeah.
It's everybody else. It's like, oh yeah, how could you?
Well, exactly, and I was going to ask this, Dave, over under on how many of the regurgitators are going to spew some bullshit off of your stream
Oh, of course.
tonight.
Oh, I'm ready for it. I expect to wake up tomorrow a little hungover.
Discussing film, fandom, fandom, all of
my Saturday is gonna go like this. I'm gonna wake up and be like, oh, fuck. Take some aspirin, drink some water, go get a breakfast burrito, come back, get my robe.
Fucking California burrito, gross.
No, there's some good.
There's some fucking amazing. There's some amazing food trucks in Cali, bro.
It is in Cali.
Okay. I'm sure you guys have better stuff in Texas.
No, that's all right. I'm just fucking with you, man. I don't know.
There's like a whole fucking ass of a fucking bull and like a breakfast burrito that you guys have. No, but I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna get in my robe and I'm just gonna go look at my mentions and they're probably gonna be like, it's gonna be like one of those. Yeah, and I'm gonna be like, I need some hair of the dog. Good thing I got some of this left. Put it in my coffee and just be like, all right, and just. I don't know. Who knows? Because the last time he was on, it was all crazy.
Hey, listen, I'm going to say this. I'm not dogging on anybody else. Not Scott. Not Steven. Not even me and Ben. Okay. I'm just going to say that Zach chose your forum for whatever reason to come on after the fact that whatever this thing was officially announced was officially announced. Do you get what I mean? Like,
yeah,
he made that decision. That wasn't a. Oh, hey, look, I'm just going to go ahead and randomly choose this fucking invitation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
He's a friend. He's a friend now, and like the fact that he even told me this too is like he likes how relaxed it is because when he goes on anybody else's stream that has a bigger following or whatever, he's got to be director and that guy. It could be casual, sure, as much as possible. But I mean, I remember when he came on when we did a full-on Army of the Dead. Spoiler discussion. He came on in his pajamas and he stayed forever to the point where he was falling asleep on the stream. Like you could see him. He was like, and he was doing this. And I was like, Zach, go to bed. Go to bed. It was like, that's the thing. It's like, he just was like, he realized the relaxed atmosphere of this where we're not going to be like, grilling him with like all this stuff, and I just wanted to be relaxed, and we're gonna shoot the shit, we're gonna joke around, and I hope we get that that feel when it comes to the event too, and being there, and I think we will, like with all of us, just we're shooting the shit and just having a conversation, that's it. We're not gonna be like, all right, sit in that chair, we're gonna ask you this question, that question, that question, that question. No. It's going to be relaxed. And that's what I think that's what he likes about this. Even when I invited him on to do Scott's unboxing of the Darkseid statue, I was like, that would be sweet if that happened. And he was totally for it. And just like, yeah. And then, of course, you didn't ask the right questions. It wasn't for that. It was him coming on, shoot the shit.
But it also doesn't.
Was that the same stream where Garza came in and just like scare him away with it?
Let's fuck out of here, bro. Fuck you and fuck everybody. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Guess what? I asked the right fucking question, and guess what? He answered and realized, hey, shit, I can't fucking answer this question. So fuck all you.
That was a stream where Ray had to watch it work with his heart.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, I don't remember.
Bring that pain up again. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I will. Well, let's paper cut, lemon juice. Squeeze.
Thanks. You're all heart, Scott. You're all
I actually don't remember
Well, hey,
what I said.
when are we gonna
So,
when are we gonna do the DCTV Squadcast? I'm just curious. Like, when's that gonna happen?
It doesn't.
Oh my God. Okay, he's just. I mean, the hits just keep on
It's
coming.
a good time
All
for me
right.
to go to the bathroom.
Wow. You missed out on
Dave,
your
out.
chance. You missed out on your chance to meet Zack Snyder. You're not watching DC TV. What the fuck are you doing with your life? Oh my God. Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
I will say this though.
How you doing? You've been kind of quiet down there in the corner. Come on.
Yeah,
join the rest of us.
I will say this though. For whatever it was, that whole the 40 minutes or 50 minutes, whatever Zach was on, flew by. Like there was never a time where I was like, oh, okay, like what are they gonna bring up now, or what are they gonna? It was either Rebel Moon or it was about the fucking event, and that was really it. And that was, dude, I was interested in hearing what he thought about with Jim Lee and all that. I was thinking he was gonna go in depth about Jim Lee. I was like, oh fuck, are we gonna get like some kind of big reveal where it's like, oh, like, hey, like Jim Lee came in even whenever things were gonna like kind of going sideways. He was the one that got me into doing this. I was like, oh, is he gonna go about the boards? There was all this shit I was thinking he was about to go to, and he was like, no, Jim Lee was nice. He's cool. I was like,
Now, I think my favorite part about the whole time he was on there though was when asked about the poster, he was like, yo, we can talk about that later. That shit was so fire because it was just like, yo. You know what I mean? Like you just have that thing that's coming. That he's, you know what I mean? Like we have all this stuff. The tickets are sold and the event's happening, but the poster that he just put out, you asked about, he was just like, we could talk about that. I don't know.
Well,
I was like,
it was one of those things where I was like, all right, I'm gonna ask him about the poster because obviously, like when you see it, you go, oh, it's the Superman poster restored from it being destroyed and everything. And I was like, okay, so. Obviously, a lot of people were trying to break it down, like, "Oh, this means that. This means that." Ben knows what I'm talking about, but so I wanted to bring it up just to see what he had to say, and I love the fact that he was like, there's things in there that are obvious and things that aren't, and blah blah blah, and I'm like,
I want to know what was this man like when the Da Vinci Code came out? Did he like just have a ball or something? Because like with all the pictograms and the posters and everything, it's like when that whole Da Vinci Code craze happened, you must have just been like a pig in shit. I don't know. It's like you
Charlie
loves
Day,
this stuff.
No, I mean that's the thing, Yeah, exactly. Charlie Day. But at the
Pepe Sylvia.
I wanted to like that's one of the things that I wanted to hit home, and I was like, maybe he will explain it, maybe he won't, but I'm like, I'm gonna bring this up because I want him to break down the poster and I want to like show it and like what it, I already knew what his answer was gonna be right at the beginning when I said, all right, so here's the can you like break down the poster? And we're like, yeah. At first I said like, all right, so you released a poster, and he goes, yeah, what about it? He said it like that. He was like, and I was like, oh, he ain't gonna give away shit. He immediately went, yeah, what about it? Like, and but he did it with a smile on his face. He knew that, oh yeah, no, I ain't gonna say anything. Yeah, but yeah, there's some shit in there that you probably see and don't see, kind of thing. But then when he said that there will be another stream, I was like, all right, that's perfectly fine by me right there. So
Fran did a 4K upscale of it, so I'm ready to like open that puppy up and like start the pinching and the
The only thing that it was getting annoying was I saw people like, why is the Universal logo in there? I was like, guys,
City Walk
Universal City Walk is hosting
Universal.
the AMC right there. That's what's hosting, and a lot of people are
because look at the logo right next to it is AMC Theaters.
Yeah.
No, see, guys, that's
sells
that's
SJL to AMC, guys.
See, that's the hint. See, we got to make sure the DCU fails so that they sell to Universal, and then they'll restore the Snyderverse.
It works so perfectly with
Lex Luthor in the new. I don't know.
Bro, can you imagine?
It works perfectly with Shazam and Black Adam.
Well, hold on. Let's just think about this in real terms, like if real for real, right? If they decided to sell something just to continue something for Zach, right? knowing that he's going to be involved with Rebel Moon and Army of the Dead for the next, let's say, 3 years. That means we wouldn't be getting a Superman film or maybe a Justice League film for another maybe 7 years, because it would take about 3 years before anybody could start filming. And then let's say another year for it to be complete. And then let's say another year before it released, which means we wouldn't be getting a fucking Justice League film until like 2030.
And by the way, the one that we got was already 4 fucking years late.
Right.
Yeah.
So like,
some people don't realize that the movie that we got 2 years ago was supposed to be coming out in 2017.
It's filmed in 2016.
Yes.
That's the
Right.
thing.
See, that's the thing.
Principal
That's the thing that people
photography.
don't realize.
That entire 111 days of principal photography ended November 2016.
Right.
Seriously, like what the fuck?
Like if you can imagine all those fucking like years going by, like, dude, you're talking about fucking 2030, and that's just the first one.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean? Like that's not even the fucking conclusion. That means 2020. That means 2035. You're talking about 13 fucking years from now.
Well, this is why I
Right.
wanted to bring up the whole graphic novel thing, which he brought up on the Nerd Queens stream, like talking about possibly, it's just like he has stories, he loves these characters, and if it's not going to move forward, obviously, when it comes to live action, there's other mediums that we could like utilize.
Here's the thing that you're not
you can't
probably
say that.
thinking. You're not thinking about this, and I'm not saying in a bad way. Just listen, that entire storyline that he was thinking for Justice League, he could literally use for Rebel Moon. Because guess what? He can have a character. He can have all these sort of characters do the exact same thing. Because guess what? That is exactly what Alan Moore did with Watchmen.
You know what? You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah. And that's exactly what I feel like he's going to do, because that's what I was doing. I was like, yo, I'll make this character this way, and fuck it, who cares? It's whoever I want it to be. You know what I mean?
And on the Nerd Quick stream, he was even talking about with Netflix. They're going to do a graphic novel for Rebel Moon. They're going to do an animated. They're going to do an animated short for Rebel Moon. I mean, Netflix is like. I'm glad he reacted to the question I asked, because Netflix is finally going to get on the merchandising that I've been complaining about, the fact that they don't do enough of.
Hopefully.
So so I'm sitting here going, they're in on, like, they're ready for this to be a franchise for them.
Yeah.
And
Which is a first for them, because they really have not done that. That's been like they
they
haven't
should.
had any. Yeah,
They tried.
It's like the last thing they need to figure out that almost every other studio on some level has figured out.
Well,
right?
that they need to learn how to bridge theatrical and streaming, which I think this dual version, because like Zach and who else has been talking about this? James Cameron have been talking about for years having the longer alternate cut for home release versus a shorter.
No, hang on though. Right there though, you said the two words that's the bigger issue.
James
home
Cameron
release.
Oh.
Home release. Because Netflix, you're right. Netflix, I hear what you're saying about theatrical and streaming bridge, but Netflix at the very least has done theatrical releases before. Home release is their fucking problem. They can't figure that out. They need to figure that shit out.
Well, I mean home. I just mean as in like streaming specifically is what they said, is that like Cameron says that streaming gives them the ability to do and Tarantino did it with Hateful Eight, where he did that 4-part thing on Netflix.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so Zach doing a PG-13 and R-rated cut of, and this is something he's promoted, like for example, people lump Watchmen in with the they destroyed his vision. No,
Zach did that for IMAX.
Zach chose to release the shorter version of Watchmen in theaters because he wanted to be able to release it in IMAX, and the IMAX reels at the time were literally too big to fit on the spool. At past 2.5 hours. And so he said, but we'll make the Ultimate Edition for a fun additional extra release. And he even said about Zack Snyder's Justice League that he always imagined making like a 4-hour version for HBO, but not necessarily having that be the version that released in theaters. And so this is the thing that both Zach and Cameron have been hitting the drum on for years about, let's make these big splashes for theatrical and then these follow-up alternate experiences that are different that you can do at home, that are longer, that people can do in a different way and consume in longer ways.
Didn't Apple just announce that they're going to invest $1 billion in on cinema, on just putting stuff on cinemas first, and having a different, and they have a different experience when it comes to home releases too.
That's what every streaming service is going to have to do.
Look, if Netflix can have $100 million opening weekend for Rebel Moon, and then let's say it's a 60% drop, and so that's a $60 million second weekend, and then they release the R-rated cut and the other version and after 2 weeks in theaters. Like they do a wide release, not like a limited release. They cover the budget of the movie in the first 2 weeks of theaters. They still get and they get people that rewatching it because they want to see the alternate version, and all the people that were waiting for it to release
captions, closed captions. Let's not be
or because they can't get time, they can't get babysitter or whatever. All the people who didn't go to theaters to see it, and so you're double dipping in a way that like doesn't cannibalize it. You're literally you're hitting both markets. And so if he
costs
can
the same amount to promote it,
and so if he can if he can prove that's possible with Rebel Moon, it could really finally kind of be the big thing that's needed to stop the treating streaming and theaters as competing products instead of complementary products.
Yes, exactly. Yes. 100% in favor of that, seriously, because I'm sick of the war. This war between theatrical and streaming, it's bullshit. It's not. It's supposed to be more of a symbiotic relationship like that.
Right. Well, it's
funny because just like about a year ago, we had like a different mindset where we thought that streaming was going to be the future and that things were going to kind of navigate there first, and then because movie theaters were supposed to be turning into a big spectacle in order to get people on the seats. Now everything's kind of reverting back to the way that it was. No, give me the movies in cinemas, and then give me the product on streaming, because according to their metrics, putting stuff on streaming first or giving them an exclusivity to streaming does not equate to new subs or more views. It's actually the opposite effect, that you put it on theaters, and then when it hits the streaming, it gets more traction.
I think that the theatrical overhaul is still maybe it isn't as drastic as we might have thought a year ago, but I think it's still happening. I think that theaters are still changing the way that they do business. But now, again, it's like first streaming comes into the play and everyone's like, well, it's just a fad, whatever, it's going to be gone in a couple of years. Then the audience proves, no, this isn't a fad. We like this option. We're going to go with this. So now that's when you had the real contentious CinemaCon a couple of years ago, after the pandemic made everybody do everything on streaming, and they're clutching the pearls like, oh, do you need us anymore? You know how many people we put out of work and all that kind of stuff, right? And so now what we're starting to see is water finding its level and it being like, okay, listen, streaming is here to stay, but that doesn't mean you guys are completely out of the picture. I still think theaters are going to close. I don't think it's going to be nearly as many screens as it has been in the past, so it's not going to get to that point again. But as I've been saying for the last couple of years, theaters are never going to die. There's always going to be exhibition. There's always going to be a need for that experience. And I do think they are still because theaters are still like the one that the IMAX that I keep bringing up that I go to. But I saw John Wick Chapter 4 yesterday, and person comes in with the beer and the concierge service that people ordered from their phone, right next to me. Like that's still a thing. And the recliners, right? And just make every fucking screen IMAX, like even digital IMAX, right? Don't even, like, why are we even putzing around with any of this smaller shit?
He was like, right?
All of it, just
they should.
So I think the streamlining is still happening, Ben. It's just not going to be as cold-blooded as we thought it was. It's going to be more of a balance, hopefully, going forward.
Yeah. I don't know.
The only thing I will say about Netflix as far as series are concerned, because that is a huge difference, series and film. Film, I get it. Series, though, I love binge watching things, but I truly believe that if they release things weekly, that would be so much more of a kind kind of just branding in general.
It's better for marketing. For
It
marketing,
really
it's
is.
better.
Not every
Well,
series
even viewership.
deserves. Not
it
every
depends
series
on-
deserves a weekly release. Like bigger IPs would require, like, would grant a weekly release.
Well,
Like
and
if you have,
Yeah.
sorry, if you have like I don't know, pick a series like one of those.
Wednesday.
No, Wednesday is a good one. So that would require like a weekly release because it will get more viewership.
Oh, I haven't
Jupiter's
seen that.
Legacy.
Okay.
No, that would see Jupiter's Legacy. That's a weekend.
Okay.
That would be a good. Yeah, the both
Weekend
of those.
binge. So I think it depends on the
Right.
of the product.
Yeah, but like if Jupiter's Legacy is a good example, like 'cause Netflix, I think has talked about this, but it's been talked about like between streamers where they're like Jupiter's Legacy is a great example where obviously that wasn't a huge hit, but it got way more traction than it would have if they'd released it weekly. People would have fallen off after the first 3 episodes or whatever, and like after week 3, viewership would just be done. Whereas they release everything all at once, people are gonna say like, "Oh, this sucks," but like, you know what? I've got all 7, like the other, whatever the other episodes are in front of me. I might as well go ahead and finish this out.
Yeah.
And so you get way more engagement on it. And sometimes there's certain series where it really picks up at the end, and people wouldn't find out about, like, people would die off before the end of them and that's, maybe they need to that's on the writing also. But there's definitely been lots of big examples of series that would never
go on. I'm sorry, but if we're gonna talk about writing, can we please talk about The Mandalorian? Holy fucking shit!
I'm not caught up on it. So I've been watching Star Trek Picard. I'm fucking caught up on that.
I have never seen the worst fucking writing, and this is coming from somebody that's I'm literally like, why do you need to fucking tell me that? Like, you just told me something fucking the last fucking quote unquote scene. Why are you reiterating it again? Oh my God, The Mandalorian.
Well, because what they do, they just say the same thing. Like, we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this, and then we can't do this, we can't do this, we can't do this, and then someone goes and does it, and then it's like, okay,
bro,
all right.
I'm like, why are they fucking with these creatures so bad? Like, they're invading their homeland. Like, dude, come on, man. Like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. Sorry.
No. You know what? I mean, I get it because, like, as much as I enjoyed the last episode because it was just like, all right, they're doing some shit. We see some Mandalorian training and stuff like that. And we get a flashback that had a pretty cool Jedi sequence from the actor who played Jar Jar, for shit's sake. I was like, all right, I see what you guys are doing. I appreciate it, but yeah.
Bro, you're gonna tell me this fucking creature is gonna hold on to a fucking human or whatever the fuck it is in his stomach for fucking more than a day. And then by the time that they get to the fucking nest, I'm gonna regurgitate it now.
And his costume is dry, and his helmet is pristine.
God damn!
He looks like he's enjoying the show.
He looks like he just picked up his costume from the dry cleaner.
Listen, man, I'm not one to fucking bitch about that kind of bullshit. But when it comes to my story,
you're not
other people's stories. No. Like that shit. Like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Y'all have to fucking y'all ate. They ate on a fucking in a pile.
I can't comment on it because like I said, I'm not. I saw the first episode this season that said I am not caught up on it. I will get caught up on it at some point, but I've been on Paramount Plus watching my fucking Next Generation heroes come back to life.
Funny is the arrogance of the Mandalorian.
I was as vague as fuck as I could be, but I'm just saying that it's also Friday. The show comes out on Wednesdays, I think. I don't fucking remember. And that it's also Friday, and I just still was fucking vague, and it's shit as far as writing is concerned.
Well,
God,
it is.
Well, it's all subjective. But because Scott, you
well,
like
I will say that
you're,
some of the practicality is not working for it.
No.
The whole like
Ray,
doing flippy floppies is kind
Ray,
of
Scott, have you
Ray?
liked it?
No, I'm just kidding. No, Ray, I just want to say it is all subjective. But when a character is like, "Hey, we can't do this. Hey, there's a reason why we can't do this," and then the next thing they're like, "Hey, but we can't do this. Remember, I already said that we can't do this." You're just kind of like, dude, I already know. I already know that you can't do it. You've said that to us. Why are you saying that again? You know what I mean?
I feel like Star Wars has done that before.
Ooh.
I mean, and again, listen, I haven't seen. Again, I don't have proper context. I really can't comment on this because I
Right,
haven't
no, I know
seen
that.
it
Scott,
yet.
are you awake?
What? Like, yeah,
Yeah,
Scott. No,
Scott checked out.
Scott, no,
What
no,
I find
Scott-
funny is that
Scott's up,
the
don't
first
leave.
episode they're fighting on the beach, and here comes this giant croc, and then on this episode they're practicing right there with children on the same beach that got attacked by a giant croc.
Yo,
Like, motherfucker,
they
wow.
are though. They
I
are.
was like, yeah, bro, it's
It's like
territory.
you have an
I mean,
entire planet to your disposal.
Scott.
Yeah, I didn't even
Scott.
think about that shit. Like watching
Scott,
it, like I
wake
just.
up.
I know.
Scott,
I'm like,
awake.
we're all anxiously awaiting what Scott's going to say.
Are you enjoying The Mandalorian this season?
I am.
Yes, I am.
I am.
Okay, cool. Now I'm just gonna let you guys know that if generally Scott is the white me, I'm the black him, which means I'm probably gonna enjoy it. More than likely, it's more than likely how it's
The
gonna
only
happen.
thing, the only negative thing I will say is that not this week's episode, but last week's episode, I found last week's episode a little boring.
Okay.
That is as negative as I'm going.
No, hold on. But why did you find it boring?
The side story, right?
The side story with
Absolutely.
yeah. I did not find those characters compelling
Yeah.
or interesting.
Well,
So
I
I
tried to do
though.
an Andor
I like
without
it. Yeah,
being
they were
Andor.
Totally
Bro.
Andor vibes.
Andor, how the fuck did Andor look so goddamn great and fucking just encapsulate like in
Showrunners
encapsulate
and directors. Yeah.
I mean,
Andor was fire.
Well, but that's but that's also kind of but though that also gets into kind of the whole thing that we deal with DC, where like we have fans, not necessarily anybody here, but fans that like can't deal with the fact that when you have a different director and a different writer for a different movie in the same universe, it's not going to be the same, right? So if you enjoy one director's work, you can't say, well, the other director should do what they do. And I'm not saying you're saying this, but I've seen people try and wiggle their way out of not saying that about Andor, and it's like you're kind of saying you went Andor
right?
to
No,
be
no,
like
it's
everything
a weird
else.
thing because Andor didn't do anything special. It didn't do anything fucking great. It didn't do anything like, oh my god, Andor like did this. No, it was just
did
like
a good
normal,
job.
but it did its fucking job. That's the thing. Like you look at what Obi-Wan could have done. You look at now what the Mandalorian third season could have done. It's like, why are you guys so focused on having like one or two people in a fucking scene, like where Andor was like, no, we're gonna just show you all these fucking people.
Do you ever count the number of stormtroopers in the foreground versus the background?
No, absolutely.
Never more than two.
Dude, yeah, believe me, I'm watching. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is going on here?
Have you turned against the volume yet?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
No, absolutely. Well,
Yep,
and the way that they have,
all
and the way
right.
that they have done it, yes, because it's kind of like I saw this image. And I'm just basing it off of Twitter, so sorry, I apologize.
Oh
There
boy.
was a shot of
source?
Ant-Man where the fucking horizon was like fucking mid chest on one of them, like in their shot. It was like mid chest. It was like, dude, come on, at least have the right like.
Okay,
Perspective.
now I
Yeah.
want to make a Fableman's reference. Horizon at the top, interesting. Horizon at the bottom, interesting.
I was
Horizon
about
in
to
the
say
middle, boring as shit.
Yes.
Yes, watch the Fablemans. It's a great
Watch
movie.
the Fablemans.
I do
Great
need to see
movie.
that. I do still need to
Great
watch
movie.
that.
And the person who says that, it's a nice little cameo.
It is. No, and I've seen the scene. I've seen because that's been clipped out. Obviously, I've seen that scene, and yes, that is
Cool little cameo.
Could you have gotten anyone better to do that scene?
No.
The
No.
Fablemans got
You know,
snubbed.
right? Like, you know, I've seen that shot, and it's like you can use the whatever, you know, the what's it called, the volume in a way that they did it in the Batman, where it looks fucking phenomenal, and they used it perfectly.
Yeah.
Or you can use it in what they've been doing in the Mandalorian, where it's kind of like, dude, come on, man, like
Speaking of
it's completely obvious.
Speaking of the
You know what I
Batman, I was gonna actually inject. I wanted to ask Zach if he what he thought about the Batman. You know, it's like because remember
that
when
would've
we
been-
were on
yeah.
Real Anarchy.
Yeah, he loved the
first time,
trailer.
he was like blown away by that trailer for DC Fandom, and he said he texted Matt Reeves, but we haven't gotten anything.
Oh yeah, we haven't
from
gotten a follow up.
I know, and at the event, I'm like, what did you think about the Batman?
Yeah.
What is your?
Yes.
I need to
Yeah,
bring
well,
that up.
especially since
You know,
especially since
He thinks it's
especially
mid.
since so many people on Twitter. But that's what so much of Twitter is like now, right? Like, oh, this is such a mid, boring Batman film. I'm like,
rewatchability value.
This movie last year. Damn.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I think I'm pretty sure he probably thought it was pretty great. But I was like, I thought about that today too. I'm like, how can I bring
I hope he would bring up. You know, the only thing I'd hope he'd bring up, I hope he'd be like, you know, I loved it, but you know, there was one part when the guy broke his arm that the sound effect was like muted or it was softer, because that's exactly what I thought the whole fucking time. I was like, man, that.
And probably he was confused. It was the guy at the end with his two-face.
I was about to say, ask him if it was Two-Face or the Joker.
That was Two-Face.
That's always going to come back to haunt you, Garza. Always going to come back to haunt you.
Thank you.
No matter what.
And shout out to Sabrina on Vero, who also reminded me how she was so excited when she heard I had my tickets, because she was like, "You can finally ask Zach the questions on that sheet of paper."
That's right. You have that sheet of paper that you've had for a while, huh?
Yeah, this sheet of paper's been around since like 2020, 2021. Like this sheet of paper, like the top stuff doesn't really work anymore, but all this bottom stuff, it's like, come on, California.
Oh,
this is going in the carry-on just in case. I will bring the freaking sheet of notebook.
And you can take a photo with your phone, right? You just, have
no,
it
I have to have. I have to have.
Oh, it can't be hacked. I get it. Like Samuel L. Jackson and Kingsman. Got it.
Can't be hacked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a villain.
Okay. You know what though. Thank you for bringing up Kingsman, because I would have asked him like about Sofia Boutella, because I am like because I'm a huge fan. And funny enough, I'm not even a fan of hers from. She was awesome in Kingsman, but like I'm actually a fan of hers from Star Trek Beyond. Yeah, because she was fucking amazing in Star Trek Beyond. And if they ever get like the fourth movie off the ground, I want her to come back. I would like her to be part of, like, kind of maybe slide into Chekhov's role, because he passed on. May he rest in peace. But like, how awesome has she been, like, to be, because this is potentially like, especially if the way that they're looking like they're going to franchise this could be like, for her, what Wonder Woman was for Gal, truthfully, in terms of like catapulting her.
And have you watched Atomic Blonde yet?
No,
not all the way through. No.
Oh, there's a
I know she's in it.
In there.
I've heard about that. Yes.
Bump up. Yeah.
I've heard about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah.
No, but there's things like that, which I'm sure he's going to talk about more. When it comes to further, I mean, obviously we're not going to get Rebel Moon Part 1 until December, but I know some people are like, hey, ask him when the trailer is going to be coming out.
The trailer ain't come out till like October.
Oh, no, I think it's probably going to come out this summer. I think this summer. Oh, yeah, I think this summer.
Netflix usually doesn't,
They don't do.
This is different. This is different, though. This is different.
No. Hey, you want to tell me it's summer? Guess what I'm going to say? Okay, you were obviously told, so fuck you. I guess it's summer then, bitch. Motherfucker, like you're.
So anyway, summer. Yeah, no, but yeah.
Well, wait.
You're being quite persistent about summer.
Yeah.
Like it's just the summer then, Dave. Thanks for fucking breaking it.
Like this.
Yeah.
Does Netflix historically have like? Does Netflix historically have like a Comic-Con presence? Like,
no,
really?
No. They're doing their Tudum stuff, right?
Do they have that dumb thing happening this summer?
Right. They do have. Yeah. Okay. So they do that in the summer, or is that normally like later, or is it normally?
They did it in the fall.
Like fall.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, either way,
I don't know.
I'm just wondering if
you're muted.
Yeah. Dave knows, so whatever.
Which is a nice way to be.
I feel like hey, Zach said to keep on. No, I feel like they do like multiple of those a year. I think they're all like Tudum events, but they all. I feel like every month or two, I'm like, oh, there's another one of these.
Well, if anybody's a reporter on here, it's you. So.
Yeah, don't do that kind of reporting though.
What are you talking about? ScreenRant.com, everybody.
We're drinking out of a Screen Rant fucking cup, okay?
It totally is.
Look at that. That's a Yeti cup, too. It's insulated.
It's nice.
And Steven went reverse. He went reverse on us this
I
time.
know he did. He fucking flipped it.
When he sipped on his on his mug, I was like, oh, he's reversed. Did
Yeah.
you not know you're reversed, Steven?
No, he knows.
What, my screen? What happened?
He knows. Yeah.
Your video is reversed. It's mirrored.
It is reversed.
He said, "What happened?"
Oh, he didn't know. He didn't
It
know.
is-
Look at your mug. Its screen rant is reversed. See, look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look
Are
at
you
the
fucking
feedback,
kidding me, dude? You had no idea?
he had no idea. I don't think.
I don't believe that, man.
What a
It's
twist!
Bizarro Steven. It's Bizarro
Yeah.
Steven.
Bizarro Steven.
Come on, dude.
No, if it was no, it,
You
like
have, all these, you have that type of fucking camera setup. You have that fucking mic, and you're gonna go,
See, look at
"Oh,
that.
I didn't realize I was reversed."
I feel like Bizarro Steven.
It's
he's
like
gotta
that
be
in
clean
real life
shaven.
too.
He's got to be clean. Bizarro Steven's got to be clean shaven. Has to. Like that's
No,
that's
it's
how
gotta be
you know, like
down.
Oh no,
No,
no, no, we don't
hair
want
down.
that.
you know, like
Hair
how
down,
Mirror
dude.
Universe.
There it is.
But you know, like
Oh, no.
like how
Oh, see,
Oh,
see,
There we
Are you
go.
fucking kidding me,
go.
dude?
you were reversed. I didn't want to say
Steven.
anything. I was like, all right, he chose that. So I was
Steven.
like,
No, I was in a I was on a podcast and they recorded in Discord, and Discord flips my video every time, so I had to
ah.
yeah, I got
flip
you.
it.
I
and
know,
then
I
flip
was
it
You know
back.
what
I
I'm
was
hearing?
like,
You know what I'm hearing? I'm just hearing excuses. That's
I'm hearing I'm a bitch, is what I'm hearing.
Oh, of
I
course.
apologize that
No,
my
nobody
video
cared.
was
Nobody cared.
reversed
Nobody
that
cared
whole
until I
time.
pointed it out right now. Sorry, Steven.
It's okay, Steven. At least you were prepared.
That's right. I knew it. I saw it. I was like, "Oh, that's interesting," but whatever.
When
I thought he did it on purpose because it's
It was a
Steven.
choice. It was
Now
a
the
choice.
fact that he didn't know, just literally in the I guess pedestal of Steven. Guess where he's at now?
Oh, no, he's not. Come on, Garza. How dare you? No, but I wanted to ask Anthony.
Hey.
We're like, we were going around asking, like, what in as much as I wanted to bring on a whole panel to be like, hey, oh, Ray just timed up. I don't know. Is anybody else seeing that? Or are
At
you
least
good?
it's not me.
Nah, I
It's
see it.
not
I see
me.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I was
I think we
performing
still hear Ray.
I was performing a pincher maneuver.
Wait.
You have to talk in reverse as well.
Yeah. No, but I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask
You're
Anthony,
right.
like, what was the question that you would have wanted to ask Zach? Like, when it, if you were to talk to him. Sadly, I know you're not going to be able to show up, but
Yeah.
what was the question that you would want to ask Zach?
Because you're a fake fan, Anthony. Is that what I'm
Yeah.
hearing? Is that what I'm hearing?
No. And obviously, look, my question doesn't have anything to do with what he's currently doing, but one of my favorite pieces of film ever, not just I'm talking about overall, is the title sequence to Watchmen, and I would like to ask him like how that concept grew and how they put that together, because when you read the graphic novel and there's like some history and Hollis Mason's like whatever that his book he put out, the way that he gives you the entire like how we get from the comedian getting thrown out of the window to the start when Rorschach is like, yo, fucking Rorschach's diary, whatever. I've always wanted to ask him that shit, and it's I know when the first time I saw the movie in theaters, it was at that point in time, I'm like, yo, I know who Zack Snyder is. He's fire. But at that point in time, you don't know that 10 years later, he's going to be like the most fan friendly dude ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's just,
and Anthony,
go ahead.
As some, like, what I've read, like, because I've that's one of those books where, like, when they would all of a sudden, like, okay, the dude that did 300 is gonna literally film the book that everybody has called unfilmable. Like, I was on that bandwagon for years because I'd read, that was one of the books I read like cover to cover, like before that movie came out. I'm like, so for me, the moment and I would be the same way if I ever got a chance to talk, I'd be like, dude, that was when I knew how amazing you were, because you literally did it's arguably still one of the most impossible things he's done.
Yes.
like in
Yeah.
cinema. It really
And-
is.
and-
Well,
and-
also with 300 too. It's like, how did he fucking capture?
Yeah.
That
Well,
aspect
going
of it?
from
it was-
Frank Miller's Sin City, right? Which we all probably watched, which I loved.
Yeah, Robert
And I'm
Rodriguez.
going- And I'm
like
going
fucking knocked it out of the
300.
park.
I was like, okay,
Yeah.
it's Frank Miller. That's the only reason why I saw 300 was because I was like, oh, it's Frank Miller. It
Mhm.
wasn't because it was Zack Snyder. It was, oh, it's Frank
No.
Miller. Frank
No,
Miller's Sin
Frank
City.
Miller
I love
was
that.
the selling point of that movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was
Yeah.
Frank Miller. So I was like, dude, I'm gonna go see it. And then all of a sudden I saw it and I was like, holy shit. So yeah, AC, sorry, go on.
Then
Yeah.
we saw the spirit and we were like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
That
they
is how
tried.
you-
They
that's
tried.
how you
They
could tell who the difference was. But go on.
Yeah. No, but when it comes to just that small piece, and Steven can attest, when we were sitting in the theater a couple weeks ago, and that started, I was just like, "Hey!" Like I just had to yell out. Because it's such a fucking like I said, across all genres of cinema, that small piece of like 5 or 6 minutes of intro is one of my favorites of all time, and it just expresses so much in that small amount of time, considering what this entire movie is.
The amount
And
of
considering-
storytelling and lore dump and world building and everything it does without a word spoken.
Yeah.
It's all
and,
visual.
and just that song, and it's just the times
Right.
they are changing. And I think, and then you think it's almost done, and then you see the girl put the flower into the musket, and it goes on for just a little bit more. So, that's if I ever get the chance to actually fucking talk to Zach, that's a question I want to ask him, because it means a lot to me, and that's just a fucking. It's genius cinema in my personal opinion. So,
Cinema.
I think he said in the director's commentary that his whole thing was you never saw what happened in the comedian's death. Like he was like, no, I'm fucking adamant. I want to show what happens to the comedian, like in his death. And I was like, dude, that is so fucking like that's power move. It's
Well,
like,
and
you know,
once again though, that's probably one of the most underappreciated action scenes in his entire
Right.
filmography. I mean, the tone and the storytelling that happens in that. I mean, if you look at like the Easter eggs, it's not just Easter eggs like, oh, that's a comics reference. It's like literally you watch it and he's got a picture of Silk Spectre, and he's got a picture, he's got pictures of his daughter and like all this stuff that like there's so much going on there. And
he's got a the commercial like that was like of what's his name of Ridley Scott.
music's playing,
What the
dude.
fuck?
It's
Right. Right.
and we
You're
were
talking
talking
about the Apple commercial.
No,
I
it's
don't know if it was Apple.
it's the video of
Was it
the
Versace?
I can't remember I can't remember what the
Was it
brand
Versace? Ridley Scott's Versace, like commercial ad.
Oh yeah, that one. Okay, yeah.
I think that's what it was. And I was like, dude, like the fucking Ridley Scott fucking perfume or cologne fucking ad that he was like, you know what? I want to go ahead and remake that, but make it into my fucking intro. Like, dude, that fucking, and then to have the unforgettable track is just so.
The
it's so,
original
like,
Nat King
ingrained with everything.
Cole, right? Like that's there's
But that's also referenced in the graph. Like that's
Right.
like Alan Moore wrote that. Like that's what's so crazy to me is that when you read the graphic novel, most of the songs that are on the soundtrack of the movie were written in the graphic novel by Alan Moore.
all along the Watchtower.
Yep.
Right.
When Rorschach, and that's still like to me, like I remember being in the theater when I heard, and it took me a second, right? They're walking up to like Ozymandias's palace or wherever, and it just hit me as like, oh my god, fucking Hendrix is playing. Holy shit!
Hey, and that's somebody that wasn't a book reader that I saw that I only saw the film because I was like, okay, well, there's this character that's like Batman. I gotta go see it. Blah blah blah. When it got to the Mars part of hey, I was wrong. Let's go home. When that cue hit, I was like, wait, I guess the movie's over. That's what I was thinking. I was like, dude, I guess the movie's fucking over.
Okay,
and
but
the
like
fact that it continued, I was like, oh my god.
But that was also the thing for me, like, because I went into the movie like already predetermining what was going to be in it and what were they going to cut out, and I was dead certain that we were never going to see Mars. The second I saw it, I'm like, fuck. Okay,
Really?
no, you're good.
Well, it's pretty
Page for page.
Dude, seriously, because if you read the book, like, because I said I'm not kidding. I read this is one of those books I've read like so many times before even seeing the movie, which is not normally a position that I'm in, but like I was in my head, I'm like, there's no way that is going. Like I figure there's no way that's going to be in the movie.
Garza just did a Scott right now. He just pulled.
Like, dude, I know exactly what you're talking about because I'm looking at it going like, dude, I'm looking for references and shit. Like,
I thought for sure, I thought for sure.
Scott's like, where's my copy?
He's probably, well, I have a deluxe edition.
He's got his color palette of it.
You can see. Oh, no, you can't see. Hold on. You can't see that little
Mars. Oh, I can actually show you Mars. Mars is right there. There's Mars. I found Mars.
I'm not even kidding. Going into the movie, I thought we were going to see it. I thought the studio was going to cut it out, and when it was there, I was like,
"That's another question I would ask Zach." I would ask Zach, like, how much did you have to fight for a lot of things in there? Like, probably one of the biggest things is like, having Dr. Manhattan's dong flopping around everywhere. Like, I'm sure that was like a really like, hey, to fight for that, like to fight for an R-rated movie like that. I mean, the fact that it's just like, yeah, we're gonna have this guy. He's gonna be naked, full frontal. I'm sure that was a fucking fight when it came to
there's
a story, by the way.
Okay. There's a story that I heard like before the movie like got going that I would love him to confirm whether it's true or not. The story of whether, and I heard this, saw this on a message board many years ago, like in 2007, that the studio wanted him to modernize it, not keep it in the 80s. And he fought against that and said, no.
I'm sure he did.
Wanted it. Well, but I don't know. Did that even happen? Did the studio even approach him and say, we want you to modernize it? And he said, no, like, because I remember hearing that somewhere. And like, when I heard that gave me like hope, faith, like, okay, no, this guy actually, because again, back then he was just a dude that scared the shit out of me with Dawn of the Dead and made this really kick-ass movie that we all enjoyed with 300. Like, we didn't know who the fuck he was back then. And like, I almost feel like Watchmen is like arguably his most underappreciated masterpiece, especially now, right? Because everybody talks about Man of Steel, everybody talks about and rightfully so. I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about everything that you guys are going to see in the Full Circle event, but Watchmen is like, it's become like his underappreciated gem, and it might it might arguably be the best thing he's done still to this point, truthfully.
Yeah. Have any of you guys ever seen so when they originally pitched 300 to Warner Brothers, they were like, fuck no, we're not giving you the money to do that. So he had to make like a I think it's just on the 300 like 4K or well, not just the 4K, but like on the Blu-ray or whatever. But they put together, it's a short scene. It's dope. It looks like 300, but they had to like put it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
To convince, there you go. Yeah, to convince Warner Brothers to give them the money to make the full movie.
Yeah,
it's dope. It's dope.
I know what you're talking about. Well, but the other thing about Watchmen, though, that you can obviously tell that they really can't touch it is because if you look at every Batman film, any kind of Superman film, all those, they're not based on one singular fucking graphic novel, whereas Watchmen was based on the actual graphic novel. So if WB decided, hey, we want to go ahead and remake Watchmen, they would literally have to make it off of what Zack did. And so it's kind of like just like what Damon Lindelof was basically like, dude, we can't remake that. We're gonna have to and going back to your whole modernization, that's probably the only reason why Damon Lindelof actually got to do what he did, Watchmen, on the series, because he was like, that's the only thing I could do because I can't just remake what Zack made because it's, I mean,
awesome. No, and I'm glad he did. No, and Lindelof's show was fucking amazing. I loved every bit of it. But I'm glad that he took the sequel approach, right? Yeah. Because to me, that was he made it a story that I was intrigued to see. Like, okay, what the fuck did happen after the squid attack, right?
You know, like squid work.
Right, yeah. he
did. He made the squid work.
You know, he did. one of my favorite lines in that whole show is Tim Blake Nelson's character. I suspect the calamari didn't help because that was that focus group where they were just
trying to get people to go back to New York. Yeah.
Right. And like the whole paranoia and he's got the reason he wears the foil is because he literally is convinced that shit could happen again. And it's like, oh my God, you fucked this guy's life up.
Right.
He is screwed. He is so messed up. And it's like that they made it intriguing, but you're right. That's the only way they could go with it. Cause no, trying to redo that story, trying to redo that movie. No, that's a fool's
and also
errand.
the fact that he included it in the whole story within the story. You get what I mean? Like, because those characters and those designs and all that shit were literal Zack characters. You get what I mean? Like with Mothman and how they were designed. I don't know. Like the story within the story, that was literally based off of Zack's film. I felt like. Anyone else?
Well, I feel like you mean you're talking about the show again?
Design wise.
Yeah.
The American.
I think that.
American Hero Story.
One of the other that part
That's
of
what I'm
it.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like with the Hooded Justice.
Yeah. Because those look exactly like his characters. I was like, dude, those look because the costume design of the book is not close to what.
I mean, how do you not model it off of like? Because here's the thing, like, okay, you're doing a sequel to the comic. All right, cool, but you have a live action adaptation of the comic at your disposal from the studio that owns the network you're doing this for. Why wouldn't you use it as a reference? I feel
even if it's not, it's like the Rings of Power. Like they're like, well, look, it's not like connected to the movie. Like it's not necessarily canon with the movies, but there's lots of design stuff that's like, but like people know this from that. Like this is this is a iconic like visual touch point. So like we'll make the Balrog look similar or whatever stuff like that.
Yeah, no, you're right. The studio part that is meaningless. You're right. It doesn't matter, but still, like that just made it all the more sense. Like, yes, Lindelof, take notes from what Snyder did in this film. You don't do exactly what he did, but as far as the aesthetic and what the general audience, what anybody that's going to watch the show is familiar with, it's not going to be the book. Sorry, it's going to be that film, and the 3 or 4 different versions of it that exist. So, no, it totally makes sense for sure.
Hey Ben,
but yeah, no,
Ben, how was it watching that film for the first time, knowing that you had read the graphic when you were,
Actually, no. To me, it was the opposite. I didn't read the graphic novel before I watched the movie. I was surprised how the novel ended. I was like, wait, what the fuck is this giant squid shit going from?
I mean, because it doesn't make sense if you've never read the novel, which I didn't.
Right.
So I watched this movie. I was like, no, that makes sense. And all of a sudden you read the novel and you're like, wait, the squid.
I mean, that's the thing is like you have to translate it to live action. And it's like, and they probably went over so many different scenarios where it's like, can we make this work? And it just didn't work. So it's like, all right, we have to.
I thought that the series did a good job by doing
one more hour. Zack said they would need 1 more hour if they wanted to have the squid, right?
Yeah. Or needed. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
I think I heard him saying that would be crazy for him to put a squid. Like he wanted to go crazy, but the squid would be.
The squid isn't just.
That's another thing I like to ask him. That's like,
It's not just a believability thing though, but like he also the story was pivoted a little bit to make Dr. Manhattan more relevant in that part also. Sense. So there's a thematic twist that's going on too. So you can't just add the squid in and have everything line up the same because that takes out the way that he positioned he used Manhattan to fill that void. And so I think that people act like oh it's just that no there's more to it than not not doing the squid. There's actually a whole subplot that he altered.
Because he changed. Because you're seeing it. Because in the book, like the whole, like you see him. There's little bits and pieces of Ozzy's plan
Yeah.
where
Right.
he's
Yeah,
built,
the
where you
island.
see, and it's
But
building towards the squid. He changed that absolutely.
yeah, but like to me, it was him saying, "This is what I would have done if I would have written this graphic novel."
Right.
That's what it felt to
Which
me
is
after because I read it after the fact. So to me,
I
it's
like
like
it.
I,
I like
Alan
his ending
Moore,
better, truthfully.
like Alan Moore is gonna say what the fuck ever he wants to say, and he
Yeah.
will say it anyway. So I might
Yeah.
as well go for broke and do. This is probably what I would have done, or the direction that I would have gone in with this if I were to write this graphic novel. That's how I felt after I watched the movie and then read the graphic novel.
Yeah, because I think the first time I read it, I was too young to understand like some of the themes that were in that shit. So like I was probably like 10, I was young, but then somebody handed it the because when this movie was about to come out, I was deployed. I was in Iraq, my first deployment, and a dude handed me, said, "Have you ever read that stuff?" Oh shit, yeah, I read it. And I was like, but it's been a minute. So he gave it to me. I read it again, and literally like a month and a half later, we look online and it's like a trailer for like Zack Snyder's Watchmen. Like, oh shit. And watching, I was like, yo, this is fucking great. So like I said that to say like my understanding is kind of reversed because I like literally like pretty much read the book before I saw it, but I was also like I understand the changes. There's at the time this movie came out, if you dropping a squid in New York in a big time blockbuster movie,
Not at that time. You're right. No, you're
yeah,
absolutely right.
it's like what 2009, I think it was,
Yeah.
but it's
No,
just like
2009.
it wouldn't just you know what I'm saying, like on screen
Yeah.
that would sort of. But then when I saw it in the series years later, that shit looked dope. When they did they didn't
Well,
really
yeah, because
they didn't really
right.
concentrate on it, but you saw remnants of it. You saw the stuff
Yeah.
drop. But yeah, no, in 2009, no, that wasn't.
No, that's a great point, Anthony. There's no way because wasn't even 10 years after.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
because that was college years for me. You know, like traditional undergrad when I first read the graphic novel, and so like yeah, like that was still very. I mean, that was also like I think that was like that Obama had just been inaugurated, so we were still. You know, like not to get political, but we were still like coming off of like Patriot Act and war and like you said, deployment and all that. No, that would have been way too fresh to do that.
And that was the
You're
time
absolutely
when
right.
that was the time when Dark Knight and Iron Man 1 came out.
See, that's
so
the thing. That's what I was
the
thinking
movies
about.
were
too.
very
year
grounded.
before, yeah.
Well, when
Yeah.
it came to being ahead of its time, I mean, I always said that too about Watchmen. I was like, man, if that was released later, like look what we have now when it comes to The Boys or
Yeah.
Invincible.
They're more
you know,
fantastical
it's like-
now.
yeah, it's like
Mhm.
it's like when people go, "Oh my god, this is something different when it comes to the superhero genre." I'm like, "Yeah, you should really rewatch Zack Snyder's The Watchmen. That was way ahead of its time." And
He
so a
put
lot
a
of people
big
revisit
blue man in
revisit
there.
that movie. What?
He put a big blue man in there.
Yeah,
And
Well,
that
no,
was
yeah,
just
but he put a big
not-
fucking
yeah.
And a
dick in
little
there.
blue man.
Yeah, no.
No, but like, I mean, that's the thing is like he was ahead of his time when it came to, doing something different to the superhero genre. He did it in 2009 when it was already like when we just got past our first Iron Man. Like Marvel Studios was still trying to gather steam. He was already ahead of his time, going, "Oh yeah, we're gonna get to this point where we have these superheroes that nobody really wants, and it's going to be a different world, and blah blah blah." And now we're seeing that now with current superhero movies. And he was doing that back in 2009 when the shit was starting, and he adapting this
Well,
book.
he said what Watchmen was for comics at the time that it came out. The Watchmen movie is for superhero movies at the time that it came out. And that is
which
panned out very well.
Let's be real. Like I'm not gonna dog the MCU or anything like that. But when I saw Iron Man, I was like, okay, cool. This is great. That's cool. I saw Watchmen and I was like, this was like something like Iron Man didn't get me into the Marvel fucking comics. Like I wasn't like, oh, I want to go fucking learn about Marvel and learn about Iron Man and all that shit. But when I watched Watchmen, I was like, dude, I need to go fucking learn about these comics. I have no idea about what the fuck Watchmen was. I had no idea about any of that shit. And this is obviously 2009. So it wasn't even then. It's not like we're gonna say that and Steven can attest to this, that Wikipedia was that fucking like blown up. You know what I mean? Like it was still new
Full
shit.
circle.
Full circle. I'm just gonna say
Hashtag.
that Wikipedia wasn't like that fucking vast. So it's like I had to go and learn about the shit of Watchmen.
It was
Whereas-
already the most complete encyclopedia in the world at that time, though.
Right, I know.
It's bigger than Encyclopedia Britannica. Yeah.
It was technically, but at the same time, like that was my thing of watching Watchmen, and that was the fucking edited version. You know what I mean? That was the 2 hour 45-minute fucking version where I was like, dude, I saw this film and I was like, dude, this changed me. You know what I mean?
And that's the other crazy thing is like when you think about the other versions of this film and realize how much even because we talk about how like nobody watches the theatrical version of BVS anymore.
Right.
I was too slow for that.
Crafty. No, but nobody watches the theatrical version of BVS anymore because we don't need it. HBO Max even replaced it. But the theatrical version of Watchmen still blew us away. Right?
It did.
Still was like impressed us. Like holy shit!
It still took us.
Here's my hot take. I actually complained about the theatrical cut when I saw it in theaters.
Okay.
Because of the stuff that got cut out. Like I was looking at it from a book addict.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, did you do the same thing with Dune, motherfucker? Did you do the same shit about Dune, motherfucker?
Dune was flawless.
But that's funny though, Scott, because like you went into it looking for accuracy. I went into it expecting less accuracy.
You weren't expecting Batman Forever, probably, right?
You can say the same thing about. You cannot say the same thing about Dune because that was an incomplete movie.
No, I know. I just fucking around.
No,
I'm just kidding.
I'm fucking just
Dave, why is Garza here again?
I don't know. Who invited this guy? My God. Oh wait.
I know.
Oh, look at that! But he's doing like your job right now. He's pulling.
I'm saying, man. I got inspiration, dude.
He's impressing you, Scott. He came in to impress you with
golf clap for Garza. Hashtag golf clap for Garza.
I am not fucking around when it comes to like inspiration and shit. You know what I mean? On my fucking story.
For his novel, it makes sense.
Yeah, I know.
No, but one of the things that we have to like talk about too is like because I'm seeing that in some of the chatter is the fact that Steven bringing up the question of selling, Snyderverse and throwing that question out there because I know we were trying to figure out what's a way to like put that out there, and then Steven, you had the best way to throw it out there, and I thought he answered well. You asked it well, because
have you been to Twitter? Have you checked Twitter?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. I haven't even seen it.
No, if you were gonna ask him the question, Steven, that was the way to ask him the question. It still made me nervous for you to ask him the question.
What I'm seeing from the mods, everybody kind of went.
I can only imagine. That's how I went. I went, shit, he's fucking asking that question.
My question is,
I it was in the middle of doing my daughter's homework, and I went, "Ooh, wait, hold on."
You guys should have seen. I did this. It was a shame it didn't come out before ZSJL came out, but I did the same thing on the Army of the Dead set visit. Nobody had talked. It was the first interview anybody had done with him since Justice League came out, and everybody's talking about the whatever. And so finally, I was like, if I don't fucking ask this, we're gonna go this whole interview and nobody's gonna fucking say a word. And so,
who's your favorite Spider-Man, Steven?
And so I brought it up, and he said something very similar at the time then too, which I think is always still relevant. But his philosophy has always been like, I'm not going to tell people like to move on. Like for all these people that are saying like Zach needs to say, he's never going to say move on, because
why should he?
He likes people. Yeah, exactly. He likes people liking his work. He's not going to say stop caring about my work. But what he said was, I'm not going to tell people to move on. And at the time, when he said, but I'm here now and I'm loving
doing
it.
My thing.
Yeah. Right. And he said the same thing tonight, where he was like, where he was like, look, who knows what's going to happen, but like my plate's full and I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm literally eating over here at Netflix. But you know what? Hey, the Zack Snyder Justice League and all that shit, that's great. I'm eating over here.
Yeah.
I'm fucking loving this dish that I'm in front of.
Well, I also appreciated that, he literally used the above my pay grade line and basically said that he has, said he has very little input in any. To be honest, it kind of corroborated a little of what, because people really got on Gunn a month or so ago when he made that crack on Twitter about how Netflix hasn't even thought of it or approached him on it or even suggested it. And Zach was kind of like, yeah, it's out of my hands. I don't have. Like, that's up to them. Like,
well, it's not even that. It's the people that think that Zack Snyder's Justice League is a IP in itself. It's like, no, he's using current IP. Like, what the fuck are you thinking?
Yeah, no,
about?
I mean, we don't need to get it's not worth our time to dig down into it too deep. But it's that's what I wanted was like I didn't even want to say like, will this happen? Like, I just wanted to give him a chance to speak on it because I think, like I said before, it wasn't gonna. I don't believe that he said anything that's really going to change anybody. It's just that the people that don't want it to happen are going to use it as proof that people need to stop, and the people that do want it to happen are going to keep on campaigning. But I did want to have a chance to like have something, something on the board. I think the more valuable thing that he said was to voice how good he is on good terms with Warner Brothers now, which is a big deal.
That was big.
Yes.
A lot of people were talking about that because, like I said, like when it came to last week, and
But the Flash movie.
There was people, yeah, that too. There was people that were like, pushing back against what, Grace, which I know, like Grace, whatever. It was like, oh yeah, she's gonna have the, but it's like, hey, again, when it comes to even people like Grace, it's like she's not batting 0, but she's not batting 1,000. Okay, that's the way you got to look at it. Is she does have a batting average, regardless of what it is. When she posted that, oh yeah, Warner Brothers has to give the play, and I even like when I saw people like going, hey. Okay. There's no way that this studio would give them the blessing. I'm like, yeah, they do. They have to because this is an event
that's paid. That somebody's making money.
Yeah, exactly.
So Dave, can we at least say that she has a non-Madison Bumgarner National League pitcher's batting average?
There you go.
Can we just say that, please?
We can say that. We can say that. That's fine.
That's a
fine.
deep cut
give
there.
that. I'll give that.
I'll let her know that.
It's a deep cut, Ben, but I know Dave got it.
Very accurate.
I totally did. He said Madison Bumgarner.
Hey, by the way, speaking of baseball, did anyone watch that Japanese?
The Japanese. Oh my God! Yes, the baseball class.
They won, right?
I won. I love the fact that Ohtani struck out Trout.
Dude, Dude, how fucking how fucking perfect is that? Like, I didn't realize. I was like watching. I was like,
two major league team members going against each other.
That's your fucking hometown, right?
Oh, well, kinda.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's right there, LA.
It's over there. It's that way. But I'm a Giants fan.
I was gonna say he's not an Angels fan.
Okay,
he's not an Angels fan. So
yeah, okay.
He's definitely not a Dodgers fan either.
I'm not a Dodgers
either way
fan.
though.
I'm Giants, so yeah.
Hey, look,
it was pretty crazy. I'm
a Boston fan, so fuck it.
Yeah,
way the fuck away, so it doesn't matter. Not like this fucking New York fucking fan up here.
No, I'm a Red Sox.
Oh, that's right.
Everybody knows that.
We all know that. No, but it's
But they should do that fucking every year. They should have that fucking World Baseball Classic every fucking year.
Yeah, I know.
Dude.
I think they need to find a.
The Japanese are so fucking disciplined on their play. Oh my God, it was. I love
watching.
To
find a better time to play it though, because I get it. It's spring. It's right before the regular season, but still, you were butting up against March Madness.
Yeah,
and it's on FS1. That was that was stupid. They need to find.
Scott doesn't even know what the fuck we're talking. Hey, Scott, we're talking about baseball.
Baseball.
Yeah, I don't give a. There's no crying in it. I know that.
The ball that you throw. That you hit sometimes.
Yeah. Oh no, I know the rules. I've played the game. I just don't give a shit.
Come on.
It's because they don't have any fucking good teams up in Alabama. That's why. Fuck Alabama. Name a good goddamn baseball team in Alabama.
What?
None.
I think you went too far there.
No. Scott's gone. You're right.
I'm right. I know.
Yeah.
He's not going to care about fucking baseball. I know. He doesn't care about baseball. Dude, he's got Bama. He's got fucking Auburn. That's great.
I was about to say he's waiting for this fall when Saban and his damn cronies get back into the college football playoff again.
Yeah.
Damn it.
See, that's what's funny too. Is like I can't get into college football. I could watch it, but I love baseball because I played it. It's just been a part of my life since I was a kid, ever since I can remember. I love the simplicity of the game and how, like, I don't know, it's just something about it. And I'm looking forward to the new season. But
also seeing Shoney just fucking. I mean, dude, I didn't realize the guy was like a fucking that big of a hitter and a fucking just pitcher. Like, I didn't realize that.
No, he's
I hadn't
insane.
seen him.
He's
Dude,
utterly insane. Yes,
I'm looking forward to more players coming into the league that are like
Right.
him. I want more of that. Where I remember, like, there's an old movie going back to movies. Remember the movie The Scout with Brandon Fraser?
Yeah,
That was a really good movie.
And Albert Brooks. Brooks.
Yeah.
Great
Yeah.
fucking movie. That totally has him scouting this ultimate player. Of course, when it comes to movie, when you go like, why is he on the Yankees? Because he should be on a National League team because then he would bat as well as pitch.
Yeah.
But they put him on the Yankees, which doesn't make sense. And I was like, well, maybe the Yankees, of course, they probably had a bidding war for this movie, and they're nope, something. Yeah. So they had to do it like that. But it was like that because the player was a crazy pitcher and he was a crazy hitter who was like a white dude that was living down in South America, just like. And then Albert Brooks is the scout that finds him. And it was a great movie. Great movie.
That movie with Brad Pitt too. What's the name?
Moneyball.
Moneyball. That was a good movie.
Moneyball's fantastic.
Yes. Moneyball's outstanding. Yeah. Outstanding movie. Yeah. It might be the first thing I saw Chris Pratt in. Truthfully.
Where he was really good.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, look, all of us probably could come up with like 10 little bitty scenes from movies that we've watched in our entire lives of watching movies. But in Moneyball, when they go to Chris Pratt's house and they're like, yo, what's to play first base? It's like, first base. Man, that's hard, isn't it? And Brad Pitt goes, no, it's not hard at all. And fucking the coach he brings with him is like, no, it's incredibly hard.
It's incredibly hard.
That's so
dude.
That's the seat.
And I know that movie is stylized, obviously, but it is even more hilarious when you know, because if you followed the A's when all that shit happened.
They did a good job. I mean, they fluffed some things, but they did a good job of covering that.
But just like if you know who Scott Hatterberg is, the
they lost to Cincinnati on that year, right?
I saw a lot of comparisons to.
They lost to the Reds that year, right?
They didn't get to the World Series. They didn't get to the World Series. I don't think the A's didn't get to the World Series.
What am I thinking of? I remember the
they couldn't get past. They couldn't get past the.
I'm on a different year.
In the Moneyball,
we're in the 30s, man. I think your 30s best Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth, I think, is when he was the hitter. He was Ohtani. No. I'm laughing at Costa. He said Ohtani versus Trout is like Garza versus Nolan fans. Must see.
Oh my god.
Yeah, bro, that is fucking hilarious. Fucked in it. You know what I mean? Fucked in it. No, I'm just kidding.
Steven, what were you gonna say?
Fucked in it indeed.
I saw a lot of Moneyball comparisons in the reviews that dropped for Air after South by Southwest.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Air.
That's
Air.
When you said Air, I was like,
yeah,
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck movie.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Which is coming out.
Just say Air Jordan. Just say Air Jordan.
I don't like that he covered. According to, I don't know if it's true. I haven't seen the movie that he's covering Jordan's face.
Yeah, it says that it doesn't show. Jordan is not like a character.
I mean, he's like, he doesn't have to be the main character, but
he's getting the Superman treatment.
Yeah. Shazam treatment. I mean.
Michael Jordan, just like Shazam one. God damn it.
I was gonna say the Muhammad treatment.
But at least they've talked to him though, because the whole.
But
thing
did they
about
really
how
try to get him?
No, they talked to him about it. I heard.
No, I mean, he said in the interview that like if you put Jordan in the movie, it becomes a Jordan movie.
Right.
So he's like,
it does.
So he's like, I want it to be a looming figure, but I don't want this to be a Michael Jordan movie. So he kept him like
completely
shoot him from behind. Don't have like long.
And he got the
dialogue with him.
blessing from Jordan, and then Jordan was like, "Hey, as long as you make Viola Davis my mom," and you're like, "Okay."
And I hate Michael Jordan, but he's got great taste. as far as
You hate Jordan?
Hey, Jordan?
Dude, Detroit.
I don't know. I don't have any.
We got you.
Oh, that's true.
Because Affleck plays poker with Jordan.
We don't want to, dude. My pathological hatred for the Chicago Bulls has lasted for 30 fucking years. Not going away.
As long as it's tied to a team, like it's not personal or anything. It's just like
no. It's because he's a Detroit Pistons fan.
He's a Detroit Pistons fan.
If you watch the doc, you understand. The Michael Jordan doc, you understand.
What he did too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You understand why Ray is not a fan.
Oh, that's true. That boy be bitching everywhere. He goes every time he gets a camera on his face, he's bitching about I should have made the fucking dream team.
Because he fucking should have made the fucking dream team, but whatever. The league.
You're talking about Isaiah Thomas?
Isaiah Thomas,
he's the choke one, right? We
can have that conversation. We can have that conversation about. We can have that conversation about the league fucking colluding and the Jordan rules and all that shit. We can have that conversation any fucking time you want.
We don't need to do it on the pocket screen.
Oh man, that's funny. Am I right though in saying Reggie Miller? My Reggie Miller impersonation.
No, that was New York versus the Pacers.
All right, so that wasn't that.
I can't remember. Fuck it.
No,
I know Miller was Michigan.
Timeout was at 5-5, yes.
But not only is the Ben Affleck Air movie, obviously talking about that. What Steven brought up is the fact that they're also talking about it being the bigger dad movie, like a bigger dad movie than Ford versus Ferrari and stuff like that. They're like talking about this is going to be this year's dad movie. Because obviously Top Gun Maverick was like a global phenomenon, but it was that dad movie because there were so many. It just had such a wide.
Everybody wanted to see it.
Everybody wanted to see it, but I understand what they're saying when they compare it to Ford versus Ferrari because you go there and you go, oh yeah, this is something for. The older group, and it's such a great movie. Mangold nailed it. I love that fucking movie.
That was my dad's. That was my dad's.
Exactly. Movie. Yeah, I remember you saw it with your dad. You saw it. With
I did. Oh yeah.
I just showed it to my dad a few weeks ago.
Yeah. So I mean, apparently they're saying that Air is going to be like that this year, and I'm like, good.
I buy that. Well, because it's generational, right? Because you're going all the way back to. Because the league is so different today, and like the fans, everybody that watches, it's so fucking different today. So yeah, you're gonna hit. There's gonna be some massive nostalgia. There was already nostalgia in that trailer. Like for anybody that remembers that era.
Does it come out the same week as Super Mario Brothers?
It does. Yes, it does.
Sadly, but
that's gonna be.
I'm seeing Mario first.
That's gonna be a tough call.
I'm gonna be seeing Mario first.
So am I. Yeah.
Mario.
I think the movie, the Air movie, though, it bridges a gap that very few things can bridge. You know what I mean? I feel like. When I was younger in high school and shit, I wore Jordans or whatever. My son wears Jordans, and he's 25 years old.
But making it about the shoe is a very good
smart
because
especially that being such a big culture right now. Like the shoe culture is fucking insane.
Bro, those people don't kneel in those fucking shoes. Okay?
He can literally release a particular
shoe right there
retroactively at whatever shoe store, and it's gonna say,
"Oh God,
that's." Kids are gonna buy it. It's dope, man. I that particular just that gap bridge of just like what I'm saying, reaching from like kids to parents is just like dope. With when it comes to the shoes.
Did something happen recently? Because with the "I Believe I Can Fly" song, because I've been hearing kids like
There's a TikTok thing that I don't know about.
No, because that's what I'm wondering. Because like I took my kids to the playground and like there was a kid like swinging on the swings who was singing it, and then like kids at my son's school were singing it, and like I just haven't heard it forever, and so all of a sudden now all these like some YouTuber or something like there's
gotta be my daughter up real quick. I'm gonna go shake her. Hey, real quick. You know about this?
Why are people singing this?
That's how old we are. that you gotta go and get your daughter.
I was wondering where you were going with this because I'm like, okay, he could go a couple of different ways with this, especially considering who sings that
Who's singing
song.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
R. Kelly.
That's
We
why I
talking
said,
about?
oh boy. That's
We
why I
talking
said, oh
about?
boy.
What are we talking about, man?
Mhm.
Do we talking about pissing or what? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Whatever.
I don't have an answer for you. I don't know. I mean, it is old.
Yeah,
Because Space
I haven't
Jam was
seen
like what,
anything on
98?
social.
So
Oh,
yeah,
dude, I thought it. Oh, was it 98?
the first one,
Shit.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Mhm.
That's
That's the
well,
only one I'm
remember-
talking about. I'm not talking
well,
about. The
Well, it's
other
like
one.
remember like a big part of like the plot of the movie is he's in baseball. He's a baseball player now.
Oh yeah,
Remember
that's
what
right.
that
That's
was?
right.
Yeah.
Oh no,
so-
that was the way because he played for the Birmingham Barons.
Well, then he
Yep.
played
Yeah.
for Chicago.
Oh, there's a baseball team.
Yeah.
There's a
Because
base-
they
Look at him.
because the Birmingham Barons was the
circle.
feeder team for the
Chicago
the
White Sox.
Yeah.
White Sox.
Yeah.
Where he
Yes.
went to average 1 home run a year.
no, he was not
Yes.
good. But I'm going to
Yes.
tell you, it did bang. It did lots of money for the Hoover Met. I'll tell you
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But Deion Sanders and Bo Jackson, he was not.
Oh no,
No.
Yeah,
no, not Bo
Absolutely
Jackson.
not.
Bo-
No,
It's
there's
kind of shocking, right? Though, like to think of like a player that's good. Like
We haven't seen anything like that again, right?
You know,
Somebody that plays
well,
football and play in baseball.
Nope.
Bo Jackson was the last one.
I don't think
Good.
it was either Bo and Deion were like the two
Dion, they were the
ones.
last
Yeah.
two, right?
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, because
insane.
nobody's doing
Maybe
that. Now.
Nobody else.
maybe what's his name for KC, but he wasn't really a pitcher, like a national pitcher, but he could have probably
Mahomes?
been.
You're talking about Mahomes?
Mahomes.
Oh
Mahomes.
yeah.
He
Yeah,
could've
well,
been.
okay. Now that does happen where some football players
Yeah.
they have a choice between like football or baseball, and then they'll pick.
Yeah.
Like Kyler Murray was another one. Kyler Murray's another one. He could have played baseball or
baseball and
football.
football. Mhm.
No,
Look
but
at
like
Steven,
Bo
man.
Jackson was like Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders were just built different. I mean, my God.
Yeah,
I mean, remember that
fuck.
shot? Remember when Bo Jackson caught that fucking fly ball and then he ran up the wall like he's in the fucking
Yep.
Matrix?
That was
I mean,
the
he
A's, wasn't
literally
it?
ran
You
up the
watch
wall.
it because then he played for Auburn, and you'd watch him like jump over the line
Yeah.
to like score a touchdown. Like, I mean, I'm an Alabama fan, so boo Auburn. But dude, even me, I go look at Bo and go,
the dude was dope.
Right.
It was dope. It was
Bo
dope.
knows everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
Yes.
I'm saying, dude. Like we haven't seen a play like. That's why I was saying like with not to bring it back to the World Baseball Classic, but when you see this player that's fucking knocking homers, it's fucking hitting the ball, that's fucking playing outfield, that's playing
Just put it anywhere.
whatever he's playing, and then he's pitching 102 miles an hour. You're like, what the fuck? Like
Well, Otani's a
that
freak of
shit
nature.
doesn't happen.
Otani is a freak of nature. Like
Yeah.
there's no other way to
And
describe
and,
it. Seriously.
and the fact that he stayed in
Or-
Japan for a little bit longer than before he came to the United States, like, dude, are you fucking kidding me?
We need
Dude.
more of this. We need more of this.
Oh yeah.
Like, we need, and then we need some people that are crossing over again from football. Like we need a Dion and a Bo Jackson again. Too.
See, and I don't think any of them
They
will
probably
do
won't
it
allow
because- you're right. The leagues probably won't allow it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
NFL probably damn sure won't allow it. But like,
Well, no,
But I
maybe
also
a USFL might allow it. You know
or
what I
an
mean? Like,
XFL.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like one of those leagues might allow
Dwayne
it.
Johnson, right?
Yeah.
well, but then
Talking about
but then,
Dwayne Johnson.
but then
See how I went into that? I was like,
No.
how can we
Uh,
bring
he-
up
he
Dwayne
weaved
Johnson?
it back.
No, he
weaved it back.
wouldn't let someone come over from another team to make an appearance at the end of his league. He's not into that.
As a fucking as a tennis set. Oh, look, you did the fire again. Look at that.
See, I set that one up. I gave
my
the
Oh, that
assist.
was well done.
I gave the
That was
assist.
so well
and
done.
Steven fucking
Oh,
slammed
see,
something.
now that's an alley oop. That's an alley oop right there. There you
Yeah,
go.
I
That was-
flat out went like that, and Steven jumped up and went. "Here we
Oh
go."
my goodness.
Yeah.
I believe I can
Wow.
fly.
Oh. Okay, then so since we're here, that I'll just ask this question. It's the question I've been asking all week. Why do we fucking care?
I know it really
Why
doesn't
do
like,
we
matter
care
anymore.
so
But at the
much?
same time, I think everybody's just kind of wondering like what exactly happened when it came to all this. But I mean,
We know some bullshit happened. It was under
Yeah.
Hamada. It was bullshit. Bullshit was
Well,
it was a lot of
the name
bullshit,
game
but
during that
think
during that
what
whole
I
regime.
what I said about it, which I think is the most important thing anyone can say about it.
Oh my God! That is the truest fucking thing ever.
They
Somebody
stream on a high
Steven.
note and you kill it
With
right
that-
after you finish the
With
poem.
that for
Circle,
all
Steven.
time. Oh my God.
Go for
That
it,
is-
Steven. That is 100% perfect. Go for it. I believe you.
This is the second DC flop in a row where there's a big behind the scenes scoop that comes out afterwards blaming some kind of political fuckery related to a post-credit scene cameo as the reason for why the movie didn't perform well. And now, as Christopher McQuarrie said a long time ago, I always point back to this thread where he's like, when you look at these stories in the trades, don't read them as fact, read them as somebody told them this because somebody wants you to think this. It might be true, it might not be true, but somebody wants you
Someone
to
has
know
an agenda.
this.
Bingo.
Right?
Yeah.
Why was it in the rep and not
that
THR?
doesn't mean it's wrong. It doesn't mean it's right.
But it's embellished.
So we can't know the truth about it. We can know that somebody wants us to know that version of the story. So what does that what does that mean? Well, what that means is that there is somebody in a position that cares about the narrative, that wants the narrative to be this. So it's probably not Dwayne Johnson sitting in the narrative, right?
Right.
And so, like I said, this is the second movie in a row that has used this. Oh, they screwed with the post credit scene, and that's the reason that it's a flop narrative, and that says so much about how we got here. Like the people who are in positions of authority or have been in the positions of authority to make these movies happen for a decade have been like, oh, if we can just make it look like a Marvel movie, we just need that cameo in the post credit scene, and that will. And because like why else? And it doesn't, and it keeps on not working. And whenever it doesn't work, their explanation is, well, they screwed up that thing that would have made it more like a Marvel movie, and that's just absurd. It's just the insistence on like, oh, if we can just get the character at the end, then it'll blow up and people go to no, make a good movie. Like make
but
good
that's
movie.
but that's the shitty part though, Steven, because Shazam was a good movie.
It was an okay movie.
No, it was a
It was-
fine movie.
It was a fine movie, yeah.
Well, I
It was
haven't
a
seen it.
subject
Don't
only.
leave.
Fear of the Gods or Shazam?
Yeah.
Okay. Fury of the Gods or Black Adam? Fucking pick right now. Fury of the Gods or Black Adam? Which one?
Fear of the
Black
Gods.
Adam.
Fear of the Gods.
Fear of the
Thank you.
Gods.
Thank you.
I haven't
Thank
seen
you.
Black
either one,
Adam.
but I-
No, but
I-
my point
I
is
can
like,
say Fury of the
are
Gods.
you going to be like 5-star fire? This movie was amazing. No, it
No.
was
No.
just, it was
Neither
was fine.
one.
And so if you're not making those like, you can get away with a few Shazam Fury of the Gods if you're also putting out like other ones that when you got Black Adam and this one back to back, it's like and the irony is that it's Black Adam and Shazam, the two movies that the DC
Should be connected really
the two
hard.
movies that should have like put Shazam at the end of that instead of Superman. And I know like this is whatever, people aren't going to agree with this, but like, you put Shazam at the end of Fury of the God or of Black Adam instead of Superman, then Fury of the Gods has more interest going into it immediately from that, even though Black Adam doesn't do well. But they won't.
Yeah.
They're not stringing out building this thing up. They're just, oh, let's just fit this Marvel cookie cutter and make it work. And that's what ruined Batman v Superman in the theatrical cut. That's what ruined Justice League and with the reshoots.
Suicide. That's what ruined Studio.
That's what ruined Suicide Squad. Yeah, like is all of this. Take this Marvel cookie cutter and put it on here. And the evidence is that the narrative that whoever is trying to set a narrative puts out when these movies underperform is they didn't let us make it like the Marvel post credit that we wanted to make it like.
Yeah, I mean, like when that whole news came out, it was like I'm not taking a side on this. I'm like, do I believe that Dwayne Johnson was trying to set his standard for what he wanted for DC? Absolutely, and he didn't want to have anything to do with Shazam. He was all about Superman. I totally agree with that. But then at the same time, when it came to that article that came out that was throwing him under the bus, I'm like, oh yeah, that is totally Warner Brothers Discovery saving face. Like both things can be right. We don't have to take a side, which is what I was trying to tell people. I'm like, why are you guys taking a side? Like, don't take a side. Like both can be right.
Well, because what you had, Dave, was you had people like Grace that were saying this is this is proof that nothing has changed. The current leadership is continuing to make the same mistakes. It's like the current leadership hasn't done any fucking thing yet.
They haven't
That was
done
the
it.
This
old
is
regime.
all right. This is all Hamada. This is all the old shit. This is why
Mhm.
he didn't have a fucking plan.
Oh,
We're
dude,
seeing the
I had
evidence of his
people.
non-plan.
I had people in my mention saying like, "Oh, Shazam's going to be the first like test to James Gunn." I'm like, how? Like he
It's
wasn't
not even
part
his
of it.
movie.
Why? Because his
Right.
wife might be in the movie? Like, no, that's not how this works. I'm like, the first test is going to be the big, huge test that is Superman Legacy that he is
Yes.
making.
Put it on his
By
shoulder.
far.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That is going to be
Yes.
the ultimate test for James Gunn. That's the
Listen,
thing.
I
I
think
don't
they
think-
were
I don't-
more talking about the saffron production thing with this movie.
Okay.
Elaborate.
But
I mean, it is a saffron produced movie. So
And?
those people who are looking for that, they're not
Keep talking
not
about,
blaming
bro.
it.
That's what Ben's saying. That's what Ben's saying. He's like, "What the fuck? Speak up, bro. Talk, fucking talk,
That's
bro."
That's something they're
I-
not blaming on James Gunn. They're blaming on Saffron because he's also a co-head of DC Studios.
That's not how Disgrace put it.
Right,
though,
but
I
Casey.
know, but I'm
Disgrace
just
said
saying that
DC
that's how they are
leadership.
saying it.
But I mean, okay, so because I think there's a lot of people, if like the movie failed not because of end credit scene, not
No.
because of Dwayne the Rock Johnson interference, even though and I gotta preface by saying this, he's within his right to do so, to say, you're not going to use these guys because I'm the producer of this movie, so you cannot use them. That is within his right. And it is stupid and short-sighted, but that's not why the movie failed. The movie failed for a lot of things. That the movie didn't get marketed properly. This is a family film. It wasn't marketed that way. The studio was already looking past this movie by putting a big ass trailer during the Super Bowl and not throwing a bone to this movie and saying, "Hey, and by the way, before you see the Flash movie, see this one next month." Blah 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 blah. Nothing.
I mean,
So they didn't do this movie any favor. So the movie, even though I enjoyed it, it was not earth-shattering experience where I'm like, you gotta go watch this movie. You know what I mean?
that's why they didn't market it properly.
But Ben, and I think part of I think part of it, Ben, though, it speaks to the lack of confidence that they have in the popularity of the character. All these people that want to come at me and like, because people they go back to what the first movie made, and I'm like, you mean when the first movie didn't make $400 million? And well, it still made enough of a profit. Yes, it made a profit because of the budget was cheaper. The budget was sub 100 million. The general audience never. And I say, you know what? I say the same thing about Ant-Man because they've been lumping in, the whole comic book movie fatigue thing has come up, and people are saying Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania and Fury of the Gods are proof that the general audience is tired of.
I don't think it's a
I
fatigue
agree.
thing.
It's not a
The
fatigue
thing is that you get in movies that are subjectively bad.
Fucking dude.
He said it. You can't argue with him.
I
He
know
said
he
it.
did. I know.
And back to back
Yes.
from both
So back to
companies.
back, you got what's the name? Thor: Love and Thunder. You got subjectively the what's the name? Doctor
Quantumania?
Strange.
Multiverse.
Then Black
Multiverse
Adam.
of Madness.
Then
Eternals?
and then Eternals, and then you got
Dude,
Shazam.
Eternals was amazing.
So
I think
people
it's
are
fair to
getting,
say it's their
so people are
rockiest stretch.
saying, you know what? If you're gonna watch a subpar subjectively bad movie, I'm gonna
He's
I'm gonna
covering
watch
his ass.
it.
I'm applauding Ben this whole time. Keep
I'm
going.
gonna watch
Keep
it.
going.
I'm gonna watch whatever is on streaming instead of spending all this money on this movie. I'm gonna wait for an amazing explosive experience when it comes in theaters. Like
that was
John
great,
Wick.
Ben. But I love the fact that you went like this. You went. You're poking.
You wait for an experience like this.
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about the John Wick, but Ray, talk.
Yeah,
Ray.
Exactly.
No, right, but there's so many different factors at play here because and this is part of why Iger comes in, and what's one of the first things he says, we're going to scale back how many we're doing because the frequency was getting too high. You're throwing so many projects out there, you're not going to get the big, huge, massive, you're always going to get No Way Home, right? But on top of that, like with respect to Shazam and Quantumania, like Ant-Man and Shazam just are not that popular to the general audience. And you can go back and claim that Ant-Man made money, but what happened right before each of the previous two Ant-Man movies? An Avengers movie. So, like, you know, the first Ant-Man rode the coattails of Ultron. Whether we like that movie or not, because that's subjectively questionable, but like 1.2 billion for that movie, and then Ant-Man and the Wasp came right after Infinity War.
I could use that and say if Zach had included Shazam and Zack Snyder's Justice League, and all of a sudden we're getting a Shazam film right after that, guess what? Every single one of us would have been like, "Yo, I'm fucking going to see Shazam."
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
you would have been involved
Yes.
with it. I completely get
Definitely.
that.
Yeah,
I understand that part.
So you're looking at both of these movies. You know, in the case of Shazam, like standalone, it's not going to do very well, and we see that with Fear of the Gods. And in Ant-Man's case, not only is it not coming after an Avengers film, it's also coming after a Phase 4 where, even though I enjoyed it, it was all over the place. There's no Infinity Saga.
Yeah,
The fans and the audience are like, "Where are we going with this?" And they still don't know.
I forgot to mention Black Panther. That movie sucked.
Oh, you didn't.
objectively.
No, you meant to leave it out. No, you meant to leave it out. You meant to leave it fucking out. You did.
No, I just didn't
Black on
remember.
black.
I'm old.
Black
Remember,
on
I'm old.
black crime. Black on black crime. Terrible. Terrible. Angela Bassett is scowling. She was scowling at you on Oscar night. Then that's what she was doing.
Her reaction was I haven't seen a reaction like that since what's the name? Motherfucking Snake on this plane. Samuel L. Jackson. He lost. Remember that he was like, "Motherfucker."
And yeah, well, and they finally gave him his they finally gave him an honorary like what, a year or so ago. Yeah, which I mean, about fucking time. Give Fishburne one, damn it. But anyway. But no, so that's it.
And speaking of Lawrence Fishburne, I mean, who's seen John Wick Chapter 4?
Somebody get this man.
I'm watching it on Sunday. Don't spoil it for me, please.
Okay, we're not going to spoil it.
I don't want to spoil it.
I'm not going to spoil it. No, you can't spoil it.
I'm not going to spoil it,
so
but my God,
The dog dies.
My freaking God. I don't know how many times. Yeah. How many times did I just like giggle like a fucking little kid?
Dude, oh my God.
Me.
Holy shit.
Dude,
there are scenes, there are action scenes in this where I'm going, Jesus Christ. They said, you know what? Let's put everything, like every idea, every little thing that we could put. I mean, it is so bonkers.
They jumped the shark.
Literally.
They pulled it off, but also they did jump the shark.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. They jumped the shark in 3. They jumped the shark in 3. 4.
They jumped another shark then, though. They didn't.
All right.
I mean,
did they go to space?
It ramped up.
Did they go off the road?
Like the escalation in this franchise has been more severe than Fast and Furious. They just made it less.
Okay, Steven,
ridiculous.
I brought this up on Film Junkie Live, Drink, and I was
did.
like,
I heard you.
Yeah, I brought it up. I was like, and I even said, I was like, Steven had a really good like explanation. How the fact that
he had to take a drink.
This franchise like does up it, like and like Fast and Furious went crazy too, but it's like what I mean. Maybe there's a reason why I accept it more with John Wick because the way that it's shown on the screen and the fact that I love Keanu Reeves and I don't really like Vin Diesel and I hate the fact that Paul Walker's not around. Maybe I can't. But I mean, but at the same time, they don't go to space. But at the same time. I mean, how many times
John Wick? If they said John Wick, we need you to go punch the moon, he wouldn't go like I'm going to punch the moon. He'd go,
I guess I'm gonna punch the moon.
Yeah, I guess I have to punch the moon.
Okay, so I get what Steven is saying with respect to jumping the shark, but the franchise is a jump the shark franchise.
Well,
let's be honest here.
I have some complaints, but I will say the jumping the shark is not a necessarily a criticism of the movie. Like they crossed some they can't go. no spoilers, I guess, but they cross some lines that they can't go back from in terms of like escalating the level of
No, I
like
get what you're talking about. I
like
get
the
what
number
you're-
of like
once you
the,
cross
like
something,
he
you can't
he can
go
only get
back.
hit like he got hit by a couple cars in the other movie. He got hit by like 20 cars in this movie, and then he or like
Well,
What's
I'll just say falling down the stairs.
alley?
What's
that one? That's the third one?
Yeah.
Here's how I put
Okay.
it. Here's
I mean,
how I
nobody
put
has
it.
figured to shoot him in
the
the
end of
face
3.
yet.
In
Or
this
like the
movie,
bulletproof suits, like they just
Yeah.
They just
see-
leaned.
see-
They
see-
leaned into that so much in this movie.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly, and that's why it works, is because there is a physicality and a believability in how they're doing. There's a plausibility in how they're doing it. No, you can't buy a suit that is quite like that just on the regular. And the fact that through 4 movies we've seen one cop, right? Like there's nothing. I mean, yes,
Right.
this
or
is
like
a different world. It's a different
this
mythology.
movie, they did things with the civilians in this one that they've never done. Like everything else before has been like people. Like they remind, I
literally-
commented on Twitter a little bit ago. The civilians in this were all like Mortal Kombat spectators.
Oh, dude, they were.
Like-
They were. What do they call them? RPTs or like real people?
NPCs.
NPCs, yes.
Yeah,
Non-playable.
yeah, like, yeah.
NPCs.
Somebody
Non-playable
mentioned
character.
that. I saw that on Twitter too.
Oh,
Where it was like,
Dave.
he was like, yeah, I know. I'm at it.
Dave, what the fuck?
I don't play video
RPGs?
games. Like you can see. I don't know. I was.
Free Guy was literally a movie about
You could
NPCs,
tell.
bro.
You could tell I
Like,
don't
come
play
on.
video games. You could tell I don't play video games.
There's a
But I
point
mean,
in the
like
movie.
literally, like they're at a nightclub and everybody's just dancing while people are getting
Yeah.
killed. You know, and they're
And
just
And
like,
nobody's getting
Shonda said that. Shonda said that like 3 or 4 times. She was like, "No one is paying attention at all to what is happening." But no, there's a point in this movie, like you were talking about the cars that hits him. No, there's a point in this movie where he literally uses traffic as a weapon. He
Yeah.
weaponized traffic, and I'm like, "Oh my god!" Like,
but it was
and it's
amazing.
just-
It was
Like he's
amazing.
like
was.
Yeah.
And there's something
Yeah.
about, and there's something also about Chad Stahelski, how he's grown as a director because the camera in this movie.
Oh yes,
Dude.
yes.
The
See,
overhead
and
shot.
Overhead,
Yeah.
yes. Oh,
Overhead,
right.
like the way that what's his name? Reed
like-
did in
no,
It's like
Planet of the Apes.
no, it's like the True Detective, but
yes, the True Detective. Yes,
But very
Yeah.
much more
Right, or-
extreme.
To me, it kind of reminded me if anyone has ever played like PS1 Grand Theft Auto, like
Yeah.
that
Like,
type of top-down
Okay.
perspective.
yeah, or like
What about
Metal
Metal
Gear
Gear?
Solid?
Never played that game.
Metal Gear
Metal Gear
Solid.
Solid.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Metal
no.
Gear Solid,
No,
yes.
No,
Yeah.
the Twisted Metal. That's what I was thinking of. That's what I
Well,
was
no,
thinking
Metal
of.
Gear Solid.
Whatever.
Metal Gear
Metal-
Solid is
yeah.
another example.
Yeah, I know, but
because
I
Metal Gear
was thinking of
Solid's
Twisted
camera
Metal.
is similar.
Whatever.
But
Yeah.
or
Like-
what was it? Was it Minority Report that did a similar?
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah, they did with the
which scene?
crawly robot thing.
Yeah, when the
Oh, that's
Okay.
right.
When-
Yeah.
yeah, when he
Okay,
gets
now
the
I
ice.
remember.
Yes.
Steven
yes,
Spielberg
you're right,
always
with
had
the,
a curve.
the spiders,
Yes.
the spiders.
Yeah,
So
when
he
he was hiding in the
Spielberg.
bathtub, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
when
yes.
when he's
Yeah.
in the ice tub.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yes.
they were in that apartment complex and they were
Yeah.
going through like, yeah.
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 No, totally.
I-
No, it
Heather and I saw this. This is the first time Heather and I have actually watched a John Wick movie for the first time together in theaters.
Wait, she
But-
never seen the other three?
She'd seen them,
Oh,
but
okay.
it was like I watched the first one at home, and then I saw 2 and 3 in theaters. This is the first time, this was date night for us, was to go see John Wick 4.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Awesome.
yeah.
And yeah, it was like, and I understand what you're saying, Steven, about the jump the shark stuff, but there was something about this movie that it was like the movie, the franchise has just made me go, I accept this. There was like one moment. There's two falls where I go, nah, man, but I laugh it off. Like I laugh it off because I'm like, oh no,
I know
dude's dead.
exactly the two falls you're talking about. too.
Yeah, I know the 2 falls he's talking about too. Because one of them was similar to a fall in the 3rd movie where it's like,
Yeah.
no,
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
But
Well, and
Shonda
that
and I
villain
have
just keeps on
seen-
villain just keeps on they don't acknowledge he'll be laying on the ground and then another few scenes later you're like, oh, I guess he's still
Okay, that
fine.
started that was
Those
actually
guys are
pissing
fine.
Shonda off.
Those guys are fine.
That was actually pissing Shonda off. She's like, "Why is this fucker not dead yet?" Because Shonda and I have seen all 4 of these in the theater. Like this is just it's kind of like our thing, I guess. indirectly. Like it is actually. We love seeing people die horribly at the hands of Keanu Reeves. It's fantastic.
They
but no, like we were, but there was just multiple times in the movie where both of us just laughed out loud, like in the theater, because just out of pure enjoyment.
That's
like
what
just
you gotta do. I was giggling
like,
on some of the ridiculousness. Like I had my brother next to me; he was laughing too. We were just going, "Oh my god, what is happening right now? This is ridiculous."
And I don't want to say that I've never seen nunchucks properly used before, but I don't usually think of them as like oh fuck. I've never once thought, oh fuck, he's got nunchucks now. It's always like oh, the ninja's gonna do some tricks and they're gonna shoot him. No, I was like, oh, I can see why those would be a deadly weapon.
Yes.
And hey, props
because
to
they were a deadly
Yen.
weapon.
Donnie Yen.
Oh,
dude, man,
Donnie Yen.
talk about just
Donnie
like being a
Yen.
badass. And I was worried. I was like, I'm like, all right, because sometimes you don't know when it's like when they market a character, you don't know if they're gonna be throughout the movie. But I'm like, I will say, like, and it's not spoiler, but Donnie Yen is throughout the movie. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like he's throughout and you just don't know what his character actually is. A bad guy, good guy. It's just that it was really good. And Donnie Yen's just a badass. And of course he has a similar trait to a certain character that he played in a Star Wars movie.
Yes, he
I
does.
just thought that was,
yes, he does.
And I was like, but I mean, Donnie Yen just has not lost a step in, just the mixture between him and Keanu Reeves, being at the advanced stage that they are and still fucking kicking ass. So,
Scott,
I mean,
yeah.
so many times I'm going, these guys are, I'm just going, is that wasn't the stunt guy. That wasn't the stunt guy doing that. That was them.
Right.
Occasionally you might see like a certain fall or a crash through something. Yeah, stunt guy. But most of the time, it's them doing this shit, and it's like, fuck, man.
Well, and overall, there was far more character work of it, like a different type of character work in this one than in the other ones, also.
Absolutely, yes. If
Were you
Scott
gonna
were
go on,
here, well, no. If Scott were here, I was gonna. I don't know where he's
okay,
at.
hold on.
Like,
I don't know what happened
he
to
froze.
Scott, but he froze up, and then. Now, and then now you're back. I don't know what happened with that.
Okay,
dude.
I just bamfed.
Yeah, you totally did because. Man, sorry.
No, I want to bring up something that Scott has talked about before because we've talked about like the John Wick movies, and Scott, you said before the second one was your favorite, like out of the three
until today.
Oh,
until
really?
today, right? But one of the things that you really talked about that you loved about the second one is something that I really love about this one is the world building and like the mythology and just and that's great. That the fourth movie does not hold your hand. It expects that you've seen the other three and you know how this world works. You understand the honor. You understand the systems. You get how everybody operates in this world, and it just goes, okay, here's a ride for 2 hours and 38 minutes. Enjoy it, and I fucking did because I love this world, and it is an incredible piece of mythological storytelling that they do it.
But it's also shot very well too, even with like green screen, which is obviously there's like things like there's scenery in the background. You go, okay, they didn't shoot this on location. There's like a sunset, dust. It's like
the sunset. Definitely,
but some of that was, like there were moments of that where it looked fake, but it was fake in like I think one of the things I tweeted after I saw it was this is so anime.
Yeah,
so anime.
Like, I mean, the number of shots that's like, oh, it's a white tree that's lit with red, and John Wick is staring at it, and he's lit. This is just like, and we're just gonna play music, synth music.
Oh no, dude, especially where he was in that, like like his location just made it even more anime in that particular. That tree that you're talking about.
Like some of the characters, like Scott Adkins' character, for example, lots of like hardcore anime, like or like there's a henchman with an afro.
Fit in that location.
There's a henchman with an afro. And
real quick,
that's like an anime henchman character.
Real quick though, speaking of anime, what the fuck? Attack on Titan, that last fucking episode, season 4, part 3. Anybody see it other than just me and Ben?
No.
I have.
Are you fucking kidding me, bro? I have never seen an episode where I'm like, holy shit, This is some serious fucking shit. I can't believe you guys don't know what I'm fucking talking about. I'm sorry.
I know what you're
All right.
talking about. I just haven't seen it.
I've heard of it.
You just got
haven't
into
seen it.
anime with Attack on Titan, didn't you?
Attack on Titan is a different fucking. It is a. You think it's one thing, and you're like, oh wait, I guess never mind. It's not this thing, and you're like, oh wait, never mind. It's really not this thing. Oh wait, holy shit, it's not this thing at all. Fuck, my fault. And then the shit that they've just
have you
made,
watched Full Metal Alchemist?
Me personally, no, I haven't, but I hear that that's fucking great. I need to watch
If
it.
you watch it, you'll be like, yeah, this is okay, but it's not Full Metal Alchemist good.
Yeah, just if you guys are talking about anime fucking live action, dude, Attack on Titan. The last episode, I just went, oh my god. Casey, do you know what I'm talking about? Because I feel like you're shaking your head, but you don't. I don't
Nope.
think I've ever seen you talk about it.
Nope.
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
Nope.
You are fucking.
Okay, moving on.
I've watched some of it.
I don't watch anime.
I watched the live action version of Attack on.
Are you fucking kidding me?
What?
Bro,
No,
that shit was
I did watch
trash. Oh my
I'm
god.
sure. Yeah, I'm sure it was. But I've also watched the anime version too. Yes, and I agree with you. It's hard to translate that. It's
Live action translations, they are always shitty.
Not always.
The thing is,
the only one
Scott
that I seen
Pilgrim versus the World.
that was
Edgar
not
Wright
an
could
anime.
Speed Racer.
Adapt.
That
Just
was
saying.
not anime.
Yeah, hold on. That movie
I know it
fire.
was an anime, but it acted like an anime sometimes.
No,
Come on.
it did. But Ghost in the Shell,
Okay, so
by the
if
way,
Edgar
Ghost
Wright
in the
could
Shell.
fucking do an anime live action. I'm just saying. You watch Scott Pilgrim, you go, yeah, there's some anime shit in there. When you see some of the shots, you go,
No, that movie's
fucking
dope,
anime.
though.
Yeah, and Ghost in the
Yes.
Shell was
Look,
it was
Chris
underrated.
Chris knows what I'm talking about. Look, Chris knows what I'm
Oh,
talking
hey.
about.
Yeah, Mr.
Like,
Mr.
look.
Swenson's in the chat right now.
Garza, have you been watching The Last of Us though?
Absolutely.
Hey, no spoilers.
Absolutely.
I'm
I fucking
behind.
love that.
Yeah, I have. I have not
Nice.
seen it. Any of it.
You guys need to
before,
catch up.
but,
You guys need to catch up. It's so good.
I'm in the middle of 8, so I'm like I got an episode
you're almost
and a half
there.
to go. I'm
Almost
almost
there.
there.
But you're
Yeah,
liking
what,
it,
The
right?
Last of Us?
Oh, I love it. I love
Yeah.
it. Like Heather and I watched 7 last night. So, and we got about halfway through 8, and then she was tired. That's when I watched Shrinking, and then caught up in the last 3 episodes of Mandalorian. Which, by the way, Shrinking.
Okay, I hear it's good.
fucking
I've heard that.
good.
I've heard that's good. Yes, I've heard that's.
Oh,
truly
it's
good. Yeah.
so
not-
good.
another Apple show. Another like.
Right,
Mhm.
another Apple
Yeah,
show.
yeah, yeah.
I have got.
So.
I was
Here-
talking
Just like
about-
Severance.
Casey just
Ford.
got a boner right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like Severance.
Hey, look, I saw this meme. It was like every fucking badass fucking actors on a show that you've never watched on Apple TV. Like, dude, that's basically it. I'm sorry.
It is. But that's the thing is like when you watch the shows, you go, holy fuck, this was good.
Yeah.
Like Severance, I can't. That was one of the best series I've seen.
Yes.
Like just the idea. When I explain the idea to people, they go, "What the fuck?" I'm like,
No,
"Yeah,
you have to
it's
watch it.
crazy." Yeah, I'm like, the idea is just insane, and they execute it so well.
And
Spe-
the
speaking
Oh,
of streaming,
oh.
speaking of streaming shows, like okay, I was not the only one that saw Clancy Brown in John Wick Chapter 4 and just remembered this motherfucker's going to be Maroney in the
Oh,
next
yes.
show. And I can't
Yes.
wait.
And he was awesome in John Wick. Well, everybody's
Oh,
He
awesome.
was.
Everybody's
yes.
awesome in John Wick. Even Skarsgård, he played a great villain, man.
Oh,
Fuck
God.
yeah.
Oh God, I
Hey,
hated
hey,
him.
by the
I
way,
hated him so
Dave,
much.
Yeah,
I wanted
exactly.
to ask you this. I wanted to ask you this because, and that's when internet decided to be funky. Give me my top 3 Donnie Yen movies I need to go see.
All the IP movie. IP man.
I know.
movies.
Who's
I was gonna say-
familiar
I was-
with
I
all
was-
the Donnie Yen movies? I've seen them in many things, but I can't remember exactly everything. I'm like, Rogue One?
Was he in
I
Fast
was about
and
to say, I'm-
Furious?
Stop.
One of the movies?
Well, he was in IP Man, right?
Fast and
IP, there is IP.
Yeah.
In the original
And,
Tokyo
but
Drift.
I haven't seen any of his. I've only seen Dave. I've only seen
That's
Rogue
the thing.
One
We all
and
suck.
Chapter 4. I haven't seen any of his other ones.
Hey, you know what
I
you
need
should?
to.
Hey, he's in Attack on Titan, the first 4 fucking seasons. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's in the IP Man series, I know that.
Swinson,
That's about it.
Swenson's coming in. Swenson's coming in for the rescue. Flashpoint, SPL, IP Man series. Yeah.
Which I think,
Come on,
Yeah.
Donnie Yen for the win.
He was-
There we go.
He was
All right.
apparently
No.
in Mulan.
Yeah.
he was in Blade 2.
Oh
He
Lord.
was in Blade
Okay.
2. Who's he
No,
in Blade 2?
Hitman.
I-
Hitman is like
I think they're
famous.
fucking, I think
Yeah.
they're fucking around.
He's got like
I think
4
they're
of them.
fucking around. But
Nah,
Yeah, I'm
No,
like,
it- no,
I don't think he was in Blade 2. See, that's the thing. It's like,
It-Man,
Well,
I definitely
it's
want
like-
to see. I want to see the It-Man
Yeah.
series. Yes.
see, that's the thing. It's like Donnie Yen is like he's been around for a while, but it's like, yeah, you can't really like unless you're just you dive into it. Like I can probably do the same thing. Like name Jackie Chan movies that are not Rush Hour. Some people might be like, it's like
Shanghai New.
see, yeah, but yeah,
he's just throwing
yeah,
names
you
out.
chose the
No,
other.
that's a real
You're
fucking
not gonna talk
film.
about Police Story.
Chris
You're not
Farley.
gonna talk about Rumble in the Bronx. You're not going to talk about Super Cop, Operation Condor. You
Look
know,
at that. You got him.
Donnie Yen was in Blade 2. He actually
Was
was
he?
in Blade 2. What the?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, apparently.
barely in Blade 2.
Like I'm seeing.
What the fuck
Wow.
was he?
He one of the fucking
Listen,
vampires.
bro,
Was
listen.
he also in Police Story?
Hey,
Listen,
listen, I'm
put
just
on
gonna
the
say
fucking
Blade
phone.
2 is not gonna show a fucking murder of some other fucking literal adolescent fucking pubescent fucking kid, okay? I'm just saying Attack on Titan is fucking legit, all right? I'm just saying that. That's all I'm gonna say, okay? Attack on Titan is legit. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Please.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Noted.
Just fucking realize
So
it.
noted.
Oh shit! I
So
just
noted.
realized that we got somebody else.
Andre's been sitting there for an hour.
Hey, what's up,
No,
Andre?
just for a short time. Just for a short time. You know what? I gotta watch Attack on Titan.
Mike's
you
not
know.
working.
Hey, Andre, your mic's not working.
Yeah, your mic is
Well,
not
we can
on.
still hear you though. So we heard
We
you.
can hear you, but like the
Check the
echo
settings.
is
Yeah. Crackling
We
on
want
that.
to hear you better.
But I appreciate the Attack on Titan.
There you go.
Because Zach was talking to us about mics being props. You don't want it to be a prop.
Yeah, no. I gotta check
There
out
we
Attack on
go.
Titan.
There it is.
I gotta check it out, but you know what? Sadly, my first exposure to Attack on Titan was the live action movie, which it was just really weird looking and awkward. And I was like, "What the fuck is this?" There's like a bunch of naked Asian dudes running
Casey's
around.
shaking his head. Like
I was
Casey's
like,
shaking his
"What
head, bro.
the
I'm like,
fuck?"
I've seen clips from that movie.
yeah, no, that's a
Terrible.
shitty fucking
It's
adaptation.
terrible, absolutely terrible, man. But
No,
I'll
they
check it
changed
out.
everything about that fucking entire fucking thing. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, is it like Avatar: The Last Airbender terrible?
No,
like,
it's
is
not.
It that bad?
Avatar,
Oh, God.
it's
Well,
Avatar is a show made for children, which is nothing wrong with it. That's great. That's cool. But the real world aspects, the like political, the fucking deep thinking of what this show is
Spiritual.
actually about is the hidden meaning, all of that shit is in Attack on Titan that you realize you're like, God damn, dude, like fuck. I didn't realize it was-
the Dragon Ball Z movie, that was a fucking shit show.
Well,
See, nobody's seen that shit.
I've heard.
Yeah, no,
I've
I've
seen
heard
it.
that.
Nobody's
Yeah,
seen
I
that
haven't
shit.
seen it.
I never.
I
haven't
know,
seen
and
it.
that's why I'm trying to tell you that Attack on Titan, like, I'm just no bullshit. Like Attack on Titan is a fucking show where you go, all right,
Okay.
you're watching each season, you're going, I think I know what I'm watching, and then all of a sudden it keeps going. You're like, wait, okay, I guess I didn't know what I was watching, and then it just keeps going to where now you're like, holy fuck, this is on another level of shit that I would like. You almost feel bad that you're like, oh my god, should I be enjoying this or should I not? Should I not fucking enjoy it? Or maybe I feel bad about it. You're like, but yeah, in reality though, it makes sense. It's too much, dude. It's fucking. It really is. And I'm glad that Chris Swenson agrees. That's all I'm saying.
No, I mean, like I think one of the things is like, I mean, I think the Wachowskis did a good job when it came to the Matrix, trying to adapt an anime style movie when it came to the Matrix. I mean, when you watch like behind the scenes and their inspirations, and they show like, oh yeah, there's shots like this, and then they achieved them. It's like they did a good job, but at the same time, it's like, and then people try to match that, and it just almost seems like it's impossible for some filmmakers.
The other great, I mean.
Except for Edgar Wright. Come on.
It wasn't just the set design and the directing and stuff. Like Speed Racer is edited
Jesus
unlike
Christ, I just watched that
anything
the
I've
other day.
ever seen in my entire life. And I don't know
Yes.
how that was planned out, but I mean their use of green screen and having characters come across and like notice how infrequently you actually have like a normally cut scene where it's like one cut to the next. Everything is sliding in and out and around each other. It's not even like there's very few standard cuts. It's like things slide into the scene and then there's a swipe. And
Well,
then
you have
like
the announcers that just like pan through the
Yeah.
actual scene, like going, "Oh, he's going there." Yeah, and then it
And
just goes
not
across.
just not just directly in one direction. They move their head like this.
Yes, exactly.
Casey, I don't want to hear you talk unless you say that you want to watch Attack on Titan. Okay, Casey, that's it. I don't only fucking want to hear that from your mouth. Okay.
Yeah.
Go
No,
on.
but I just rewatched Speed Racer again like last weekend, and I'm like, and I was like, it was kind of like a background thing because I was like working on shit, but I kept on just going, man, they really fucking went for it in this movie.
did. Yes, they did.
They really
They
did.
really
Yes,
went
they
for
did.
it.
Well,
like,
and listen, indirectly or directly, we have the Wachowskis to thank for the existence of John Wick because that's where
where it all kinda
Stahelski
came
and
from, yeah.
Reeves. That's where it all started, right? That's where the partnership began and led to, and that's like I've loved the whole stuntman turned director like renaissance that we've seen over the last 10 years. John Wick kind of started it. Atomic Blonde has continued it. Extraction to go to Netflix, right? The Sam Hargraves thing with Chris Hemsworth, like that's awesome. Like and what I love about it is like we brought this up earlier about like the camera angles and the cinematography. It's not just that they know how to like compose these scenes, but they also know like where to put the camera. They're like, okay, we're not locking this shot down and giving you a bunch of boring static shit. We're gonna put the camera in crazy ass places that we would want to see it put that maybe they couldn't do beforehand, and now they can as the directors. So no, it's
Which
fantastic.
also, no, I'm not bullshitting about it, but like Attack on Titan does that. Like,
Oh my
where
God.
you're kind of, no. I'm not.
I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna see it.
No, I'm not bullshitting though when it comes to like camera movements and the way that they do, because the story itself is so unique into how it.
Okay,
how
Garza,
it
we get it. We get it.
Okay.
We get it. It's on the
Casey,
list.
just say you're gonna see it.
Attack on Titan's on
Casey,
the
just
list.
say you're gonna see
watch
it.
Casey, if you don't fucking watch it,
He's gonna
dude,
get
within a
mad.
week, I swear to God,
I have a lot of
no.
things to
I
get
don't
to in
know.
life before.
No.
I don't
say
give
that
a
you
shit.
will watch it so we can move on to the next fucking subject. Can you say you'll watch it?
I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking.
Oh my God.
Right here.
Garza, I'm feeling it. He's feeling it tonight. Trying to sell it. No,
Hey,
but
it's a great fucking.
He's
show.
going harder than
Yeah.
I went for Severance.
Yes, he
That's probably
is.
true.
Yes, he is.
No, that's probably true, man. Sorry.
No, when you talk about like live action Japanese anime, I always thought Kill Bill Volume 1 was probably really
that was a
close
good
to
one.
it. That was like
good.
that felt like you're watching an anime.
Yeah, Tarantino.
I love
did a
how
good
everybody
job.
says I love how everybody says Volume 1 and not Volume 2 because Volume 2, of
Volume-
course, is more dialogue.
Volume
Yes,
two-
yes, it's
No,
much
Volume
more.
2 is
Yeah.
a western. Volume 2 is a western. Volume
Yeah.
2 is a
Yes.
western.
And it was
Yeah.
more backstory.
Yeah.
It was still good.
Volume one was like it was an homage to Bruce Lee movies
Yep.
and anime and all that stuff. So it's absolutely
Yes.
ridiculous. But Volume 2 was a flat out revenge Western movie.
Mhm.
But it had elements
Yeah.
too, of course, like when it came to like the showdown between Daryl Hannah and Uma Thurman. I mean, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. In a fucking trailer. How he achieved them just like charging at each other. I'm like, how did you do that in a fucking trailer? And then that
You
that
know
was
they're
like
not
an
inside
epic
of a
fight.
trailer, right?
Oh, here we go.
Just,
zing.
I'm just.
Zing.
You can't ruin movie magic. Come on.
Thanks a lot, Ben.
Right.
Fucking dickhead.
Okay, so do you believe him? Okay, so you do believe that this what is it called, the critic or something, like this is going to be his last movie, like he's going to stop at 10. That's
that,
it.
yeah,
He's not gonna
Tarantino.
right?
That
Yeah.
sounds like
Ooh,
Jay-Z
good
when he
question.
said he was putting his last album. Like, fuck out of here.
I think there will be at least a long gap. I wouldn't
Yeah.
be shocked if there's like a decade goes by and then he's like, "Fuck it, I got to do another one."
I found this amazing
Yes,
script
exactly.
that I couldn't
Yes.
say
think
no
so.
to.
But
Yeah.
I 100% believe he's gonna think he's done for like 5 or 10 years.
I like the way that you
I'll buy that,
phrase
yes.
it. That he's
I'll buy
gonna
that.
think that he's done.
You don't think he's done? Yeah.
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 He's probably gonna do TV shows as well.
Yeah.
See, and that's the other thing. That's right there too. I think he's definitely gonna do something because his whole thing is like, I didn't sign up for digital. I didn't sign up for this. What Hollywood has turned into, and it's like, okay, dude, you're still getting to do your shit. Seriously, it's not like Hollywood has infringed on you that hard compared to some others. I mean, seriously, you pissed off so many Bruce Lee fans with what you did with him in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Which I love that movie. I thought that movie was fantastic. Yeah, but you know,
like who cares?
Well,
people took that thing way too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
I thought it was a great.
Well, he's one of the few director who has done whatever the fuck he wanted, and like so he can not have any complaints about the industry. I mean, like I get it. He could have. Yeah. He can have those complaints about how things behind the scene work and how things get done and how hard he has to get his point across to get shit done. I get it, but he still get his shit done the way that he wants.
Right.
Scott, what are you eating?
Yeah. Scott, like, what the fuck, bro? Like, why are you not using chopsticks or what? What the fuck?
This is a
You don't know what chopsticks are?
I do know what chopsticks are. I just don't have them here. This is I cooked this I think Tuesday night. This is chicken ramen noodle stir fry.
God damn it, I'm hungry now. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm hungry. Fuck.
You know, I think I saw that. You know, I think I saw that meal at. I'm just fucking around.
Let's see. With
Casey knows. Casey knows where I fucking saw that meal.
Vegetable egg rolls as the side. So, I got sorry. The booze got to me, so I got hungry.
It happens. No,
it happens. No, that's what you got to do. You got to eat.
Oh God damn! I'm like, what do I have right now? I'm getting.
No, that's cool. Here, let me use that to segue into this because I have a prop for this that I totally want to use. Have you seen this whole thing with Victoria Alonso?
Yeah. Is there a secret?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah. So
Marvel.
Right. So
it's her secret.
Yeah. So on the one hand, as somebody that actually enjoys Marvel, I'm looking at this and I'm looking at all this news and how this is potentially going to be really ugly for them. It's like, oh well, that's a shame. On the other hand, as a DC fan that's been dealing with the shit for 10 years.
Finally something, right?
Oh yeah.
How long has it been sitting there,
Scott
man?
pass you that?
That's a long time for popcorn. I need popcorn to be hot.
Is that from earlier today?
All that stuff has been going on for a while. We just don't know about it.
He waited 3 hours, 40 minutes for that.
Just for that prop. Just for that prop. He's like, I'm going to tell the joke.
Very telling that VFX artists have been saying for a few years now, like, yo, these working conditions are horrible, but never a name. Never a name. No fingers pointed. And then the second they say Feige stood by and was like, I'm not going to get involved with this. Like, let them come in and take her out. And then the second she's gone, everyone's like, oh yeah, it was her. She was the problem. And it's like, oh, that's really telling.
Yeah.
It is interesting. And it keeps on like there's more stuff that comes out every day. By the way, Anthony had to leave, by the way. That's why.
Okay.
Okay. Damn.
Okay,
You
sorry.
didn't even
You didn't fucking say bye. Okay.
No, jeez.
No,
He's a big
Steven,
Victoria
Steven,
Alonso fan.
What an asshole.
Thanks a lot, Casey.
Stephen, did you see the other story though that came out today? Because like you're right, the story what you're talking about, like the VFX artist and everything, that was in the THR piece. Did you see the Variety piece that came out earlier today? Where
See, that's the
apparently
thing.
her lawyer is like, because her lawyer is like, oh no, that's bullshit. They asked her to do something horrible and it's going to come out soon. And it's like, oh,
here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
It keeps on going back and forth.
Well,
It's,
right, but it's
say it with your chest, bro.
Spit it out.
Say it, God damn it.
They were.
Fuck.
I think it's very clear that they were terrified of firing her for a long time.
Yeah,
for reasons, and that's why Feige didn't want to take a stance on it. He wasn't going to stop him, but he wasn't going to stand up to her himself. Nobody wanted to name her, and And the thing they claim they fired her for, I don't believe is what they fired her for, but I believe that they wanted her out for.
I don't believe it either. I don't believe it either. I don't think they fired
but
her
I
for
do.
that either.
But I do believe that they had reasons to want to get rid of her. And in a lot of ways, I think Ant-Man is kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. So it's not surprising to me when I kind of had that read already for her lawyer to come out and make it about morality and lead with her identity as the that's already going to be a big part of the battle. And look, I don't know. Like, maybe we are going to find out something that like she, there was some sort of, whatever the reprehensible thing was. But I think the fact there's already a paper trail on this of like, oh, VFX people were like being treated like sweatshops for years. And we're too afraid to say anything about it, right? Because they wouldn't say her name until after she was fired. And so now they're like, okay, yeah, that was the problem. And they talk about her being a kingmaker, playing politics, icing people out when they didn't like.
This is all, and I have to be honest. This is all just shit that finally it's fucking happening to them. Like just allowed, right? Like
this is what I'm. This stuff has been happening for a long time.
No.
The VFX stuff's been happening for a while.
The thing is now that you get.
I'm not saying it's not happening. You're right. I agree. It has been happening. I'm saying that finally now the narrative control is breaking down, right?
Yes.
That's what we all heard. Marvel controls the narrative and does this. Well, now you're not. And now you're finally having to deal with this shit.
Yeah. The shields are down. The shields are down.
Exactly. Finally. So
I'm
going to enjoy a little bit.
Because the only reason why we're getting all this
Did you put that popcorn there earlier and wait for us to bring up Victoria Alonso?
He did. He planted that popcorn.
I did not hear fucking pop at all.
And you were so patient. You were like, I want that popcorn. But we're not talking about Alonso yet.
That is commitment, my friend.
Listen, I am not kidding. Shonda made this popcorn earlier, and I said, I'm glad you made that. I need this for a prop later. Yes, it's been sitting here.
He's got a stove next to him.
Absolutely.
What's that one called? The stove, and it lifts up.
Well,
Jiffy Pop.
Jiffy Pop.
God damn.
No, she makes
back, and I'm just like, God damn it! What do I
KC,
have that I can?
Come on, bro. What do you think about that popcorn?
I told you, I was the one who called it out. He waited 3 hours, 40 minutes for that.
It was a prop. He planted the popcorn.
Yes.
See, now Scott is continuing. Scott, you didn't have dinner, did you?
Scott just
Oh my God.
in the last 10 minutes.
What is he eating now?
Oh man, I'm gonna
I know.
have
Popcorn.
It's like a bag of chow mein.
I know, Scott. You might have to come back in because you're getting all pixely again.
Yeah. Well, it's popcorn.
The popcorn stuff.
He doesn't even know what the fuck's
worst
happening
internet.
anymore. He's done for. I feel like that's like, I don't know what the fuck's happening.
It's just done. I don't know why. Like it used to happen to Steven like a while back, where he'd be the one that was all pixely at one point.
It would just like
I don't know what it
deteriorate.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
but
well,
I need your profile,
like
Steven.
StreamYard doesn't. Yeah.
Steven, I need your profile settings. God damn, that should look sharp.
That's a camera.
It's all
It's the
standard.
lens.
It's all lighting and
There you
Also
go.
lighting.
What
Yeah,
what
I
camera
call lighting
are you using? What camera
movie
are you
magic.
using?
it's Sony A7S.
Motherfucker, you're using a mirrorless camera for
So
a
do
web.
I.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
but
it's his lens. It's his lens.
Yeah.
I
But
work
yeah,
with
he's
that
got a
camera.
special lens. I
I
have a
work with
awesome
that camera. That's like our primary. I do the A7S. It's like our primary. We've been using it for years at our
Well,
station. I
it's-
fucking love that.
I
camera.
got it because it's full frame.
And you're a
Um,
bitch.
mhm.
Yeah, I
And-
know. No, we got
And
it.
because it's mirrorless, the flange is not too long to use a bunch of vintage lenses, and you can
Hey,
put
phrasing.
basically whatever you want on it.
Yeah. Phrasing.
Mhm.
Well,
The,
but how come
the
yours?
flanges, right?
The
Mhm.
phalanges.
Yeah.
But
Where's Zach? Let's bring Zach back.
Zach. Let's talk about lenses.
All of a sudden he pops back in.
Yes.
He's all,
Yes.
hey guys.
Circle.
I hear you talking about
He's
he's
like,
all
oh,
rubbing
yeah,
his
yeah.
eyes. Like,
Yes.
fuck.
I'm like, Zach, they're
Yes.
making fun of me for
Circle.
talking about flanges.
Dude, hey, Steven, you realize we're gonna have like a fucking lens discussion at the event?
Please let me in on that. Please let me in on that. I want in on that.
You have to live stream that.
You have to live stream it, or you have to be there.
Camera up. We gotta record that for sure.
You have to live stream that for OnlyFans.
Oh my
I want to
God.
talk.
KC, dude.
I want to talk
we're not-
cameras and
we're not
lenses
talking
with
about
him. I
OnlyFans,
do.
bro.
That'd be great.
Oh yes.
Oh, he's. I just imagine him like he goes like, wait a minute, you haven't seen nothing yet, and he pulls out a fucking suitcase,
Big
just
lens.
boom, and then he just opens it up and just boom, 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 and just.
No, Ray, were you
Oh,
watching when I
no.
pulled this out?
Yeah, I know. Right?
Yes, I was. Yes,
Like
totally.
if somebody's listening to
Dude,
this,
Steven, I'm not even kidding. Like
where you
when that
watching when I
happened
pull this
during
out.
that part of Justice Con was like my favorite
Just
part
the
of
audio
Justice
version.
Con. I'm not kidding. That
I
was
know, right?
amazing. With that whole conversation, I wanted the shop
podcast
talk.
version.
I want to talk to him about. I love the fact that he is like embracing digital. Like he's one of the he understands. It's not that he has never used film, but he's been using like red cameras and like smaller stuff, and like he's found a way. Like he understands that. It's not so much about the medium; it's about the person behind the medium, and he still is able to be crafty and creative using the digital medium.
Have you seen Project Greenlight?
I have not. I'm aware of it, but I have not seen it.
So I haven't seen the earlier season. Season 4 is on HBO Max, and the dude wins the contest. And the first thing he does, he tells Ben and Matt, he's like, "I want to shoot on film." And Ben and Matt are like, "Yeah, that's cool. We love film. Let's go for it." And then the producer is like, "No, you're not shooting on film. This is a low budget. You won a contest to direct this movie.
Right.
You're not going to shoot on film." And he's like, "Okay." And then he's like, so it starts. There's this whole political fiasco where he's like trying to shoot at like cutting budget in other places to shoot on film, and he's like, "I just don't want it to look like shit." And it's really good. But there's a whole. I mean, it's a like anyone who's interested in like Hollywood politics and like the Justice League situation and all that, like microcosm of like directors versus producers. It is a phenomenal microcosm of like how that works and the practicality of like, you know what, the producer's got a point. Like he's kind of fucking this up by sticking to his vision, but also you look at him and he's like, literally, you're shaving so many elements of my movie away that it's not what I want. It's gonna suck because it's not what I wanted to make anymore. I have to stop compromising sometime. Like, well, you have to compromise everything, otherwise it's not gonna happen. And he's like, but that's not. Why are we doing this then? If I have to compromise on all these things,
sounds like Entourage.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
But it's
Well,
so I watched the whole season and then I watched the movie that he made. It's the movie's all right, but the behind the scene the Project Greenlight season 4 is I really enjoyed it.
I remember watching.
Have you seen
couple of seasons of that? Really liked it.
Have you seen the documentary Side by Side?
Yes.
You ever seen that? The
I
hosted
haven't
by
seen it.
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
No, the Keanu Reeves, he speaks to like a ton of different filmmakers like Scorsese and Nolan and Danny Boyle and David Fincher, and it's all about photochemical film versus digital. And that was where like I respect Christopher Nolan as an auteur, but like he has some very slanted views against digital. Like he was nicer about it than Wally Pfister was. Wally Pfister was like basically what that guy was like, I don't want it to look like shit. Digital is shit. Digital is awful for the industry. And Nolan agrees with that, but he at least says it in a classier way. He doesn't like swear.
Well, I saw a documentary or something like that where it did show the side by side. It had Ryan Johnson in it, and it was a side by side of film versus digital.
I saw
and
that.
they were like just showing the exact like same thing. They were just in the background talking in a black screen. And I mean, I saw the difference. I mean, they explained what the difference was between film and why film was better than technically digital and what they were thinking of. But it wasn't necessarily they didn't talk shit about digital. It was just showing you, hey, look, there is a fucking difference between this is what this looks like on film versus this is what it looks like on digital. To what
But
you would
isn't
have to
that-
do.
And I think
Can you
the
not
hard
tell
thing
the
with
difference
digital,
until you watch it in cinemas? Because when you watch it on
Correct.
well, it's part of
they
it, but
treated
also
it.
there's
They
a
treated it that way.
digital is capable of looking as good or almost as good as film, but it takes a lot more, and also because of the nature of digital, it's kind of like the volume or any other technology. Just because the technology is better doesn't mean you're not responsible for the other things. And
Right.
so, like for example,
Right.
a lot of digital stuff looks flat. It's not because digital is flat. It's because it doesn't. It's so much more light sensitive that people don't light things as dynamically because it's quicker and easy. You don't have to do the whole light setup. You don't have to take down lights, put up light. Like it's more efficient to not have to use. Like that's why Zach shot with all natural lighting on Army of the Dead. But you still see even with that he still tried to get some dynamic lighting and working a lot with the natural lighting he had, whereas like you see a lot of stuff looks flat that was shot on digital because they won't set up the lighting that creates the dynamic looks that and so that doesn't mean that film dynamically looks better. It means that when you do film, you have to light, you have to do all these things.
And that was the thing. It's like you saw them in the interview chairs, like they were just sitting on a black screen, just with a light focused on them. And it was Ryan Johnson and somebody else that were talking about the film versus digital, and they had it side by side in this fucking documentary, and you were like, digital looked crazy compared to
what is that on?
I think it was on Netflix.
Okay.
I really
It might have been the side by side. It sounds like
but this is why I have like more respect for filmmakers like Zack Snyder or David Fincher, because Fincher was he was one of the more outspoken ones in the documentary. Because he talked about like the practicality of digital cameras, because like when he used Panavision lenses, he couldn't put the camera in certain places that he wanted to put them in, and he loved like he used a social network. I think he's talked about this later because there was I watched this other video where he talked about the production workflow that they use for Gone Girl, and he was talking about how he loved using digital red cameras because he could put them in areas that he can't put film cameras, and he doesn't have to worry about the noise. And but he's still doing exactly what Steve was talking about. He's still doing the lighting things. He's still doing the composition things. He's being a filmmaker. He's not letting the camera make him lazy.
Ray, have I made you watch the director's commentary for Primer?
No, you made us watch Pauly Shore's Pinocchio.
Yes,
that's a time travel movie.
It is on YouTube. I mean, watch Primer if you haven't watched Primer, everybody.
Primer's
also
fantastic.
On YouTube.
That's a time travel movie, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
On YouTube, the whole movie with Shane Carruth's director's commentary is up. He did almost.
I have to watch the commentary.
He did one take for almost every single shot in the movie.
Wow.
Except for a couple of them, he had to do a couple takes because the budget was like $60,000 or something like that.
Oh, it's very low budget.
Okay.
Very.
And he shot it on
the-
film.
the,
And so in order to save money on film, they rehearsed each scene like 100 times, and he would shoot it on like a 35 millimeter film camera, like a still camera to get the look. And so he would develop storyboards with a film still camera of the scene, so he knew what the film look would look like to get the lighting and everything set. They would rehearse it about 100 times, and then he'd say, "Okay, go," and then they'd get the one shot, and then move on. So that's another example of like that's an extreme case.
That's very extreme.
The use of film required them, in order to do it within budget. The use of film required them to run the tightest ship possible, which resulted in a very tight movie. But that's an intangible, right? That's not the photochemical quality of film making the movie better. That is the use of film just making the nature. And so I think that's something that gets caught up in the conversation a lot. Is sure, you could hypothetically do that with digital, but if he could have shot on digital and done infinite takes, would he have rehearsed it as much? Would he have, would it have been as, would all of these things have played out the same way? And that's not because of film versus digital, but digital would have inherently changed what that movie is.
Absolutely, yes, and again, like not taking shots at anybody that prefers one or the other in that regard. I just appreciate the filmmakers that don't treat it as adversarial. Zach's one of them. He does not treat it as adversarial. Like he's shot on film before, but he's also found a way to shoot on digital, and I appreciate that. Because not every filmmaker in Hollywood is like that.
He respects the evolution. He respects the evolution. Like you give him a new camera, dude's a fucking kid in a candy store. That's the thing. It's like, oh my god, what is this here?
That handheld rig he made for that red is like I want to hold that. Like I want to talk to him about that fucking rig. Like,
By the way, that
so-
documentary,
do you
I
wanna-
think it's called. I think it's something that y'all probably are or maybe have heard. It's called Side by Side. By the way,
So what we, yeah.
yeah, it's
Okay.
it's produced by Keanu
so it's
Reeves,
in. So it is in that documentary. Yes. All right.
Yeah, yeah,
That
so
documentary.
yeah, I
And what
think
is it on? What is it on?
Well, it was on Netflix when I saw it.
Okay.
I don't know.
So-
See, I don't know if it's on a streaming service. I know the Blu-ray is like $5. At least it was last time I saw it. But this wasn't like when did I?
Because it was like 2012 when it came out.
Yeah, no, it's old. It is.
Yeah, yeah.
It is an older documentary for sure. Yeah.
But
Were you about to? What were you about to ask, Scott? Were you about to ask a question?
He zoned out like
That's not
2
okay.
hours ago.
No, he was, but
He was-
you know.
He was going to ask something.
way to
when I
call him
was
out,
talk-
KC. KC, dude.
No.
You know I'm about to call you out for, right? Right? I'm just saying.
What's
As long as he
regards
knows,
to
I don't
KC
even have to say
tonight?
shit. I ain't even gotta say shit. As long as he knows, that's all that matters.
But I will ask, since we didn't talk about it with Andre. Andre, you're going to the event, but only Sunday, right?
They're only Sunday, yeah, because I have to work, and I shouldn't even gotten the 2 days off, but I somehow did that. But my niece is also getting married on Saturday, so there's no way that I can tell my brother, like, hey, I can't go because I'm going to go see BVS.
I mean, there was. a
No,
way
you
could
could
have
have.
gone.
No, you
Yeah.
could have, but you're being a little bitch about it.
Oh,
So-
yeah. Well, wait a minute. Wait, Garza just like came.
Hey,
out
I
of
know.
the-
I'm just saying. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't planning on going. I was like, dude, I'm not gonna be able to go. Like, fuck that. Are you kidding me? So I got it.
Are you
I'm
going?
just saying.
No, Garza's not going.
No,
He's not
I'm
going. He's
not
not going. Okay.
No,
I can
Ben
talk
was
all
gonna
the
go
shit I
too.
want.
Well,
Dude,
I was
I-
excited Ben was going to go, but didn't work out.
Too many things. I could.
Yeah.
But Ben has to go right now. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to go.
Yeah. I mean, technically, yeah. I'm about tapped out too. Like this is
Yeah, I know. We're kind of winding down with this one.
KC. You know what I mean? He knows. He knows.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
knows
we're
I'm
gonna
fucking
we're gonna wind down on this,
And
one,
he
but
won't
hey,
forget.
Yeah. But we can let the two old guys go. That's right.
Damn.
All right.
You know what? But hey, Ben, yeah, you know, you still look young as fuck. That's all that matters, man.
I know I'm
Black-
sexy.
Yeah.
Black don't crack. Black
Yeah.
don't crack.
Hey.
Facts.
Well, that's the thing.
Hey.
Facts.
And Ben, you're black?
I'm Dominican. I'm Dominican. What do you think I am?
I thought we were talking about the Caribbeans and shit. I thought we were talking about like
Where do
Jamaica.
you think the slave
it's
landed first? Where do you think the slave landed first? You fucking conquistador, you fucking Spaniard.
Conquistador, he calls you.
Bro, that's my family. That's my family roots, man.
You fucking
Hey, listen,
ancestors
hey,
were colonizers.
I know. I'm sorry. I got colonized in my blood, man. I'm sorry, dude.
We all got some kind of mix in our blood. Come on. Yeah.
Anyway,
That's right.
Anyways, real anarchy, guys, taking off.
every
All right, Ben.
Thursday, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Never mind, I'm too fucking drunk, bro. All right, so
I
guys,
said that
Yeah,
Eastern
Ben
Standard
got
Time was
a
very
little sauce.
interesting there.
Ben got a little sauced. But
yeah, I'm
hey,
super
we
saucy.
appreciate it, dude.
Yeah.
Super
All right.
saucy.
All right,
All right,
Ben.
guys.
Thanks.
All right,
All
take it
right,
easy, guys.
Bye,
Thanks
Ben.
for joining. And then Garza, are you still sticking around or not?
Yeah, no. I'm gonna head out too, but I will say this though, no bullshit. Like I am serious about my novel. Like I'm gonna release that probably in a month.
Good.
And
Hey,
We're looking
when
forward
I
to
do
it.
it, I'm gonna build it up because I'm just gonna release it self-published because that's I have to do it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Does it have a
That's
name?
definitely it.
Yeah, it's called. Well, this one it's called Blood for Blood. So it'll be the first part in the first volume, but just in general, like I'll build it up, and when I release it, it sucks because I was like planning on releasing it April 20th. So I was like, this fucking con is like
420.
literally right after that. So I was like, God damn it, dude.
Is
Like
this
that
like
was
a-
literally
like-
my deal, and I was like, God damn it, this fucking con. But what I'll probably do is I'll release it. I'll build up like I'll build this little like trailer to kind of announce that I'm releasing this novel, and then whenever I get to release it, I'll kind of maybe come out and talk about it a little bit more, and go that route.
Is it an original story or
Original, yeah, everything original. No,
Or-
no.
It's
nothing.
John Garza's Star Wars.
Yeah, it's
I was
basically-
gonna say,
it's-
is this a novel about the 40 Club and in the
Yeah.
early days?
I wish.
the war.
It actually has some roots of the
And
40
how
Club.
the 40 Club was right.
You know, the 40 Club and its factions and shit. Like,
It's
you know, who
factions.
gets to-
It's like a whole
who
new
gets
Rebel
to do
Moon.
what. No. It's a complete original. It's like if I was allowed to make Star Wars, but my own shit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It does.
Yeah.
So
Like what Zach's doing with Rebel Moon.
correct.
Totally.
Or
It's-
what
it's-
George Lucas did with Star Wars. I mean,
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's why.
Just
That's
had
why
to
I'm
go
saying,
there.
like, I have these fucking these books all next to me because like they are literally inspiration to a lot of the shit that I'm doing, and it's
Yeah,
like,
it's awesome,
oh,
man.
okay. So yeah, that'll probably be. But anyways, so I'll be doing that in a few weeks. So
All right. Well, looking forward
Awesome.
to that.
Sounds good.
hey, I appreciate you guys talking and bullshitting me. KC, Attack on Titans, fucking watch it. Okay, that's the only thing I'm gonna say. Okay, so peace.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Garza.
Hi, Garza.
Appreciate it. Oh man.
Well,
Yeah.
Dave, that was some kind of interview earlier that you guys did. I mean, I know you guys have been streaming the whole time, but like the waves that it made on Twitter was just like, holy shit. It was like, you know, like in ZSJL when Superman's like screaming and you see the sound waves. Like that's what it was like when you stream. It was like, whoa. And everyone's reacting to it. Like,
I haven't even looked at Twitter, so I'm sure it's chaos.
There's all kinds of like conspiracy theories. I'm like, oh no.
See, I told you.
It was a matter of time. It was a matter of time.
No,
Well, I mean, like that. I mean, that's the thing. Is like, and that's what I like about Zach, though, is like the fact that he's not gonna just like flat out. I mean, he's a normal dude, which is great, and I love the fact that he was just sipping a beer and shooting the shit with us. And I knew it was gonna be like that, kind of relaxed. You know, I mean, obviously, when it came to this whole thing, it was like, all right, how should we approach this? And you know, I was like, all right, have a little one-on-one with them, and then I was going to bring in Scott and Steven to ask some more questions when it came to certain things, because we all have our tickets to be there. And you know, it went well, and you know, I wanted to ask him about this stuff. Steven wanted to ask about that, and Scott asked about this, and Zach just asked. You know, he just answers the way that he answers, and you know, it was a good like what 48 minutes that he was
Yeah,
here.
It was almost clocking at 50 before he
Yeah,
got
almost
down.
50. You know, and I thought it was good. You know, he was laughing, having a good time, shooting the shit, and just, you know, bullshitting too. I mean, that's the thing. That's what I like about Zach, is like he doesn't take himself too seriously. He's gonna fucking joke around, same as we do. And like when Steven was talking about technical stuff, I mean, he was just like, yeah, keep talking. Like it got to a point where it's like, well, do you guys want to get you guys
Room?
want us
Do
to
you need
leave?
room?
Want us to leave? You know, I was like,
no,
"Jeez."
that's
Yeah, it was funny. That's the way Zach is, though, and that's what's so great when he shows up on this shit. So that's what we're gonna have a good time when we're at the actual event and he's, live and in front
It's
of us.
gonna be amazing, dude.
Yeah, and we're gonna have fun with that. So I think it was just like a little taste of what's to come when it comes to SnyderCon or full circle, whatever you want to talk about.
And he did say that after each screening there will be a Q&A, which is nice,
Yeah.
because I was worried about the
Yes.
last one. I was like, oh no, but he's gonna
No,
do it
because
for
that was the way it was at the 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, right. But
Well-
with the last one being at IMAX, it wasn't. I think they have
Yeah.
to figure out something for. But yeah,
I think
Yeah, that's what's gonna be
he said that they blocked out 5 hours. Like they're giving them the 4 hours for the movie and then 1 hour for the Q&A, but it's gonna be like, and
Go.
get out of here
Yeah,
because
get out.
we need the screen back.
Yeah,
right.
which is great, man. I cannot wait to see Zack Snyder's Justice League.
oh, I know, in IMAX and color, it's gonna be
Oh,
incredible, dude.
man,
yeah.
it's gonna be something pretty fantastic.
It's gonna be amazing. And like, I mean, look, I would have loved to have gone to all three of them, but I was only able to free up the one day, and I was just like, my wife was even like, oh, I don't know, that's kind of a long ways away. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm just gonna go.
It's a Andre, I'm literally flying from one
Exactly.
end
I'm
of the
I'm
country
gonna
to
drive
the
down
other.
there. I'm gonna drive down. I even talked to a friend of mine who's a pilot, and I was asking him like, "Hey, can you fly me down there?" But then he wanted a lot of money, so I was like, "No, never mind." No, it's going to be incredible, and there's a lot of people going to this, and a lot of people are going to this from all sides of the fandom. So it should be interesting.
Even the
gonna be like
reserved ones.
Anchorman. I
What's
hate
that?
you, Ron Burgundy. Sorry. No, but no,
Even the
it'll be
reserved
fine.
ones.
What? Yeah, no, we're the real ones. No, but I mean,
The
yeah,
real one.
The
yeah,
reserved ones.
Oh, the reserved ones. Is that what it is? Yeah. No, I mean, like when it comes to like different, I mean, that was like that last time, you know, being the fact that I was at the last one, there were people that didn't like me then. Did they say anything? Nothing, you know.
Of
We all
course
just
not.
kind of like, you know, I don't know how it's gonna be here, but I mean, when you're not behind a screen and a keyboard, nobody's gonna
Yes,
be, you know.
yes, right
exactly.
there.
I
You
mean,
know,
Yeah.
it's not going to be like Michael Jackson beat it. You know what I mean? We're all
Take your
walking like
keyboard with you,
idiots.
though.
Yeah.
That's the you know,
keyboard
you
courage
just
is a
spoiled
real
it. You just
thing.
spoiled it, Andre. We were gonna, you know, Scott, me, and Steven were gonna just show up like and, you know, start doing. Yeah.
Take your keyboards with you, though.
Yeah.
I was
Right?
thinking more West Side
Like I'm gonna
Story.
say something about you right now.
Tweet at them in front of them.
Yeah.
The funny
No,
part
but
for me
that's-
is that I'm gonna bump into I might
Yeah,
pass
kick
by
that,
them,
bitch.
bump into them. I'm like, I have no idea who they are. It's gonna be like, oh, are you somebody? Huh?
That's what.
Well, but that's the thing is like even if we see someone that we don't get along with, we're not going to be like, get him, there he is. It's going to be like,
Right.
You should do that.
Okay.
Well, and people people don't realize how much of a bubble, like Twitter is.
yeah.
And so
Oh
you're
my
surrounded
God,
by people
yes.
who are all you
Yes.
follow them and they follow you and interact all, and like most of the people there aren't gonna like it's not gonna be like your Twitter bubble all in. I mean, like even here, you know, not all of us are making it on, you know, from the show, and so, I don't think people are gonna care about the, you know, there's gonna be a handful of people that care about that stuff there, and then most people are gonna be there for other reasons, and so
Totally.
I'm not really concerned about, you know,
Nope.
bumping into somebody who's tweeted screenshots of me before because
Oh, I don't give a shit. I'm there for
I don't
the
give a shit.
movies. I'm
Exactly.
there for the.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm there for the.
Snyder.
Yeah, you're not.
For Snyder. Right.
For Zach.
Yeah, well, and on top of that, you would think that the amount of money you guys paid should be a determining factor in terms of your importance, your priorities of the event. You're going to pay that much money, you know, all for a good cause, of course, but that's going to set some things straight in your head. We're like, okay, I know why I'm here. Why the fuck are you here?
Well,
You
yeah,
know?
Everyone's
I
going to bring a
mean-
knife.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, there was a little bit of sticker shock that I zoomed right past as I was hurriedly buying my tickets this morning. But there was a moment where I looked at the ticket prices and went, "Yep, keep going."
Yeah, no, like I reached the
and-
same
and-
spot, that same screen where it showed all three prices. For a minute, I was like, "Fuck!" And then I picked the one I wanted, and I went on.
It's for a good cause. It's for a good cause.
All for a good
It's
cause. All for a good cause.
Yes.
Yeah. And then,
That's-
you know, when it comes to taxes next year, tax write-off.
Yo,
Tax write-off.
Steven
No,
was
but
right
it's for a
about
good
that
cause.
though. Like he said that, you know, the price could have been anything and it would have been, you know, sold out, and it did.
yeah.
Oh, I
it
no,
was-
I agree with
if
that.
it was 200,
7
250,
minutes.
I still would have bought it. You know, like,
Oh,
oh, there
yeah.
it is, bam.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No,
No, it's gonna be really cool, and you know, just you know, to meet some
You
of you
guys-
guys
okay.
and to watch the movie, it's gonna be incredible.
Okay, just being one of the people that was there at the first SnyderCon, I didn't go all, you know, 3, but when I went to BVS, I mean, I think Steven might have, you know, you might have gotten a little bit of this when you went to one of the Michigan screenings, but I mean, when you're watching a movie with fans of the director and the movie, it's a different atmosphere.
Does everybody
Maybe
cheer?
maybe it wasn't like as crazy, but I just remember sitting in this uncomfortable theater because it was before it got renovated, and I remember sitting just there and but at the same time it was like everybody was such a fan, and like I said, it was just cheers, like everybody cheered at
Yes.
opening credits and just the first appearance of a fucking actor and blah blah blah, like it is a different experience when you're watching it with a packed house of like-minded fans. It's not,
is.
I mean, like when you go to like an opening night, and
Yeah.
it could be crazy, and we've all been to those screenings where everybody's cheering. It's like that, but doubled. I would say it's doubled because
Well,
everybody like loves these movies so much.
Well, and that was the thing too, is that I was talking to Ryan Zeberfett, and he was like, "Oh, everyone's gonna cheer. It's so fake." I was like, "No, I'm like, you have to understand." I go, "People
What
are."
Ryan is shitting on something?
I know.
don't- Yeah. Wow.
And I said, "No." I'm like, the way you have to look at it is like this is like a sporting event. Everyone is gonna go there, and for every big scene is like when a team scores, you're like, "Yeah!" Everyone's just gonna be excited
like,
and looking forward to it.
I'd rather not, but I guess we're signed up for it already. So
when
Steven's gonna be that guy, like, "Hey, sit down. I can't."
Dude,
No, like-
Steven, every screening is gonna be cheers galore.
Look, here's the thing. Like
First Flight.
it was the BVS the BVS screening. It wasn't full theater. It was like 25% full, but it was also like March of 2021, so it was a little
Right.
different in terms of what we were allowed to do, like in the theater,
Yeah,
right?
Chris,
But like when,
Wow.
but the Zack Snyder's Justice League one that was like months later, the one that Tim came to, right, and Anthony was there, and Meg and everybody. That was damn near every. I mean, at the speed of force, we were at a football game. Seriously, like it was that loud. Like
The
just
difference
and-
here would be that if you go to a new Marvel movie, and the cheering happens, that's the first time you are going to
Yes.
that movie, and some of the dialogue you can miss. But with this, we've
Mhm.
already known, we've already seen it,
Yes.
so it's fine.
And,
Dude,
and
we
I
watched this
I
movie how many
100%
times?
I
Guys.
100% agree with that. 1000% agree with that.
It's like going to a concert of your favorite band.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
what it
Yes,
is.
Yes.
absolutely.
And everybody's collectively just going, the
We-
beats. I mean, I remember
Absolutely.
I went to a screening, like it was like years ago, to Back to the Future. It was a packed house. It was everybody who's seen the movie fucking 76 times.
Oh, okay,
People
never
dressed
mind.
up, and everybody, even though like we know every fucking line of dialogue, it was just for some reason just watching it in a theater because most
It's
theaters are
fun.
theaters, but we were all just like people were mouthing the lines. People were just going like, "Oh, we know what's coming up right here," and you cheer right at the right moment. There's just something about it, like. I don't know. It's
Yes.
just like going to a concert and you just know, like, oh yeah, this part's coming up, and then you just like,
Oh,
and when it
trust me,
happens, everybody just collectively goes, yes.
I did it opening night of BVS when Wonder Woman showed up. I lost my shit when Wonder Woman showed up.
Oh, you
So-
don't even know what it's going to be like when we watch it. And
Oh, it's gonna be, dude.
God, I wish
no,
I was there for
it's-
day 2 and day 1. God damn it.
Sorry, Steven. It's going to be loud, and it's going to be.
It should be loud. I mean, it's going to be so awesome.
It's going to be boisterous.
Every time
like,
Steppenwolf speaks.
we're going to look over at
dude.
Steven is going to be like, earplugs?
You're
when we
going to
watched,
hear
when we saw Watchmen a few weeks ago, it was great because like people aren't cheering for Watchmen.
Oh.
Like so that's a weird. It'd be a.
It's a good thing we weren't there.
A comedian down in New York.
I was thinking that too. It's like, no, Watchmen probably was pretty quiet.
No, it was
It's a more serious
great.
film,
It was a very serious. Like everyone sat still and quiet. It was glorious.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to be, oh my God, I can't wait.
But like the
I can't
panel at the end of Zack Snyder Justice
Panel's
League is
gonna be great.
I can't imagine who's going to be there.
I know. And then I even asked Zach, I was like, are you teasing? Have you been teasing? And he was like, nope, I'm just posting old photos that I have. Because like a lot of us were kind of going, all right, are you posting people that are going to be there? Because he was just like, oh, here's Michael Wilkinson, and here's, so-and-so. And then all of a sudden he shows Cavill. And I'm like, after a while, though, I will say after like today, I went, I think he's just posting because he has these pictures. And then I was like, all right, that's one of the things I have to ask him when he was on. And he flat out was like, no, I just was posting stuff. I mean, it's going to be a surprise who's going to be there. I think, we can kind of guess like certain
There is a
people.
common denominator for all the pictures that he's posting, though.
Yeah.
They're all Man of Steel ones, yeah. And Clay
Well,
Enos.
Thanos.
Well, that
Thanos
but
should be there.
They are also all costume test photos.
True.
Yes.
Yes,
True.
they are. Yes.
So it was like after a
And
bit.
he posted
I
a
think-
picture of Wilkinson. So
Yes, and that's the thing. Is like at first I was like, is he confirming? And then I think it was even Ohio Dave. He's all yes and no, and I was like, I'm fucking watching you, dude. I know you know more than me. God damn it. I'm like, okay, yeah. So maybe some of these people that he posted could be there, but but I'm like, is Kevin Costner gonna show up? Probably not. I'm really hoping that Cavill does. If Cavill shows up, oh my god.
Oh, that would be
Oh God, I will lose my shit.
especially that
But
Q&A.
does he show up for Man of Steel, BVS, or Zack Snyder's Justice League?
Oh, he's gonna be the whole weekend. No,
The
I don't
whole
know.
weekend.
Yeah, I
Wearing
don't
a
know.
Netflix shirt.
If he does show up, it would be for Man of Steel, I think.
It'd be Man of Steel.
The
yeah.
Rock,
Yeah.
The Rock actually stopped him from going.
Oh yeah, The Rock's gonna show up.
Fucker.
I'm here.
He's gonna show up at the Man of Steel panel or the ZSJL panel, like the hierarchy of power.
He'll be in the crowd wearing a hat and a mask, hella big, and then Dave will get a chance to be like, "Look, there he is!"
And then all of a sudden, he just like he just shows
lower
up.
down.
He's like lowering from the fucking like, what the hell are you doing, dude?
Oh my
God.
goodness.
Yeah, no, I'm curious to see, like, I mean, that's the thing too, is like you have actors that are throughout these movies. Is like, how do you pick who's going to be part of these panels, and are they going to show them multiple nights, which would be pretty sweet. But it's like, who is going to be showing up? I mean, I can only imagine, like, when it comes to Justice League, obviously, I think that Porter will be there. I think Fisher is going to be there.
Yes.
I think, I mean, it's just.
How many of them? How many of them already live
Wayne
out
T.
there?
Carr, possibly.
Like,
just
Everybody lives out here.
They all live out there.
out there.
So they're all yeah. I figured. I mean, California is a fucking monstrous state.
Well,
I've never been out there, but like my sister lives in California, and I'm like, okay, how close are you? She's like, no, we're 6 hours away. I was like,
Yeah, I'm
"Fuck,
6 hours away. I'm gonna
Jesus."
drive, but do you guys think Wayne T. Carr will be there on
Yeah,
the panel?
Wayne-
Not
I
in a
think
fucking
Wayne-
scene, but as
I
a
think
panel.
Wayne will show up. I think Wayne will show
The
up.
Emerald Cut.
Yeah. Oh God, you said
But
it.
you know what? And then one of the questions I was actually going to inject into it, but I didn't. I was going to be like, so are we going to have like where the movies that you're showing are going to be the movies that you actually have released, right? There's not going to be a Snyder cut of the Snyder cut, is there? Because some people are like, trying to scoop and saying that, oh, there's going to be a different version of the Snyder cut. It's like, fuck off, please.
Yeah.
Why
that's
would
like,
he do
go
that
fuck
to
yourself.
Martian Manhunter?
Yeah, he's like,
I'm not
fuck
sure
Harry
I don't
Lennox, you
understand
guys.
that.
Check it out. I got
Yeah.
Wayne T. Carr in the scene now. It's kind of like,
Yeah, Warner
So-
Brothers gave me
what
the
would-
money to complete the scene.
If fans weren't hyping themselves up for disappointment, then what are they supposed to do with
True.
their time?
exactly.
Very
Bingo.
true.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, there's I mean, that's the thing, is like there's
We
already,
have
like,
learned nothing over the last 6
5
years.
And
Well,
then
no,
I
it's
love
funny-
that Chris,
It's funny
Chris
because like
Pratt-
Dave and I will for all this 6 years would be like, no, this event isn't a thing, it's not happening, it's not whatever, and everyone would be like, you're buzzkills, we'd be right, and then a bunch of people would be right about something that like everybody was right about, like I don't know, for example, Cavill announcing ZSJL after being on the panel after the Man of Steel screening as an example, and then everybody's like, "Oh, I was right about that." It's like, yeah, but we're we're talking about like
Yeah, but you're right about that. Even
Like,
though
people
did you
forget
pay
when they're
attention
wrong.
To the,
no people
but
forget
also
when they're
forget
wrong.
how much we know what was going on.
No, exactly, but people.
Please.
Chris,
Please.
That would be crazy.
Chris, I hope that happens. Chris, I really, really fucking hope that.
It's probably not going
Those
to.
pictures
Dude,
are gonna.
if he shows
be
up-
fire on
Oh
Twitter.
my god!
I
It's
want.
complete-
I want the James Gunn, Zack Snyder buddy picture. I want that fucking.
If he
picture.
shows up, a side of the
Please
panel
let
will
that
say, "Look, he tried to outshine Zach on his own event." You know what I mean?
Oh my god!
Like, oh, here we
Well,
go.
that's
Come
exactly
on,
what they
man.
would say. And that's the thing. It's like, and that's why I was like, how can I inject James Gunn into the conversation with Zach? And I did. And then he was just like, hey, he's a buddy. And I'm like, come on. I was like, and then I'm like sitting here going, and you know what? I'm like, I'm waiting for James Gunn to promote this, because if Warner Brothers is promoting this, I'm like, come on, Gunn, tweet this out, okay? I don't agree with everything that you tweet out. I love when you debunk and tease. Maybe some other stuff, or I'm like,
the debunking is
I'm like,
great.
please tease.
Okay,
like,
but
tweet
remember,
this.
remember, Dave, we were talking about this. I don't know if it was last week or week before, the whole like slap the hand thing that Steven brought up. Okay, because the idea of like if when he fluffed what he said about him and Zach on that tweet, right? Okay, if this is a scenario where like in his mind he's like, okay, no, I can do that. Like this isn't fluff. This is real. I mean, it might still be fluff in terms of him manifesting it in his head, but he's like, no, if I go to this and I take this picture and it is buddy, and I tweet that out. Like if he's thinking that, I want him to fucking do it. I absolutely want him to fucking do it.
It's not only is it respect, but it's also you gotta inject something that's good for the brand too.
But also look at the chat. Not that the chat is gonna be the example, but look at the chat when Zach is like, James and I are buddies. He wrote Dawn of the Dead. The chat goes, fuck James Gunn. Not the whole chat, but a bunch of people in the chat were like, even people that were like explaining to him that were like, no, Zach, we don't like James. And it's like, see, like for everyone who thinks that like somehow Zach is steering all of this, even when he comes out and says, quote unquote, James and I are buddies, they're like,
I know it's not going to change.
No, you're not.
Steven.
No, you're not. No, you guys missed it already.
He's just being nice.
He's just being nice. He's being cordial. He's being professional. It's kind of like, dude, what the fuck?
Steven, I know it's not going to change anything. I just want to be able to throw the picture in their face. That's all. That's all I want. Just here's the picture. Whatever you say is.
There's a little pettiness involved.
There's a lot of pettiness, Dave. There's a lot.
Well, there is, but I don't think he will show up though.
A metric fuck ton of pettiness. I want the pettiness. Yes, I want it. I do.
I think it'd be more beneficial if Zach just spoke kindly and highly of DC and the new regime and left it at that. If all of a sudden James shows, I know, but I'm saying like if he shows up on a panel, James Gunn, like, hey everybody, it's just I don't think it's necessary. You know what I mean? Like I don't think it'll do him any favors. I think if anything, it'll just cause more controversy.
So everybody boos him.
Yeah, whoa.
No, I think I mean, like if they're doing a Q&A, I mean, what if James is in the crowd and all of a sudden he just pops up and goes, "Hey, Zach."
Yeah, I don't.
Okay,
well,
I don't.
And then Ben Affleck shows up. Hey!
Yeah.
What do you think of hardcore?
Wait a minute, there, James.
He's like, "Hey, Zach, what do you think about making a sequel?"
He's all just kidding. I'm making the new Superman. Fuck off.
Fuck off. Here's Zachary Levi.
That's kind of like what Kathleen Kennedy did with Obi-Wan, right?
Oh God. Okay.
Here we go. Had to go
there.
Oh man.
No, we talked about Lucasfilm earlier.
Yeah, I want to talk about that.
Casey was like, I gotta find the Ray button. Where can I put it?
Yeah.
He pulled out a lightsaber. My prop.
Because apparently for like 2 or 3 weeks in a row that when I leave, y'all start acting like children.
I know, right? But the adults
you haven't left
here,
yet,
guys.
So
the adult
we're
is
waiting.
Still here, so be careful.
A couple of weeks ago, you left because you were tired and we went way off the rails.
Yes, that one went.
You ended on lesbian Val Kilmer.
Right, because I had to take my boy to a soccer game.
Yes.
Okay, and Dave said we were wrapping up like half an hour ago.
But
How
still,
did we fucking get there? I don't even remember.
I forgot how we even got there, but still, I mean, looking back at the first SnyderCon, I brought it before, but I mean,
I just remembered how we got there. I'm sorry.
But like
it was
just the
that movie
moment
he was in with the bandana or whatever. I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
What bandana are we talking about? What movie was it?
Val Kilmer, the movie where he was wearing the bandana. That's how the lesbian Val Kilmer thing came up earlier.
Oh, it was the actor, the comedian that looks like Travis.
It was Pete Holmes.
Oh, Pete Holmes.
Yeah,
yes, that's right.
Because Travis looks like Pete Holmes, and I'm like,
Travis does look like
and
Pete
then
Holmes.
I said Pete Holmes says he looks like a lesbian Val Kilmer, and I'm like, that's
right.
what Travis looks like.
That was hilarious.
Yep.
Oh, Scott, you're laughing because it's true.
The lesbian Val Kilmer.
I actually had seen the hashtag
Oh.
lesbian Val Kilmer, but I'd never gotten the actual explanation.
Oh,
Now I
That's
know.
good. Yep. That's
See?
good.
I was dropping that
That's
And
in
you
good.
hashtag.
see it.
Yep.
It is true. It is true. Oh man.
Anyway, I'm sorry, Andre. You were saying?
Yeah.
No,
what do you
I
feel
mean,
about that?
I hope that I don't think we will, but like I hope we get something like what Dave and them got when he talked about how about time travel, and he talked about how you know that's because Darkseid was supposed to boom tube into the Batcave to kill Lois Lane. Ah, you know, like I mean, and it's funny because he talked about it earlier when you were talking to him. He was like, yeah, he's like back then it's like, you know, we didn't think it was even going to come out. And he's like, I was really, you know, I was really fired up that night. And yeah, I mean, there was no light at the end of the tunnel. There was no like,
Yeah, if you're living in
gonna
a fucking
happen.
dream world.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were there for that too.
I don't think he's going to be quite. I mean, I'm not saying he won't have energy. He'll have energy.
Oh
I don't
yeah.
think he won't be fired up in the same way though, because one, the
No.
movie exists, and two, he's got Rebel Moon.
Yeah. Well,
So
it-
he's
it
in a
won't-
totally
it
different
won't be
headspace
a
right
Not only
now.
that, but I think the whole tone. Part of why he was fired up was because there was so much he hadn't been able to talk about so much of that.
He
yet.
said that during the interview. He said he was
but-
like fired.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but his relationship with WB to make this event happen, like him, you know, being very complimentary of Mike DeLuca and Pam Abdi, and saying that you know he's buddies with James Gunn. He, I don't think, has quite that same energy. Like he's not going to be like, you know, dropping insults about like stuff that they made him cut or whatever. Because this is the full circle. The point of Full Circle is let's celebrate this from a positive aspect, not from a
Yes.
Yeah. It's
screw
different
you.
from the last one.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's been a big energy, and this is part of what I think the fandom needs to understand in general is, it's you can embrace what you like about the past without continuing to I guess I could quote Finn or I could quote Rose in Star Wars, but
Damn.
he
The Last Jedi sucks.
yeah
No, it
so
Right.
No, it
It's
doesn't.
horrible.
It's all subjective.
Stop it. Stop it.
like
Stop it.
nobody's getting like you don't need to rip on Just League 2017 anymore. Like
Yeah, it's
like there's so
over.
many people. There's so
Oh,
many people who,
dude.
like
How many
like we're-
times do I see
like,
like, oh
full-
my God, can you see like what they did here? Oh, I hate
And
it.
it is, and I'm not going to stop either. But I mean, the point is that Full Circle means like, yeah, that's all done. All of the trash that happened is
won.
behind us, and now you have this trilogy that
Yeah,
he wants to
we
celebrate.
won.
That's
Absolutely. Yes.
And
Completely
that's what we're
agree. And no-
celebrating here is the fact that we won. I mean, I don't know how many
Yes.
times I have to stress is the fact that like propped up, I have the trilogy right there.
Yeah.
that I literally just put in. I'm like, that's 9.5 hours of fucking content that I
Like,
can
like
put.
I right here.
Yeah.
There it is.
Of course. You know,
No,
and
I'm sorry, Andre.
that's
That's
what
just
like-
a Blu-ray. No.
Yeah.
no, that's
We're talking about the entire trilogy. I have the entire trilogy.
there was a tweet earlier. Somebody made this comment, and we all kind of like disagreed. But somebody was talking about how The Flash was a movie that is engineered specifically
Acting
to
out.
erase Man of Steel, and it's
Zach
like
brought that up today.
Crazy.
but I was like, retweet if you
Did he bring it up?
understand fully.
Yeah, he
that
brought it up.
He did
during
bring
the
it up.
interview.
He brought up The Flash on his
What did
own.
he
Yeah,
say?
totally.
I was at work, so I was catching like bits and pieces, and then
Well,
he
Andre, you can go back and like rewind. I mean,
Scott,
seriously,
come on,
it's on
man.
the internet. We
No, he
don't have to
basically-
sit
he
here
basically
4.5
said
hours
that-
later and like recap.
Well,
it
I
for you.
rather hear it from the source.
No, he just basically said that. He basically
Good
said that, like,
saying.
you know,
he loves
continuation. And he,
he
talked
loves
about
seeing the
Ezra
actors pop up,
continuing.
yeah.
He talked about Ezra continuing.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
what
I
it
was
was.
Like,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, and also your buddies who did the VFX for the Flash are working on the Flash movie.
Okay, yeah, I heard
So we
that
talked
part.
about
Okay.
that. You know, DJ
Yeah.
and Brian, which you know was on the. You know, I've interviewed them too, and hopefully they might be there. Who knows?
But it's like
I'm
those
just saying,
of us that
they
rationally
might be at the
understand.
event.
But those of us that rationally understand that the existence of that film is not just going to retroactively, our copies of the Zack Snyder trilogy are not going to turn to dust
No.
as soon as that movie releases,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
it's not
When
like
the
it's not
Flash
like
comes out,
Right.
We gotta
Agent
snap
K
and-
is not showing up at your door with a neuralizer. I'm just a figment of your imagination. Boom. That trilogy never happened. That's not fucking gonna happen.
When I tweeted
When the
that
movie
in
comes out.
2021, people gave me so much shit. That's not what we mean, man. They are erasing the Snyderverse in the canon and all of that. And I was like,
yeah, the
bro.
Snyderverse is not. It's going to be preserved, not
Yes.
continuing, but it's going to be preserved. That's what I keep
Yes.
on saying. It's like there's going to be a bubble that it's going to exist, and who knows what's going. I don't know. It's all nuts. But you know what? But let's go ahead and wrap this up. We're at 4.5 hours. And we got to get some sleep because we got to prepare for SnyderCon. Well, it's
In a
gonna
month.
be in a month.
In a month.
I know. In a month. So we gotta cut these vodka streams down from 6 hours to 4.5. Right? Anyways,
It's gonna be really fun. I'm looking forward to it.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. And like I said, obviously, like I wanted to bring on Scott. I wanted to bring on Steven to talk. I mean, we didn't talk too much about the media stuff. It was just kind of like one of those things. But I think
he was backstage.
it's gonna be what I mean, as much as we're gonna be there and we're gonna be covering the whole thing. We're gonna be doing stuff. I'm gonna be bringing my equipment to where we're gonna be at. It's gonna be great, and
All right.
yeah, it's just gonna be good. And hopefully, you never know, Zach could come on to the Vodka stream again. With obviously, he talked about things that have not been announced yet when it comes to this stuff. Maybe he could pop in and just kind of do something. Who knows? We might get another Zack Snyder appearance on this, but for sure we'll be doing some live stuff because we'll be there. Screen Rant will be covering it. We got Squadcast Media. We got me. We'll be doing some stuff, and not to mention the whole thing's going to be covered like crazy. So, but yeah, thank you to Zach, big time, for just showing up and just shooting the shit with us and joking around with us and talking about things with us. It's going to be great. And thank you to Anthony. Thank you to Ben and Garza. Garza making an appearance too. So, he hasn't been on in a while. So thank you to those guys. But let's go around the horn and promote ourselves. Steven.
Yeah, I am Stephen Colbert. You can find my writing at screenrant.com. You can listen to my podcasts with Andrew Dice on the SnyderMinute.com. We're still working through BVS, and we've
sorry. I made a noise.
Oh, stop that!
As he's pouring more alcohol. He's like, oh.
Yeah,
Hey.
that's. Huh?
What? What was that?
I was gonna say, hey, it's still California time over here. It's not. Sorry. Go ahead.
Instead, you're hey.
Well,
He said it in his head.
That's all I had to say. It's just like
It all made sense in his head.
Jesus Christ! Imagine what this is gonna be like live with all.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
Same location. Scott's already dreading it. I know it. Anyways,
He's our DD.
yeah, exactly. All right, Ray.
Yeah. You can find me on Twitter at the Flightcast. You can find my weekly shows at theflightcast.com. Tomorrow will be my spoiler-free review of John Wick Chapter 4, which we talked about a little bit earlier. I'll also talk a little bit about the awesome interview that happened here earlier tonight with Zack Snyder. And apparently I'm also going to have to do another MCU wellness check and, bring my popcorn with me while I record that. Because I guarantee that there will be people talking about it on our feedback show, The Hexagon. And as Scott was guilting me about earlier, at some point I do need to get caught up on all of the DC TV that I have not watched so that I can record another episode of DC TV Squadcast, which he may choose to join me on because he is still watching stuff, apparently.
Superman and Lois is amazing. Thank you.
Yes, but even with the new Jonathan
He's
sequel,
okay. I'm
Okay.
just. It's an adjustment when you completely change an actor.
yeah, no, right, yeah, for sure. So yes, at some point, we shall resume that because there's actually been a lot of DC TV that I haven't watched since the last episode that we recorded, so I have a lot of catch up to do. But yeah, that's what I got going on.
Nice. KC.
Yeah, you can find me at Krypton Cage on all social media and whatever Steven said.
That's it.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Andre.
You can find me at Nicotina on YouTube, also at Nicotina_show on Twitter, Instagram, and Vero. And you can find me on the Four Nerds Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time on the Four Nerds Network. It's a great show.
Is it really?
I love that. Man. It's a great show. Well,
I'm the only one who drank. Come on.
I know, right? All right. Cheers. But
There we go.
Scott, send us home.
Of course. You can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire Netgriff shows at squadcastmedia.com. We are a fan-supported network, so head on over to patreon.com/squadcastmedia, where $5 a month will get your exclusive RSS feed of over 400 pieces of content, including our Patreon show, where we review every comic book movie ever made. Look forward to Spider-Man 3 and eventually us recording Barbed Wire. And then, of course, every Sunday night here on Film Junkie, join Dave and myself for Batman Phantom Stream, where this Sunday night we will be discussing Lockup. We're winding up season 2, folks.
Oh, boy.
Wow. All right.
It's wrapping up. It's crazy. But, yes, thank you guys for joining in. Thank you to Zack Snyder again. That was a lot of fun, and hopefully we'll do it again soon. And thank you to Anthony, thank you to Ben, thank you to Garza, and thank you to you guys, Stephen, Ray, Casey, Andre, Scott. It's been great. Thank you to the chat. It's been awesome. We will talk to you guys later.